Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are watching. Welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Welcome to Riyadh, and it's very exciting to have you here. This is the Jcsa Live YouTube coverage. My name is Callum Helliwell, and I look forward to bringing you 12, yes, that's right, 12 wonderful races here in Riyadh. And I've only been in Riyadh for a couple of days, but I've not been here on my own. I've been fortunate enough to be joined by the man on my right, Mr. Rory Delaghi. Firstly, how are you getting on?
Not bad. It's nice to be in Riyadh. Our first time here, first time at the racecourse last night. So it's again a bit of a learning experience, having gone through everything like that at Taif as well. This is an impressive looking racecourse, it has to be said. Much bigger all round in terms of just the overall size. Just an impressive venue, isn't it? It
really is. I think it really brought our attention when we got here only yesterday, and we were here under the lights and there were a couple of horses working, and it just really took our breath away how big this racecourse is and how wonderful and exciting the racing is here. But Rory, 12 races to look forward to. Anything that's jumped off the page immediately today? Anything you're particularly excited to see?
It's nice to sort of bet us in with a slightly low-key race day. Tomorrow looks very good. To be honest, I didn't think I'd say this when I came here first, but I think the Arabian Maiden might just be the highlight of the card. A couple of very promising horses in that who've both dropping down from listed company, having run really well in the King Faisal Cup last time out. That looks like the race of the day to me.
Yeah, certainly plenty to look forward to. Now here are three horses we are also looking forward to seeing throughout the day today. Now you're seeing right here Angad Al Khaladir, who'll be taking on Al Najim Al Munir. Now they both met last time out in the King Faisal Cup. That was in listed company. I know Rory is really looking forward to this contest because, like we said, dropping back into maiden company. Full Harm with a mightily impressive winner, but focus on the horse behind him. That's 3 Raja Care. That horse runs today, ran a belting race last time, and will be looking to boost that form of Full Harm, who could be a very dangerous horse to look forward to in the future. And here with the last time out winner in the shape of Hawajeez. Now Hawajeez won back in meeting 17. Now that was a while ago, but he was mightily impressive. He steps up in trip today, but he could be very, very dangerous coming here off a layoff and back to Riyadh. So I can't wait to get started and stuck into that. Now there's only just 2 members of our team, but we've got a third member, a man in the sky, our voice from above, Mr. Mark Francis. Mark, tell us, how are you feeling today here at Riyadh?
Good afternoon, Callum, Rory and the rest of the team, and to you at home or wherever you are on planet Earth, as the guy said. Yes, welcome to Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. We're here finally. It is a Thursday. As the guy said, we have 12 live races from the King Abdulaziz race. Two-year-olds. Not sure whether you can hear us. I think comms should be okay. So yeah, good afternoon, everybody. We're starting in a few moments' time with a local bred open for Saudi breds for the juveniles before the 3-year-olds head to post in the same grade for race 2. The first Arabian contest comes up at 4:35 local time. It is a maiden for 3-year-olds. And we have a full field of 20 runners, 10 of which making their racecourse debut. Perhaps some stars for the future on show. We shall see. Other races to pick out on what looks a tricky card to find winners the later we go. Fast forward to race 9, a fillies open. I thought pastime run well behind Sunset Flash the last time I was calling here. She's back up in trip today, which does pose a few question marks. And it is a decent little race. Mistrix is also in there. She isn't short of speed, and Warda Always, who is a decent little 3-year-old on the up. I'm really looking forward to that later on. As you can see, the final 4 races on the card. The other one to look out for is race 10, which we'll come to very shortly. We'll see Faz of the White Stable, who's highly rated, the highest rated thoroughbred on the card tonight at 96, a 4-time winner, looking to return to winning ways after back-to-back 6th place finishes, but not beaten all too far. So we start with 6 furlongs. We go all the way up to 2,000 metres a little bit later on. And the first race is a local bred horses open. Just the 5 runners, a very short field indeed. They're headed by number 1, Beshid Al Hakem for Naif Al Anazi, the highest rated in the field with a mark of 80. Gash Hamar is number 2, the first of 2 fillies in the race. Jose Rodriguez rides. The 3 is Salam Allah. It's got to find its own weight to beat the top one, Rahan Alabaid, or Rakan Alabaid, I should say. Nufat is the second of the 2 fillies for Khalid Al Mamoni, and Al Halmar is the 5, the debutant Mohammed Al Daham. So just the 5 runners going to post. we'll return to the two gents in the studio. The first question for you both, I guess, Gash Hamar, who was a winner on debut. What sort of mark do you reckon she ran to?
Well, Mark Francis, lovely to have you on board. And Jcsa, I thought, ran to, I would put her a mark of about 75, I would say, probably, that performance. It was mightily impressive, but Rory, I know you were slightly concerned about maybe the lack of quality in the opposition.
Yeah, it wasn't the strongest race in the world that she won, but she had it in control a long way out. And unlike a lot of those easy maiden winners, she did look like she had plenty more to offer come the line. And she was geared down rather than coming to the end of her tether, having shown speed. So I think she should progress again from that. Yeah, putting a mark is not very easy. I think you're probably right with somewhere in the mid 70s. If she was going straight into a handicap, you'd be inclined to factor in a little bit of improvement for what she had in hand there. And of course, the reason the question is being asked is we've got Besht Al-Hakem, who's got a rating of 80. Has Jcsa done enough to be the one you want to be with here, given that Besht Al-Hakem just been a little bit disappointing of late. Was an impressive winner on his debut going back to the early season in Taif, but although he's been consistent enough since, he hasn't really gone on from that. So I think there is a real opportunity here for Jcsa to take over that mantle.
This is one of the debutants, the only debutant in the field, Alaf Alamar. Not particularly catching the eye for me in the parade ring. I don't know whether you believe the same thing.
No, he looks a little... I'd almost say he looks a bit hairy there, doesn't he? We don't maybe have the best shot with the sun immediately behind him, but he doesn't have a particularly interesting pedigree. He doesn't look particularly strong there or ready to go.
Quite weak and backward there, I must admit. And still, I think you're right with the hairy. The winter coat's coming in, I think.
It does almost look like that, doesn't it? We don't think about that when we go outside, but it is that time of year for us when the winter coats are coming in, certainly.
We came here last night, we must admit, we was getting a little bit chilly. We thought, it's only 18 degrees. So certainly not cold enough at all. Besht Al-Hakem, a horse that I quite like to talk about, he's the horse that won on debut, but he's had problems loading. I think that's something that's a massive concern to me. He has got wound up in the start. He's been withdrawn on one occasion as well. So certainly one to watch out. You can just see he's getting a bit jig-joggy in the parade ring.
I think that's the issue here. He's a horse who... he did a good time for his debut, considering the time of the season it was. The track wasn't riding terribly fast at Taif. He's got a time over the 6 furlongs there of 1:17.43. Jcsa, for all she was impressive on her debut, did 1:18.07 for her maiden performance. Worth pointing out, she's getting 2 kilos here as well as for the Fillies Alliance. But they would have had similar weights in those races. So there's a little bit between them. Besht Al-Hakem has also run over that trip since at Taif and has done sort of 1:18.40 odd. He needs to find his debut form, but because he's a horse, he tends to live in his nerves a little bit. Those horses tend to run really well first time out. It actually helps them a little bit, and you hope they calm down a bit after that, and he hasn't really. He was too free in front when third last time out here. He does have fitness on his side, that's one positive, but in fairness, Jcsa's debut was the back end of September, so she should have been kept on the go since. You'd be disappointed if she's not fit enough for this, but you're still seeing signs of that flighty nature from Besht Al-Hakem, which is his potential downside. On the plus side for him, aside from the fact he's got that rating of 80, which should be good enough on paper to win this, he is dropping back to 6 furlongs, which will help him. He didn't get home over the 1,400 metres last time, and a return to the minimum will help. But you just get the impression, because of the way he runs, he doesn't save much for himself in the finish.
Would you be slightly positive the fact that he's got a small field? Every time he's been running, he's stepped up massively in class compared to what he faces today. He's been in some very decent races, and you just see him shooting out. He's actually loaded up in the naughty corner. He was mounted over there. So certainly they just try to calm him down, take him away from the action. But he clearly does run on his nerves. Here is Jcsa looking lovely, nice and calm and relaxed. Got a little bit warm behind the saddle, but that's not too much of a negative for me. But Besht Al-Hakem, small field, able to dictate. Do you think he'll have more of an opportunity to do that compared to previously?
He had that last time, didn't he? It was only a 5-runner race he was in last time, went third. I thought he probably ended up going off too hard that day. The decisive winner of that race was off the bridle early. Besht Al-Hakem took them fast enough in the early stages and managed to get the winner off the bridle, but he's not been able to see his race out.
This is Jcsa actually winning here. This was her debut performance. You can see there was plenty of horses struggling in behind. She sort of got first run on them and never looked back. Yeah,
she showed plenty of natural pace, and then her riders asked her to go and put the race to bed at the 300-metre marker, and she's cleared away again. So she's won very easily here. As I said, the question is, how good are they behind? And in fairness, the second and third are clear of the rest as well. So I think there are some very moderate horses out of the frame there. But she could do no better than win by the margin she has won by. She's not a superstar, but she may not have to run to, she didn't have to run to a mark of 76 to win this today. I don't think she'll need to quite run to that, given what we're seeing of Best Al Hakem just at the moment. This is him last time out. He's gone hard early. He's already playing second fiddle here, and he'll get caught in the line as we run the tape on to be beaten into third. Again, he's shown lots of natural speed, but he's not rating particularly well. He's not giving him a chance of seeing the race out. This drop back and trip will help. And obviously, if Kashama's just a little bit rusty after that short break, then he could end up getting an easy time in front. But given that she was able to go to the front of her maiden win, I don't think he's going to give her an easy time. And if I was Jose Rodriguez riding Kashama here, I would just want to sit on the girth of Best Al Hakem and get him working a bit harder than he needs to. I think that's the key to getting him beaten. We've talked about the Arabian races, where the key to winning those is not getting your own horse off the bridle, but trying to force your opposition off the bridle earlier so that you can come through on the bridle and win. And it's often it's like playing cards, really. Sometimes you can bluff a little bit, move alongside, apparently going easily, knowing that you may not have that much in the tank. But as long as you can get the rider on the other horse going for it first, that you will usually present you with the race if you've got the class. And I think that's what Jose Rodriguez should look to do here with Best Al Hakem, because he's going to get wound up if he's taken on. Whereas if he's left alone in front, he might just drop the bit and race a little bit more kindly for Naif Al Anazi. But he's not an easy ride, is he? And he's although he's got plenty of ability, he's not quite using it to the best degree at the moment.
Let's quickly talk about Salma Allah and Nufat, the horse number 3 and 4. Salma Allah, a horse that's had plenty of experience of 5 starts, but not shown much. And I think you could say the same for Nufat, who was quite disappointing last time.
Yeah, Nufat is the better horse on paper. I mean, Salma Allah has run 5 times, has been near last and first every time.
Yes, so selections for this contest. I'm gonna go with Best Al Hakem. I think Gassama ran and dominated a weak field. I think Best Al Hakem has been more highly tried, so I'm going to stick with the top-rated horse in here, giving weight away. But I think Best Al Hakem for me, horse number 1. For you, Rory?
I think Kashama, again, hoping the race pans out as it does, I think Kashama will just be a bit too honest for Best Al Hakem in the end.
So Best Al Hakem for myself, Gassama for Rory. Mark Francis, are you with us or are you against us?
I'm with Gashhamar as well. I thought that she ran sort of just shy of a mark of 80 on her debut. I was very, very impressed with her. A 7-lip winner, as the guys said. Second place that day was Merba Alaise, who was second again in a big field. And she's now rated 71, and there was distance between those two back at meeting 44. The form has taken a bit of a knock with the 3rd, 4th and 5th. Disappointing on their subsequent starts, but I think Gashhamar was in a league of her own that day. But a rating, say it's a 78, 79, 80, there'll be a giant P next to her name, as I think there's plenty of potential. Elsewhere was the 1, Best Al Hakem for Callum, running some hot races down in grade and trip today. Expect to finish his race off better. And Salam Allah, Rakan Al Abeid on the stripes. Will be the first to load the stalls, just the 5 here, so it shouldn't take too long. I'll have Al Hamar, the debutant, first day at school for this 2-year-old. Here comes Nufat, the second of the 2 fillies. It's off a rating of 54, so a little bit to find on the top one who goes in. And the last one to go forward is the most likely favourite here, Gashhamar. Loaded at the 6th bell on start. First race of the day here at Riyadh. And they're off and racing. Jumping away then over 6 furlongs, Best Al Hakem is ridden to take an early posse towards the inside, and travelling much more sweetly for Jose Rodriguez is Gashhamar. And it's Gashhamar now with a little glance to his inside who goes on. Gashhamar, the filly, leads by about a length and a half, maybe 2, to Best Al Hakem in second. There's a break of about 3 lengths back to Salam Allah, who is in 3rd position. Just along the outside is Nufat, and the back marker is Al Hamar, so nearly in race card order. Gashemar in front around the turn. The distance is only about half a length over the second placed horse, which is Beshid Al Hakem, and they are drawing some 6 lengths on from the next wave of runners. The pair of Salam Allah in third towards the inside of Nufat, and Al-Haf Al-Hamar is finding this all a little bit too much with 200 metres left to go. And Gashemar is ridden for the first time, leads by about 2 lengths. Beshid Al Hakem has been the only persistent challenger in this race. Salam Allah is a distant third, deep inside the last furlong, and it's Gashemar out in front. Here comes Beshid Al Hakem alongside and goes on by. Beshid Al Hakem goes on to win. Lowers the colours of Gashemar in second place, Salam Allah in third, Nufat fourth, and Al-Haf Al-Hamar in fifth. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice easy start here at Riyadh. Beshid Al Hakem was really the only challenger to Gashemar, who was the long-time leader. They both broke alertly. And Beshid Al Hakem swoops on by up the straight to score for Nath Al Anazi. A good start for Nath. A winning distance of 2 lengths in a time of 1:14.74. 1:14.74. A couple of lengths back to Gashemar, who was beaten pretty comfortably today. Showed a lot of early speed, but perhaps did too much too early. There was a further 9 lengths back to Salam Allah. Nufat fourth, Al-Haf Al-Hamar in fifth. Nice easy start. 5 runners in finishing order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
حبيبي شكرا.
Naif Al-Anazi is with me, having won our opener aboard Best Al Hakem. Naif, superb performance there. How did you find it?
Thanks God. First thing, my brother Calm, and good to see you again in the season, Riyadh. Thanks God, this good horse. Last week he come in 3 with me. He just little scared last week, and for 1,400 today more better. Thanks God, he's good horse. Congratulations for the owner and trainer Abdulaziz Al Musa. This good horse, but I hope so, inshallah, more future for this horse.
Now, he was a bit slow starting. Were you concerned when you had to sit in second early on?
Yeah, actually, Calm, I think today he's coming front, but you see the race from 800. This filly, she good filly, and she's win in time, good time. This filly, I come in after 800 step by step with this filly because I never give him chance for easy base, and he's open like 400. Thanks God. I hope inshallah more win for me and all my brother jockey this week.
Now, you've got a few more rides today. Anyone you're really looking forward to? Any horse that you hope will win today?
Inshallah, I hope so. Last race, inshallah, I hope so. One horses, and inshallah, you know the horses. You sure no can't to say I win this or this because the horse, you know, his blood and flesh. But I hope inshallah from God gave me more future for this week.
Well, best of luck and congratulations today.
Thank you, my big brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Right, we're going to see a replay of the whole race here, and as you hear Callum saying that Best Al Hakem wasn't best away. He didn't get away too badly, but he wanted to lead Naif Al-Anazi, and immediately it was obvious that Jose Rodriguez was going to come across on his outside with Gashama travelling that little bit better. And through the first 2 furlongs, you'll see Jose Rodriguez take a little look round at Naif to see if he's going to go forward on the inside. He gives him room if he wants to go and lead, and I think, to be honest, Jose Rodriguez would rather that Best Al Hakem had the speed to lead him, but you see now Naif Al-Anazi decides not to go up that inside and lead, but to switch to the outside. From this point onwards, Gasham is always travelling well in front. But as I said pre-race, I think ideally he wanted to be able to sit on the shoulder of Best Al Hakem and force that horse off the bridle. As it is, Naif still has to ride away to be competitive here, and as we're looking at the picture at the moment, in this latter half of the race, it still looks like Gashama is going to hold on, but she has a little bit of a wobble here. You just see that the second hanging in behind her briefly, but when the rider, Jose Rodriguez, goes for Gashama and asks her to put the race to bed, she shifts to her left and she loses ground, and at this stage that gives Best Al Hakem a second chance, and Naif doesn't need a second invitation to go on and win the race. Perseverance paid off there. He was never really on the bridle, the winner, but there's a feeling that the runner-up has slightly thrown that away with her waywardness inside the final 200 metres. In the end, we've ended up having horses 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 finishing in exactly that order. Those in behind were well beaten. They didn't look an awful lot on paper, to be perfectly honest, with ratings of 54 and 42 for those who'd raced, and a newcomer who didn't particularly take the eye on the paddock. So it's no surprise that the front 2 have come a fair way clear here. But as you see, neither of them entirely straightforward in the closing stages. Best Al Hakem shifting in behind briefly before the runner-up did exactly the same thing and give him a second chance to come past. He's done this nicely. The drop out to 6 furlongs has clearly suited him, but he probably hasn't had to improve to win this the way the race has panned out. What did you think, Helen?
Yeah, I think speaking to Naif was really interesting, just saying how he missed the break, but also knowing that his horse had that stamina in reserve, just in case he was in a situation where he had to pass this Gassama, who I think you're absolutely right, has thrown this race away with probably the wrong move. Why go to the front so early and set yourself up for a horse that had already had such good form? Yeah, I think the question here is, if you watch the early part of the race, you'll see that Jose Rodriguez was looking round to see Naif. I think he wanted Naif to come past him, but Naif didn't have enough horse at that stage to actually come and lead, which meant that Jose Rodriguez had to go with plan B, and plan B sadly didn't work out for him in the end. He had to come really wide as well on that occasion, so certainly something to look forward to. Let's have a look at where we stand in the tables with the owners, jockeys and trainers. Plenty of movement here in Riyadh. And let's take a look at the jockeys first. Naif Al-Anazi, obviously we have see him with the winner, but Camilo Ospina is absolutely flying clear in front. Adel Al-Faradi is just there behind him in second. Louis Morales, big race. Louis always loves a big Saturday. He's in third. Naif Al-Anazi will have just closed that gap a little bit, and Alex Moreno as well, a jockey to follow. All five of those gentlemen very, very talented in the saddle, Rory.
They are indeed. This table has changed markedly since last time we looked at it in Taif. It wasn't too long ago that Camilo Espino and Adel Al-Faradi were almost neck and neck. But Camilo's had a really good finish to the Taif season. The last weekend there was very good for Camilo, and he started extremely well in Riyadh as well. So he's building up a big lead now in the jockey stable.
He had 10 winners last week. He was mightily impressive. The white stable were flying as well. They've probably not got the forces here on a Thursday meeting, but look forward to them later on in the proceedings. So Friday and Saturday, I'm sure they'll be banging out.
We keep being told, we've seen enough of their horses on the track. We keep being told there are plenty you haven't seen yet who are yet to run the talented 2-year-olds. Big team there.
Let's have a look at how far clear the white stable are in the Owners' Championship, and you can just see there, they're 76. For goodness sake, they're absolutely flying. Prince Faisal bin Khalid as well, there was 25. The Al Khalidiyah stables, impressive considering they're only running in the Arabian races. That's 6 races per weekend, so certainly a great effort from them. And Sultan bin Michel, a very, very popular owner who will certainly be doing a lot more later on in the card. You'll see those colours there, sort of the navy blue with the white stripe down the sleeves.
Indeed, yeah. And Prince Faisal bin Khalid, his stable will be really kicking into gear as well here, and he's moved back into second place in the table. There'll be less opportunities for Al Khalidiyah stables, relatively speaking, compared to Taif with 12 race cars here compared to 9 race cars at Taif. So that's an interesting battle warming up.
Yeah. Prince Faisal bin Khalid is an interesting one because he's won the title so many times before, but he looks a long, long way behind the white stable. Now, let's talk about some trainers and see how close it is here. You can just see Side look like trying to close that gap there. Ahmed Al Musa as well as there with 22 points as well. Bedan Al Sabai, I thought he'd be doing a little bit better. I heard a lot of things before we came out to Saudi Arabia that this is a trainer to watch. Bedan Al Sabai is there with only 21, a long way behind Mahmoud, who is there. You've got to think about it with the white stable and all that firepower.
Yeah, an awful lot of fun. And I think that's the key thing. You're not just talking about how talented these trainers are in terms of the numbers, but when you do have a stable as strong as Ahmed Mahmoud does, then you're going to rack up plenty of wins. But Saad Mutlaq hanging on nicely there with 33 winners, so it's an interesting table.
Yeah, and don't forget Gace Al Gace as well. He's there in 6 in the Trainers' Championship. You can't see him, but he's certainly a trainer to keep on the right side of. He's flying at the moment. Make sure if you see a Gace Al Gace runner, that's when you should really be supporting and keeping an eye on. Talking about keeping an eye on things to come, Mark Francis is up in the sky, and he's going to take us through the runners and riders for race 2.
Cheers, chaps. Yes, we move on to race 2. 6 furlongs again. It's more or less the same heat as the first race, except we got 3-year-olds on show here, and the addition of 1 extra runner. So 6 gutter post, 4 fillies and 2 colts. They're headed by number 1, Gar Al Mali for Khalid Al Mimoni. The 2 is Dareh Al Fad for Ahmed Al Tayyar. Nasima is the 3 for Ali Al Mimoni. 4 is the only grey, Anal for Farwas Wanas. Mustafid is the only maiden. He's the 5 for Selman Al Rashid, and Gloria Flashes is the 6 for Wigberto Ramos. So 6 furlongs again. The horses are slowly making their way to the paddock. I thought this was a tighter heat than the first race, but I quite like the chances of Anal here, gentlemen.
Mark, a man after my own heart. I was earlier on today before we came on air, I was really hyping up the chances of Anal as well, but there's plenty here with chances as well, and I just see we can see the rider here of Dareh Al Fad, who the horse I think you're very keen on, Rory.
Yeah, well, Dareh Al Fad is the one to beat in terms of the official ratings. Not always the way to go here, as we've seen, and we'll see later on. We got horses who've gained the ratings either in other territories or some time ago, and those ratings aren't necessarily an indication of what they're capable of at the moment. And obviously, Dareh Al Fad has to step up on that 6th on his return to action, but he does have decent form going back. Cup winner last season, the Asir Region Governorate Cup last season over 7 furlongs. This 1200 is just about okay for him. I thought I just favoured him over Anal. It was a pretty tight call, to be perfectly honest. But I'm going against you and Mark on this one.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. We just saw Ali, who is horse number 1 on your race card. That horse has shown decent form. Just finished behind Darey Al Fad last time out, so that form line is very close together.
Well, in fairness, there was 3 3/4 lengths between them last time out, and you wouldn't expect on balance for him to turn that form around. He'd also have a high enough rating of his own, a mark of 80, but I think that's probably slightly flattering to him overall. He was disappointing in his final 2 starts last season here at Riyadh, and does need to find his old form. His win came in a 7-furlong maiden at Taif, so he does need to prove that he's capable of showing the same sort of form here at Riyadh.
Naseema's being really busy, strong early in the season, and took advantage of the early season in Taif, winning twice, but she's not shown any of that form since.
No, she's maybe been over-raced, to be perfectly honest. As you said, kept very busy in the latter half of the season in Taif, and her form went backwards. Her last couple of runs, very poor indeed. She may bounce back to form for a change of track, but it's not easy to see at this stage.
This is Anal, goes for new trainers and owners for the first time today. I thought was really promising with a second place effort a couple of starts ago.
Yeah, he was in a tough race last time. I was in the Jcsa Sprint Championship, so his 12th there, you can pretty much put a line through that. He was a good second to Yosali, a meeting 36 at Taif, and a 0 to 90 handicap, where he came through strongly from off the pace. Looked like he had the race in safekeeping with about 200 metres to go, but was caught by a strong late run from Yosali. In the famous red colours.
That was a hands and heels race, am I correct?
It was indeed. Yeah, it was
yeah.
an apprentice handicap, so therefore hands and heels. Whether that made any difference to the result or not, I don't know. But he's a pretty straightforward horse, Anal, and a repeat of that gives him a decent chance. As I said, he's got a little bit to find on official figures with Darey Al Fad, but he is, again, receiving 3 kilos. That's worth bearing in mind.
Here's Gloria Flashes. It was wonderful to see her finally get her head in front, winning a maiden last time out, but this is a step into open company that looks to me a step too far.
Yeah, she's it's worth looking at the time that she did when she won last week. It was or 2 weeks ago rather. It was pretty ordinary. She got herself in front from stall 1. She was able to dictate the pace. She was given a good ride to win there, and although she's got the benefit of Wigberto Ramos on her back today, I think this step up in class, unless 1 or 2 misfire, I think she's going to struggle to back that up. She's clearly in pretty good form, and she should hit the frame here, but winning might be tough for her.
Yeah, she was able to dictate that time, sort of ran on the rail, came out of stall 1, dictated. It was very much a Taif-style win in Riyadh.
Yes, I mean, I think she was taking advantage of she'd been racing in some pretty tough company in Taif, and it ended up being a slightly weaker race than she'd normally been in. She won impressively enough in the end, but the time suggests that she hasn't had to improve enormously to do so. So this is a tougher one. She's rated 65. She does get she gets the fillies allowance here, but you'd like to think she's probably playing for 2nd or 3rd at best.
Yeah, special shout out as well to everybody watching on YouTube. I forgot to say hello to you all today, so plenty to see, plenty of people involved in the comments as well. Jason Stevens unfortunately had Gassama in the first race. Didn't work out for you, Jason. You should have followed me with Best Alakem and it would have worked out, but unfortunately you went against me and you were punished for it, so maybe you're going to stick with me or go against me in this next race too. But plenty of race goers out and about as well on course, which is wonderful to see. And again, we talk about being available on YouTube. We're available to the entire world, which I think is such a great window into Saudi Arabian racing, especially here at Riyadh before Saudi Cup. Absolutely, yeah. Listen, it's great to be here. I mean, I must say, this is you're like a Cheshire cat, aren't you? Yeah. Well, it's a real culture shock. So I mean, when we went to Taif in the first place, it's a track like something I haven't seen before, and you come to Riyadh and you see, it's just the same vision expanded. Yeah, let's have a look at Anal in action. We'll see him in different colours this time, but she was quite impressive here. She's on the outside in the purple and white, the noseband on, and I thought this was a really strong race here, considering she gets beat by a horse who's not even involved at this stage. No, the winner is one from the back at the moment in the red colours, and it looks like Anal is going to come with a winning run here. Tracked the pace on the outside, travelled well. The jockey sort of delayed the run until it seemed to be the perfect time. He's only really got one run, or she rather. When she gets to the front, she's sort of paddling a little bit, but this is decent form.
as I said, Yosali wins this. It's a 0 to 90. December in
December's
third.
in behind. Yeah,
December
that's good
had won a couple of races prior to that at Taif as well. So it was a competitive handicap for the time of the season. And if he repeats that, he has to go pretty close here.
Daré Al Fahd is in shot right now. Now, he's an interesting runner, only the 3-year-old. I know he's one that you really like. He's gone down to both. He looked magnificent in the parade ring. And again, it's not too cool out there, so it got a little bit warm, but I wouldn't say that's too much of a concern. You can just see him there highlighted. Comes 5th on this occasion, but I didn't think this was a bad run.
No, this was a decent contest. This was a strong event, and he keeps on pretty well in the finish to finish. I think he gets done for 5th in the end, finishes 6th at the line. Now, I don't think a repeat of this is good enough to win the race, but this was his sorry, he does get 5th. I think he needs to step up a little bit on that to win, but he does have a slightly better form going back. And as I said, he was a winner of that Asir Region Governor Cup over 7 furlongs. So the balance of his form gives him a decent chance. And he would probably come on for that run that he had on the first week of the season as well. So, as I said, very little between the pair of them in terms of their prep and their best form. It's a case of who's going to bring it to the table here. And as I said, I just favour Daré Al Fahd on the basis that recent run, I think, will put an edge on him. On the ratings, there's nothing between them because although one is rated £6 higher, there's a 3 kilo difference, which is essentially £6. So they are weighted to finish together here.
Yeah, Daré Al Fahd, do you think that horse hasn't quite met expectations? The winner on debut, then went and won a cup race, and it's almost like hasn't gone on.
Yeah, but in fairness, he's still very lightly raced. I don't think, he was in pretty deep subsequently, and he was coming back from an absence when 6th here last time out. That wasn't a bad run on paper. Again, it's not good enough to live up to that rating, but he shaped as if that was a run to put him straight for a bigger target. And here he is in an open race that looks very winnable. You'd like to think, given how well he looked pre-race and how well he's gone to post, that he will step up on what he did last time out. And it'd be disappointing if he doesn't. I don't think he's a regressive sort. I think maybe he's just taken a little bit of time to find his form.
Just hearing, we've got one who may have got loose down at the start here. So just headed down, he's just run beyond the gates. It's Gar Ali, who is just bolted down.
Too much for him.
Is the idea for him to almost get pumped here and drop that rating a little bit further? Or because you find him in a difficult situation,
that's always a dangerous thing in a race like this, where if one of the top 2 in the market doesn't run, you've got an on-runner in there, small field. He could end up, being beaten 7 or 8 lengths. There
is Garma Ali, who has just been caught there. Khalid Al-Mamodi, one of the really talented riders out here in Saudi Arabia. It's unlikely that this horse will run. We'll let you know as soon as we know more information. But the main thing is he's been caught and he's none the worse. For the selections, I'm going to go for Anal, horse number 4. Rory, who do you like?
Daré Al Fahd for me. Not much to choose between them, but that's the one that I'm going to go for.
So let us know who you're with at home. But here in the studio, it's Anal for me and Daré Al Fahd for Rory as they begin the loading process, and we hand over to Mark Francis.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, looks as though Gar Al Mali is not with them, so we're down to a field of 5 here. I was going to say as well that she has proved to be a bit of a handful in the past. This is the 5th new jockey in her 7 starts, Carla Abamoni, but they won't go. It's Anal for me, Bawas Wanas. Again, as the guy said, put a line through last time out. She's got some very good form. Stand by. 5 runners. Set for 6 furlongs. As they get the 1 horse off the track. They're off and racing. Decent start from Anal in the centre, who surrenders the early lead to the 2 horses on the inside. The black and yellow of Nasima was the first to show, and up against the inside rail, Daré Al Fahd, as Anal is now pushing up to force the pace, and so too is Gloria Flashes. So it's Gloria Flashes with the black cap towards the outside of Daré Al Fahd. These are the first 2. Nasima is now relegated to 3rd. Anal is back to 4th with the white cap with the orange jacket. And just behind that one is Mustafid on the wide outside. They go down the side of the course and completed half their journey. First one to turn for home is Daré Al Fahd. Gloria Flashes now pushed along for the first time in 2nd place, and now still travelling comfortably in 3rd, just overtaking Nasima on the rail. And Mustafid is pushed along as they go inside the last 200, and Daré Al Fahd is kicking on. leads by about 4 lengths, and now needs to find another gear here. Now just moving into second along the outside of Gloria Flashes, and then comes Nasima, but deep inside the last furlong here, Daré Al-Fad is clear. Daré Al-Fad is clear on her rivals, or his rivals. It's a winner for Rory Delagi as Daré Al-Fad wins. Close for second. Looks as though Nasima has just held on, and now no good today. Back in third, but it's tight for the minor money. We will wrap up in just a moment. Daré Al-Fad, a winner for Rory, returned to meeting 57 with a decent effort and has built on that here for Ahmed Al-Tayyar in a time of 1:14.07. Got away smartly and got into a very decent rhythm, as you have to at Riyadh here, and has won posily in the end. Jockey's put his hands down. 6 1/4 lengths back to Nasima, who ran well in second, much more like it from her. Anal, the disappointment, back in third. The winning time 1:14.07. 6 1/4 lengths back to Nasima. Anal third. Gloria Flashes, after flashing some early speed, back in fourth. And Mostafi, the maiden, is now 0 from 10. The winner of race number 2 is Daré Al-Fad.
A win there for Ahmed Al-Tayyar aboard Daré Al-Fad, and Rory Delagi, congratulations to you, back amongst the winners, and it was impressive. The class came to the fore there.
Yeah, a much faster time than the first race, 1:14.07, which is a decent enough time. We're not breaking any records with that, but it's certainly a stronger race than the opener that we saw. And yeah, he was always in a very strong position, Daré Al-Fad, and kept on strongly when asked for his effort on the rail. Anal looked to travel well. I know you were reasonably confident in running there, but he didn't find anything off the bridle. And in fairness, even if he had, he was given plenty to do the way the race panned out. I think the winners managed to poach a lead, but he's got a touch of class. He maybe didn't carry his form through all of last season, but as you can see, he's got a bit of size and scope about him. He's only a 3-year-old, so you'd never want to judge juveniles too harshly for their form tailing off a little bit, especially when they might have been growing as well. Where they're sort of ready to go early on and they're not, they're fully formed, then when they lose the form, you think, well, that's it, they've just hit their ceiling, and that they're hard to place after that. But a horse like this, I think he's shown that he's got more to offer. He hit a bit of a flat spot, I'd imagine, because he was growing. Because as I said, he's not small. He's quite well put together, isn't he?
Yeah, Ahmed Al-Tayyar, a jockey you won't have heard much about, but I think he's nicked this race at the top of the straight. He seemed to steal about 2 or 3 lengths as they turned into him. You're just seeing it now in the slow motion shots, beautiful shots as per usual here at Riyadh. But just the way this horse is just going away and has nicked a few lengths, and you just see the different shape of the two jockeys. Look at the rider aboard Anal, far as one ass. He's not pushing too hard yet. I think he thinks he's got plenty underneath.
When we joined the picture, he seemed to be on the bridle, but once he starts pushing along, then he's not making any ground. And essentially what's happened here is that Ahmed Altair has set the pace that he wanted, and then he's quickened it up. He's given the horse a couple of reminders behind the saddle and said, right, let's open up on these. And he's done that, and that's caught 1 or 2 on the hop in behind. But you can't really say there's any hard luck stories because he hasn't stolen it as such. He's just lulled them into thinking they had a better chance than they had by going a little, maybe a stride slower than he needed to, and then picking the pace up. So he's hit the line hard here. It's a good performance. He's not necessarily going to be the easiest to place given he was rated 85 coming into this. He wouldn't need to be going up an awful lot for this performance, given there wasn't a great deal of depth to the race, and obviously with Gara Al Mali out of the race, I'd look to be rating the horse through the likes of Nasima here at a rating of 68. Now Nasima is better than that going back, but essentially Nasima is a low 70s horse.
Yeah, they jump away, and I think we can comfortably say Nasiba's run a cracker, and I think probably if he'd get punished by the handicapper for it, but has run an absolute belting race to finish second here. But as they start, Gloria Flashes had to come from wide, but tried to dictate like she did before, was unable to get the rail or get the lead, and that was her race really ran.
Yeah, the thing about her race last time, she was able to dominate slightly easier rivals. She got into a lovely rhythm, and she was able to win without ever having to go super hard. Here she's had to go hard in order to briefly get to the front on the outside, and her moment of glory didn't last particularly long. She's just essentially up against a horse who's at least a stone better than her, and she doesn't quite have the early pace of him. She's an honest enough type, Gloria Flashes. We've seen plenty of her, and she just got a golden opportunity last time out, and this was going to be harder. In fairness, you could have looked at this and said, well, maybe the best way of riding this race is just to look to pick up second or third place and pick up a little bit of prize money. But in fairness, the prize money for this is not huge, so it's not like it's not like one of those big open races.
7,200 for second.
So you might as well give it a proper go. But yeah, she shot her bolt fairly quickly, and you see the winner actually pulled pretty well clear.
He's lengthening.
Yeah.
I think there's quite a tasty performance there. I know this is our first week here in Riyadh, and we've seen plenty of good performance already from the guys that were here from the last 2 weeks. Tom and Becky were doing a magnificent job on that, and they saw a few nice horses. But I think we've seen one who has really come forward and shown back to that previous form that we saw at 2, which was so impressive. And you're right, he has grown, and clearly he's developing, and he looks like a fine stamp of a horse, and I imagine he will do better in the future. Where would you suggest he goes next time? Because technically he's still now that third win. Non-winners of 4 events are very few and far between here.
They are, and they tend to be difficult, and of course you're also getting punished for the number of races you've won those as well. So he's won a cup in the past. He's not going to be the easiest to place. Handicap's obviously next. Whether he's a horse who would like to race in a small field, again, this was a nice opportunity for him to dominate. And in handicaps or in non-winners of 4 races like that, or back in open company, not going to be easy, or back in back in cup company,
yes,
that's going to be an awful lot harder. So he might not be the easiest to place in the short term. It depends what the handicapper does. As I said, I'd be inclined not to rate the race through Anal if you're looking to rate the race through anything. I'd look to see really how far Mustafe's been beaten in the end, to get an indication. He's very moderate, but he is consistent. And bear in mind that he's rated 53. You wouldn't want to go overboard if he's like within 15 lengths of the winner.
He was clinging on to the coattails of those as well as they crossed the line.
It was for long. He might have dropped a little bit further back in the last 100 metres, but the first.
What do you do with Anal after that?
Well, that was disappointing from Anal.
But that's probably the postscript, really, isn't it? Nasima's run a good race, but Anal has not, especially since came to that race. She came into the position swinging, and then she wasn't quite able to pick up from there.
No, but in fairness, that's just one run for Anal. She had a tough ask in her final start in Taif. She'd run well in her 2 starts prior to that. She might just need to acclimatise to this track. Maybe the nature of this race didn't play to her strengths as much. She's also having her first run for a new yard. All those things, you can take them as potential, coming here a little bit fresh, new yard. Those can be positives, but to be honest, more often than not, they're minor negatives. So you certainly give Anal another chance. And she travelled well enough up to a point. It's just whether she wasn't race sharp, whether she found that the changing tempo didn't suit her. Certainly, you don't put a line through her just based on that one run. It certainly was disappointing, but there are enough positives going back to what she was doing last season to persevere with her.
Now, we know Rory's highlight is the key point of the after-show show. This has got to be on the shortlist for Rory's highlight early on.
Are you suggesting this is the only winner I'm going to have?
I wouldn't go that far, but maybe. Mark Francis can give us the runners and riders for our third contest, a local bred fillies maiden.
Thank you, Callum. Well done, Rory. Winner of race number 2, and hopefully more to come. We're stepping up a gear here now. No small fields. We're up to a field of 17 for our local bred fillies maiden. We're back amongst juvenile company. These are fillies and Saudi breds. Number 1 is Al Makasib for Eddie Castro. 2 is Gayat Al Nashad, who makes her racecourse debut for Ali Al Matib. 3 is a non-runner, so moving on to 4, Osula for North Al Farouz. 5 is Tildar for Abdullah Al Khamis. Wigberto Ramos rides Najmat Ale Badilia at the 6th. Harbat Al Maidan is the 7th for Naif Al Anazi, looking for a double. Alex Moreno rides Jahana, who has the cheek pieces on. That's number 8. And the caption completed there by number 9, Durat Al Manasa for Abdullah Al Orfi. Turning the page to 10, Gala Jawad for Abdulaziz Al Masa. Ayat Al Muhammadiya for Adel Al Faradi is the 11. Nasmat Al Masa for number 12. Number 13, Rahamat for Tariq Al Mansour. 14, Mi Farasa, Mohammed Saeed. That's certainly an interesting filly there. Way out in 14. Lam Al Aziz is the 15. Khalid Al Mimoni. 16, Camilo Ospina in those famous colours of the White Stable, having such a terrific season as the guys mentioned a little earlier on. That's number 16. 17, Karma is the second of 2 debutants. And the field of 17 are completed by number 18, Shabar, in the blinkers for Jose Rodriguez. So 17 fillies going to post over 7 furlongs. We're up a furlong here for race number 3. To say, I quite like the chances of Mi Farasa here, gents.
Yes, the field are coming into the parade ring here, and it's just a wide open contest. I thought for a local bred fillies maiden that can often be quite disappointing races to watch when it comes to quality and potential, I thought this race is full of quality and potential. There's certainly 3 or 4 of these who I have to give a massive chance to.
Well, I'm interested to hear which 3 or 4 you're going to put up then. I thought it was quite a difficult race, quite a lot of newcomers in here, and then it's not always easy to weigh up, especially when you're dealing with 2-year-olds at this stage of the season, because some of the big yards are sending out their better 2-year-olds come the end of the season. But I think with a lot of them, you get a lot of 2-year-olds who are just needing a run at this stage, and maybe more so in the UK than you have here. But you get a lot of horses. This isn't really ready to run yet, but we'd like to get it on a racetrack just because it'll learn from the experience.
Give the owner the day out.
Well, no, yeah, I mean, if you're being really cynical, you talk about that. I don't think that's really the case here, certainly with Saudi Arabian racing. But often with 2-year-olds, you get a few of them who are being targeted or winning a maiden first time out and then going on to better things, and a lot of them who just need the experience of being on a race course. As I said, because of the way the season works here, it's less of an issue in Saudi Arabia. When we're talking about turf in the UK, that's a big thing, trying to get a horse out before the turf season finishes in the UK, even if they're not quite ready for it.
Yes, we see that quite a lot of places like Newmarket. I thought towards the end of the season there were plenty of 2-year-olds running there that had no business being on the race car. Usula is one of the horses who we just see in short here. Hands of 1 run, quite disappointing. But we're going to get to horse number 6, Najmat Al Abdullah. I think this is the first one of my sort of real eye catches, Rory.
Yeah, her best ever came when 3rd over 1,200 metres in Taif in September, 2 starts ago. She was below form over the 1,400 metres last time out. So the question with her is whether it's worth persevering at this trip. She's quite lean. She finished well when placed over the 1,200, but didn't look like she stayed it thoroughly next time. So that's a bit of a question mark for her.
Harba Al Maidan's another one I'm putting on the short list.
Yeah, well, this one definitely does say she improved when 3rd over a mile at Taif. Meeting 47, actually meeting 54 type even, and this is her first start now for New Connections, so it'll be interesting to see. Same owner actually, but different trainer. This time Naif Al Anazi takes the ride. She's interesting. The stiff 7 furlongs here should suit her.
Now, Jannah is one who I was fascinated by on penultimate start last time out. Hugely disappointing.
Yeah, she was second to Mostawoba in a 7 furlong maiden 2 starts ago, and then was very disappointing behind Harbat Al Maidan last time out. But I think she's badly rated on 75. She's beaten 17 lengths by Mostawoba, and sometimes something's got to finish second in those races. Yeah. So the fact that she was a bit disappointing either side of it makes me wonder whether her rating of 75 is very stiff.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of the other horses who have got limited experience. Dirat Al Mansur has only got the 2 starts, and Gala Jawad has run plenty of time, but only rated 48. Ayat Al Muhammadiya, another one for the shortlist. This one rated 63 and has been largely consistent. Horse number 11.
Yes, Ayat Al Muhammadiya had Durat Al Manasa behind, 3 3/4 lengths behind when she finished 9 3/4 lengths fourth to Mostak Mela over 7 furlongs last time out. That was a decent race, I thought, and that puts her in the pitch. She's only got a rating of 63, but again, that's probably a very fair rating compared to the 75 that Johanna has.
Yes, I think this horse has every chance here. Nasmat Al-Masa, another one who's run largely consistently with a poor run back in meeting 31, but Ramat, rated 70. I was surprised by this horse's rating, horse number 13.
Yeah, second in a 5-runner maiden back in June and well held since.
And it was a poor maiden as well, that's the thing. It wasn't even a strong race.
Yeah, it wasn't a great contest. It was early season, and Rahman has not been able to back that up since. The rating of 70 looks pretty harsh. I'd give the one above that, Nasmat Al-Masa, a better chance on paper.
She looks quite weak behind as well. You can just see the way that tail's slightly sunken.
Yeah.
That, to me, the signal of a horse that's got plenty more growing to do, and I imagine she'll probably be better in time. Mifarasa, though, this is a fascinating runner. Ran a corker last time out.
Yeah, she's taken time to find her form, Mifarasa, but she improved to win 5th in the big auction event at Taif. Which was the fillies race was better than the colts race that
it certainly
day.
was.
A real mix of talent on show that day, but that was an improved effort, and she backed that up when 3rd over 6 furlongs here last time out, so she seems to be thriving at the right time.
Yeah, Lame Al-Aziz is horse number 15. The best effort was last time out, a 5th here, meeting 56, but probably out of her depth here. I'd say there are others who were preferred.
She was 5th last time out. In 3rd that day was Mifarasa, so Lame Al-Aziz does look held in that piece of form, and by her rating all told.
And considering Mifarasa had to come via the car park on that occasion, I thought it was a mighty run. Here's Motabasila. This is a horse we'll see some video form of, the first representative of the white stable we've seen today. Probably not their best runner. The 2nd place last time out, though, gives her every chance today.
It does, yeah. She was only 7th on debut at Taif, but came out in the first meeting of the season here and ran a good 2nd to Albashur over 6 furlongs. I would have thought, based on that run, she would have progressed again up at 1,400 metres, and I thought she was the likeliest winner on paper, given that we haven't seen the best of her yet.
The winner looked mighty smart as well. That was on debut Albashur too, wasn't he? So that certainly makes a little bit more sense. That horse really looking impressive, and this horse looking like a step up in trip would be ideal.
Yes, I'm just our vantage point here gives us a completely different view than we used to get from where we were in Taif. And Rahamat has come past us at 100 miles an hour. She's almost bolting to post. The rest of them coming past us now, looking a lot more sedate. But yeah, I wouldn't be too keen. I wouldn't be too keen to be riding Rahamat at the moment. She's really taken off on her way to post. Motabasila taking a tug there, but a pleasing tug on the way to post. I thought she looks very much ready to do herself justice.
Now, we do have to mention horse number 18, purely for our producer, and that is Shaba, who is going to be horse number 18, coming out of stall 18, has run twice. They've both been poor. Hard to give a chance here under Jose Rodriguez, who we saw in our opening contest.
Yeah, he'd be looking for a better ride than he got in the opening race, Jose Rodriguez, but Shaba does not look the horse to do it for him here. She's looked very ordinary in 2 starts to date at Taif. They came fairly close together. You'd like to think she would have done a little bit better in her 2nd start. She had a bit of ability.
She's almost stepped backward, hasn't she, in that regard?
She's looking for a low handicap mark for that sort of race after this, but she looks to be pretty ordinary.
Yeah, Gayat Al-Nassad, is horse number 2 on your race cards. That's the horse making debut. You can just see the jockey on board right now. Now, of all the debutants, that's for me the one that caught my eye the most, but I'm sorry, it was not enough to turn me away from the horses with experience here. I'm sticking with those that I know what they're about. Karma as well, horse number 17, making debut today.
We get I'll mention Karma in a second. We're just getting a lovely close-up of Motabasila here, which she looks absolutely magnificent there.
Doesn't she? Yeah.
Really good looker, gone to post nicely, and she's definitely going to be the pick.
And here she is in action.
In 3rd place as we take it up here in Motabasila, and she will stay on well to finish 2nd behind an impressive winner in Albashur, who's clearly looks to be a horse going places. But despite still looking as if she's in both in need of the experience, but more, I think, in need of more of a test. She can't live with the winner. She's not going with that at all, really, but she holds the rest off well, and she is going away from them at the line. I think she will really benefit from a step up to this 1,400 metres, and I think she's just unusually for one with this pedigree and from this stable. I think she's taken time just for the penny to drop.
She's just got a bit warm between her legs, though, so I just noticed that. She's just got a little bit warm in those conditions. It's not cold out there, though. It's still nice and toasty outside temperature. Lovely air-conditioned studio we're in, mind you. It's lovely.
Yeah, I remember here. Years and years ago hearing the great John Frankham said he'd never known of a horse sweat up between its hind legs who won a race. but thinking that was an amazing piece of information. But I've seen quite a lot of them do that. So on a cold day, it can be a very bad sign. But you also you don't look at it on its own. You look at it in terms of the behaviour of the horse as well. And when they're getting warm like that, it's usually a sign that they're nervy. They're not at the best as well.
Very warm,
she's now getting
yeah.
warm in her neck, but she's not. You know, if you look at her head carriage, look at her ears. I'm not massively concerned about that unless we end up having a delay to the race, because she's clearly wound up and ready to go. If we end up having some sort of delay, and we rarely do here, that becomes a concern.
She's got the jockey on board
She's
to
got
do
the
the
right
business
jockey
as
on
well,
board.
so it's going to be fine to the front.
I think she's just absolutely wound up, ready to go, rather than getting over the top, which, you know, and obviously as time goes on, you get a little bit more concerned about that. But again, just looking at her ears, looking at her head, her brain's in the right place.
Just a quick update for those watching from home. If you're on horse number 7, Harbat Al Maidan, and horse number 6, Najmat Al Abdullah, those horses are both getting checked over in the vet section, so we'll let you know whether they make an appearance or not. And as we slowly move on towards the start, as they begin the loading process, I am going to be going for Mifarasa, horse number 14, and I imagine you're sticking with Motabasilla, horse number 16, Rory?
Yeah, I'm still sticking with Motabasilla. I know you're trying to get me worried by the fact that she's getting warm at the start, but I think she'll be absolutely fine. And we didn't really touch on Karma, who you were keen to talk off before, but I think it's, you know, for a newcomer, that's not the easiest draw in stall 17. It doesn't matter if you're drawn wide here. We've seen that plenty in the first couple of weeks of the season. Wide draws are fine, but Motabasilla is my pick.
So Motabasilla, horse number 16 for Rory, and Mifarasa, horse number 14 for myself. Mark Francis, are you with us or are you against us?
With you again, Callum. Mifarasa for me, the 14. I think she showed up with plenty of speed on her last 3 outings. She's 0 from 8, so she's a little bit more exposed than perhaps a few others. Motabasilla in 16 was beaten 8 lengths last time from a good draw in 3. She was drawn 16 on debut when finishing 7th, but you should always fear the white stable, I guess, and their runners. As Callum highlighted, the first runner tonight. Just need to double check Karma as well. I think it's a colour change, number 17. It's pretty similar to the race card. She's advertised in green with red sleeves. I believe it's green with white sleeves, so not too dissimilar, but one for you to double check. As the runners are continuing to circle at the start. This is the 7 furlong start. We go up in trip all through the day. And this is a local bred fillies maiden. So someone's going to get their head in front. And Callum believe it to be Mifarasa. Rahamat goes in to sit alongside, or stand alongside, I should say, Nasma Al Masar. Here comes Jahana. Lovely silks these. Red chevrons on turquoise. Here's Lam Al Aziz, Khaled Al Mamoni. And there you can see Karma in the background. So green sleeves, but with white epaulets. So different to the race card. Keep an eye on that one from 17. Lam Al Aziz, Khaled Al Mamoni, who had trouble in our previous contest, of course. The horse bolting, subsequently being withdrawn. So we're halfway through loading. Biggest field of the night so far, 17 to the starting stalls. And we've got about 7 out the back. Next to come in is Osula, Harbat Al Maidan, who are just both out of shot at the moment, but brilliant to see this aerial view from the start. There's Mifarasa, white jacket, the black epaulets and diamond and hoop sleeves. Shabba is in there. Motabasilla, Camilo Ospina will be the last one to load as Gala Jawad goes into 10. We're waiting on one more for race number 3. Just taking her time, this 2-year-old out of Premium Tap. It's her 3rd start at the racecourse. She go one better than where she finished at meeting 55. She's holding the line up here. There's trouble for Jose Rodriguez in 18 aboard Shaba. Horses being backed out here. Shaba being taken out. Too sure what went wrong. I expect they'll check her over. Jockey seems to be okay. Motor Basilla. Being a little restless. Shaba's been taken away. I wonder if they'll go without here. So we're late scratch in our second race. Shaba is not with them. And they're off. Race number 3 is underway. A reminder, they go without Shaba, that 18. In the opening furlong then, up with the pace, Lam Al Aziz with the orange jacket is one of the first to show. So too is Motta Basilia from a wide post. And also up there is the purple cap of Harbat Al Maidan. So towards the inside, Harbat Al Maidan for Naif Al Anazi, looking for this double. Probably has the overall lead, being shared with Motta Basilia, who's deep in the course and has definitely taken over now. Just being checked for a position there was Tilda. Further out is Ayat Al Ahmadiyya, and also Jahana with the chevrons. Further out in the course is Lam Al Aziz after that good start, and just being pushed along in the middle of the picture is Najma Ale Badilia, turning down the side of the course. And it's Motta Basilia with a narrower advantage to Ayat Al Muhammadiyya in second. These two then pressing on 3 lengths clear of the third place horse currently, which is Durat Al Manasa. Jahana is now back to 4th position, being pushed along is Harba Al Maidan, and between that pair is Najmat Ale Badilia. But deep inside the last 2 furlongs and going for home here is Ayat Al Muhammadiyya, who's striding away with this. Motta Basilia seemingly has nothing more to give in second place, and then comes Durat Al Manasa, but this is going to be a wide margin success here for Ayat Al Muhammadiyya. Alder Al Faridi wins by an easy margin and puts the hands down. Ayat Al Muhammadiyya, a facile winner, surely double digits, back to the second, clear of Motta Basilia, close for third. We'll wrap up the places in just a moment or two, but no doubt about the winner, Ayat Al Muhammadiyya for Adel Al Faridi. Gaith Al Gaith gets the winner, drawn in 11, up with the pace and motored down the straight like the fast lane of a motorway. 1:27.65 the winning time for Ayat Al Muhammadiyya. Wins clear then of Motta Basilia, who I think got second. We're waiting for the places to come through, but they counted the lengths back, 12.5 lengths back to Motta Basilia. In second place, Camilo Ospina settling for second again aboard Motta Basilia. There'll be another day surely for her. Back-to-back runners-up positions for the 16. Nazmat Al Manasa was home in third, and then Najmat Ale Badilia. Ayat Al Muhammadiyya surely going to be one of the most impressive winners of the afternoon and evening here in Riyadh. 12.5 lengths clear of Motta Basilia, and then a further 3.25 back to Nazmat Al Manasa in third, Najmat Ale Badilia in fourth, and Durat Al Manasa in fifth. The one that showed promise as well, staying on late, was Asula, but was never going to threaten Ayat Al Muhammadiyya, the winner of race number 3.
Adele Al-Faradi beating Camille Ospina, reminding him, hey, I'm still here in this Jockey's Championship. I'm still here. He's absolutely bolted up on Ayat Al-Muhammadiyah, who has done the job nicely and broken her maiden after 5 starts. So 6 start and in the win.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she was one that you would have shortlisted in that race. You had her in your top 4 or 5, but this is a massive step forward in terms of form. But interesting to see how her times went. Her runs have been around the 1400 meter mark in her last 4 starts. 137.2, 136.04, 131.35 in Taif, and then a step up. Obviously, this track, you can't compare times between the two of them. It's a more galloping track, but it is quicker in terms of the times. 127.65 is a good time for this sort of grade, and she's won it by a wide margin from the right sort of horses. Again, the Motbasila in second, and Nasmat Al-Massa was another one that you would have put in your shortlist there. So she's beaten the pair of them absolutely pointless. The runner-up's clear of the rest, and it wasn't like there wasn't any form in this race. There was no absolute standout in form terms, no nascent superstar. But yeah, Ayat Al-Muhammadiyah seems to have taken a big step forward. Perhaps this track really suits.
Yes.
Maybe she's just been a slightly slow learner. It's a slightly odd one because she'd been running pretty consistently. She'd been gradually improving, but this does look like a bit sort of a step up in form terms of at least a stone. But that's possibly for the fact that she's a little bit older now, later in the season, and this track seems to have suited very well. She certainly travelled very well from the start. You see her moving through the middle there to get into a challenging position, with Camilo Ospina having gone forward on Motobasila into the lead, and immediately Adele Al-Faradi says, right, well, I want to be in second then. If you're going to go to the front, Camilo, I want to be handy. And those two looked like they were going to take a big hand. You see Johanna back in 4th place at this stage, the grey, but being nudged along to hold her pitch, and she can't go on in the finish. The front two really dominate from this point, but as you say, at this stage, Camilo is pushing along to hold his position on the inside, and Adele Al-Faradi is swinging along and just goes to the front as they come to the bend here. And from this point onwards, he's just going to go further and further clear on this Taprit filly, who certainly looks the part here. As I said, it's not easy putting your finger on the level of form, but you just got to believe the time here, which is very competitive compared to some of the times we've seen already this season over this trip for established horses. So it's not like she's suddenly turned into a Grade 1 winner, but she certainly has come forward in form terms and looks more the finished article than she did. Clearly she was learning all the time last season, but this is a performance that you weren't really expecting looking at this race. It looked open with, I think you'd have said we were in for quite a tight finish based on what we'd seen of them, and if something was going to blow it apart, maybe it was the lightly raced runner-up. But it's Ayat Al-Muhammadiyah who's done that, and there's no hint of a fluke about it. She's travelled very, very well. Whenever her rider wanted to move her forward in the early stages to make sure that the runner-up didn't get an easy time in front, she did so without over-racing. She travelled very sweetly, and he's given her an absolute armchair, or she's given him an armchair ride through the race, and this is a likeable performance.
Yeah, there's a very good win there for our winner, Ayat Al-Muhammadiyah, who has done well under Adele Al-Faradi. A couple of stories in behind. The debutants, who were Gerd Al-Nassad and Karma, both fell out the gate and ran no sorts of races. Al-Maksib as well, if you're on that one, hoping for an improved performance after meeting 56. You didn't get that. That was well run out of things early. Harbat Al-Maidan with an unlucky story, got caught up in the early straight. Naif Al-Anazi broke quite well, but you could just see Motobasila came.
And there was plenty of form in this race to suggest that the placed horses are running to marks of not far short of 70.
I was about to say.
Yeah. So she's clearly to win by 12.5 lengths. She's got to have moved her rating up markedly from 63 to something like 83 on the back of that. So it'll be interesting to see if the handicapper takes that sort of view afterwards. But it's difficult to disagree with it. She's not had a ridiculously easy run of things. She's just been tractable, gone to the right place, challenged the right horses. We ended up having the second and third, probably the next best in the race, with the possible exception of Mifarasta. But I was the same, pre-race, Nasmat Al-Massa had been running pretty well, placed twice in her career so far from discredited, went 5th over a mile here in her last start. And Her jockey just lost his irons after the finish there as well, but I don't think it happened in the race. I think just as he pulls her up, that's what happens.
Yeah, a good performance from our winner, and I think a rating of 83 would be a huge, huge jump. I imagine they might get a sneaky other win into her and offer
well, you
rating
just
of
go.
maybe the mid-70s.
I think you look. Well, yeah, if you can get her out early and
Yeah.
go handicap, as you said, when they close early, then you've got a chance of taking advantage of your new mark not quite kicking in. But obviously, non-winners of 2 would be an obvious race for her after this.
Yeah, non-winner of the 2 could be the future for her. She's a quite leggy filly, so maybe she handled the bends a little bit better here at it's a more galloping track, Riyadh, rather than the tightness of Taif.
Yeah, I mean, I might go back and have a look at it. She seemed to do herself justice pretty much in time, but I might go back and look at 1 or 2 of the replays and see if she's maybe compromised a little bit by that tighter track, because she's tall enough, isn't she?
Oh, she
and
is,
they're quite leggy, so this track might just have made all the difference to her, but she seems to find that improvement from somewhere. And it's not like it's not a complete bolt from the blue. As I said,
no.
she was interesting enough on paper, but we didn't expect that kind of big step forward. But she's done it, and she's done it well. So there's no second guessing that.
As we say, people lie, the clocks don't. So we can certainly see plenty more excitement. And this next race is probably one of the highlights of the card. It's an Arabian maiden. It's for 3-year-olds, so horses that clearly haven't won a race before. But we've got a couple of horses here who have red-hot form in a red-hot listed race. And Mark Francis will take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, looking forward to both your thoughts ahead of race number 4. It's over 7 furlongs, and it's the first of 2 Arabian contests on the card. Ahead by number 1, the grey filly Katuf Al-Maj for North Al-Madiani. 2, Saif Al-Libra for Mohammed Al-Daham. Tariq Al-Mansour rides Gara, one of 10 debutants in this race, so too the 1 and the 4 on this caption. Bayadir Mutad for Iyad Al-Tarizi is the 4. Barzan Al-Raylay is the 5. Hazal is the 6. Adam Al-Faradi looking for that quick-fire double. Hamam is the 7 for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. And Camilo Ospina looking to go one better than our previous contest. Al-Najim Al-Manir, the 8. Sahi Pari is the 9. Over the page, 10, Taj Siyala. He is the rider of Rakan Al Abaid. 11 is Al Masar. 12 is Good Al Dahab. 13, Bint Alam. 14, Zaylat Al Ansari. Abdullah Al Sayedi rides this one. And Osama Al Sharani rides the 15, Helal Al Dahab. 16, Rayaf Al Kayer for Abdullah Al Hussein. 17, Al Gad Al Kaladir, Abdullah Al Lawfi. 18, Raya Al-Katayeb. 19 is a non-runner. 20, Alanud for Beer. So 21 gets in. Door for Naif Al-Anazi. Inherit barrier number 19. A full field of 20 then to go for our Arabian horses. Maiden, chaps, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for taking us through the runners and riders for this cracking little contest. A little bit of housekeeping beforehand. There is a brilliant new Twitter page called Jcsa Stewards. Very easy to find. It gives you updated on the minute stewards updates from the racecourse, and we've got some updates for you in this contest. We've got 3 overweight riders. So the rider on horse number 1 is half a kilo overweight. The rider on horse number 2 is half a kilo overweight, and the rider on number 21, Naif Al-Anazi, puts up a kilo overweight. I imagine being on a reserve, not expected to get in, suddenly gets in, has to put overweight.
Yes, he was booked for it though. But yeah, 50, it seems, the average size of riders here is slightly different to maybe what we're used to for those who are following racing in the States or the UK for a long time, where basically it was undernourished children who became jockeys. So that 58 kilos, no problem, 60 kilos, those are the weights that horses carry in most of the races, but those who get in the allowance are to carry 56.
Look at horse number 16 had a crop mane. That's the first time I've seen a crop mane on a racehorse. This is fantastic. Rayaf Al-Khair has got the same haircut as a lot of cobs that you see in the UK and Ireland. So that's wonderful to see. So Rayaf Al-Khair, keep an eye out for that one. It's certainly been to the barbers and had a...
Perhaps Moonlight is a polo pony.
Yes, exactly.
Because obviously polo ponies all have hog manes.
Yeah.
Because it's... gets in the way otherwise.
Absolutely, so you can see perfectly well. But yeah, interesting. I've never seen that on a racecourse before, so that was wonderful.
Well, you look suitably excited.
I got very excited there. I'm glad there were no shots in there. I got far too excited and I saw that whole main coming into shot. But yes, let's talk about a couple of these. I think the 2 we need to talk about are Al-Najim Al-Munir and Angad Al-Kaladir, who both came 2nd and 4th it was in Riyadh in the lifted King Faisal Cup.
Yeah, there wasn't an awful lot between them that day. Al Najm Al Munir has been placed in all 4 of his starts to date, and he was a length second to Nadim Al Muluk Al Khalidia in the King Faisal Cup. We'll see the footage of that shortly. He stayed on really well from out the back, came with a big run up the rail and got within a length of the winner. And Angad Al Khalidia also stayed on late that day, but was 2 lengths behind Al Najm Al Munir. Held on that form, the same weights today, but obviously you don't want to be dogmatic about pounds and ounces at times like that. That was the pair of them have got similar sort of profiles. There's 3 pounds between them, but are rated 106 and 103 in a maiden race.
Yeah.
That's pretty exciting for a race of this nature. They should dominate. There are a lot of newcomers in here that we don't know an awful lot about, and 1 or 2 of them might be okay, but Arabian newcomers, I think that as a rule, they're going to be more in need of the experience than the thoroughbreds you'll see in 2-year-old and 3-year-old maidens. So I would have thought it'd be a massive surprise if there's a 110 rated horse hiding in here somewhere. So the 2 who are rated in triple figures really should dominate the contest, although neither of them are speed horses.
No, well,
and that's the interesting thing.
That's the other thing. I'm talking about Hazal, the horse we're looking at right now. Another horse that isn't a speed animal. He showed no early pace when running on really well behind After Jawad last time out over course of distance, and that was a career best effort, but I think it'll find this tougher. Here's a lovely looking animal, horse number 7, Haman, 5th last time out, meeting 55.
Yeah, over 10 lengths behind Hazal that day, went 5th, but that was his debut. Hazal had the benefit of 4 previous runs, so may have learned plenty from that, but obviously will need to if he's even going to hit the frame here.
Showed better speed as well than Hazal. Hazal was walking in that race, and here is Al Najm Al Munir. This is one certainly to watch out for.
Yeah, he looks really well. There's a real glow to his coat here, and that's a bit of an issue with some of them today. Some of them looking a little bit woolly at this time of the year, but Al Najm Al Munir looks in really, really good order. He's got the best form in the race, obviously, with that 2-length verdict over behind Nadim Al Muluk Al Khalidia in the King Faisal Cup. And he just holds Angad Al Khalidia on that form.
Here's the one of the debutants, Jcsa, looked a bit chunky. One looks a lot more racy. Is Al Massa, horse number 11, rated 60. Hasn't shown much, but was second back in meeting 1.
Second in meeting 1. That was a promising enough start to his career. That was a Taif, obviously, meeting 1. Hasn't gone on from it since, and it's easy enough to omit from calculations in a race that looks fairly warm. Not much size to Al Massa, is there?
The next 5 we're all going to see are all debutants, so we'll let you know what we think.
So there's 6 grey fillies making their debut in this race. Luckily, they're not all Al Khalidia fillies as well.
Mark Francis is rocking in a corner in his room right now, having Phoebe's go to post. And the seahorse number 14, Zainat Al Ansari, another grey filly, heading down with a blue noseband on, and this with a yellow noseband is Halal Al Dahab, horse number 15. Certainly one of the nicer looking debutants, and just getting a little bit worked up before going out to the post there, just losing the stable lad's cap, but we're all back together.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's anything in it, but I find the greys in the Arabian races tend to be more appealing from an aesthetic point of view, and of course we've seen a lot of high-class greys in this arena as well. But then we've been to see them work at 2 in the morning as well, and they're not always so keen to show what they can do at that time of the day.
Here is Angad Al Khalidia, probably the other top-rated horse in this field.
Yeah, rated 103 on the basis of that effort in the King Faisal Cup last time out, and again, Angad Al Khalidia looks ready to go here. Didn't get to see an awful lot of him, sadly, but yeah, he's obviously a big danger.
Raya Al Khatab, horse number 18, plenty of experience on this one.
Yeah, 6 runs, has shown an ability, been in the money several times in her career to date, but facing tougher opposition here. Reading a 65 suggests that she's going to struggle to break her maiden in this race.
Yeah, the popular runner Alan Nude. If you're a supporter of Alan Nude, you'll be watching this race from behind the sofa, because you know this horse either runs a good race or an absolute stinker.
Yeah, in fairness, more good races than bad ones from Alan Nude, to be perfectly honest. He's possibly the most experienced. He's had 11 runs. He's been in the frame on 4 of his last 5. Some of those have been small fields races, it has to be said. But he's got minor place claims at his best, and I'd have thought a stall 20 is probably not a bad place for a horse like him to come from either. Her, again, I should say, Alan Nude. She is a 3-year-old filly. I think that's fine for her, and she's got enough experience for it not to be a massive issue being hung out wide.
We just see Dor coming out with Nath Al-Anazi. Remember, 1 kilo overweight for Nath here. That horse will be jumping out stall 19 as he replaces the non-runner horse number 19.
Yeah, coming back from a bit of an absence. Has had 2 runs this season at Taif, but ran ran worse the second time, and that's never a great sign. Then off from meeting 13th, so maybe picked up a little bit of a knock in that race to be off since, but not much in Dawes form to make you want to support her.
Al Najim, Al Manir, and Angad Al Khalidi, you just see they look a bit different class to everything else, don't they? Just the way they sort of walking around the parade ring, I thought they really held themselves in quite nice fashion, and they just look a little bit classier than some of these, and I'd find it impossible to take either of them on.
Yeah, well, you've got to take one of them on at some stage. Yeah, they do stand out a little bit. There's one or two of the debutants look well enough to think that they might be above average. Bayadir Muatad looks. If you told me that she was useful, I couldn't swear that you were wrong. That's about as far as I can go with looking at the paddock in races like this. She looked okay. But yeah, you're right. There's a couple here who've got the form in the book, and they've also got the looks to go with it. We get a nice slow-mo shot of Al Najm Al Munir now going to post, and you see he looks in the peak of condition, doesn't he? He's going to be my pick in the race. Here's his danger again going to post, and we're going to see those in action now in the Prince Faisal Cup. You'll see that in different colours, Al Najm Al Munir is diving towards the rail here with a white face and coming with what ends up being quite a strong late run. Looks like he's going to struggle to get close at this stage, but he keeps coming strongly to get within a length of the winner at the line. Whereas Angad Al Khalidi is, I don't think it is the one actually pointed out, I think it's actually on the outside in the blue cap, comes and grabs third on the line, finishing strongly.
No, it's that one.
Sorry, it's the other way.
That one. It's the other way around.
Yeah, it is the one on the outside that grabs third, but he
just drops off from
he was
third
fourth, yes, indeed.
Yeah. Interesting thing about that was Rakud Al Ansari, the horse we saw in the green cap, the bay animal with the yellow noseband. One of the real star performers of the Arabian scene since then, further boosting how good that race was and how much the others have to find against these two.
Yeah, there was a range of abilities on show in the King Faisal Cup. There were one or two, old rogues towards the back of the field there, but it was a 500,000 Real contest and extremely competitive as a result. So the form looks very, very, very solid. And for two of those horses who look well worth their place in listed company to be dropping back into a maiden like this, you'd like to think they're going to come a fair way clear.
Yes, and good morning to Ed Rarfield, who's getting in contact with us from New York. He's the social media man for James Jerkins Racing. They've got a couple of interesting horses coming up. I know they've got quite a nice debutant coming up later in the card.
We've got Badr Al Diriyah coming up, so let's see if we can get the lowdown on a couple of the runners.
Because Ed always likes to jump onto the chat, but he never gives us any clues, does he?
So let's put the pressure on Ed a little bit. Regimental Gent is also an interesting one running later on because he won in the UK. He's shown virtually nothing in Saudi Arabia, but interesting that connections are persevering with him. He's having his first run for Jimmy Jerkins later on. Now, I'd love to hear a reason why he's going to find his old form, because what he's shown in Saudi Arabia so far has been disappointing. But I think his new trainer might just find the key to him.
Oh, watch Ed now suddenly give us no information and never talk to us again. So hopefully, Ed, you can give us something on a couple of those Jimmy Jerkins runners later on in the card. But as they begin the loading process, let's go through your selections. Who do you like in this one?
I like Al Najm Al Munir to uphold form with Angad Al Khalidi.
I'm going to do exactly the same as you. I'm Al Najm Al Munir as well. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, about 3 left to come forward for our Arabian Horses maiden. There are 1 or 2 without colours in the race card. Hello Al Dahab has a white jacket with a black cap and star. Good Al Dahab is a black jacket with a couple of yellow lines on it. And there's a colour change. Sahi Paris is more in maroon than white, and the red and white advertised on the race card. Stand by. Plenty runners, and they're off and racing. Well, the one that was very, very slowly away was Barzan Al Rayleigh, and probably trails the main body of the field by about 6 lengths. The one that got away sharply is Bayadir Mutat in the pale blue jacket, the grey filly. One of 7 greys in this lineup, and also up with the pace is Al Marsa. These are the first 2. Between that pair then, we have the blue cap of Zainab Al Ansari towards the running rail. Further out in the course then, we have the black jacket of Good Al Dahab. Has got 2 or 3 around, including Hello Al Dahab, and the Al Khalidi runner, Angad Al Khalidi, also bang out there. Just behind the pace then we have Door, and back towards the inside running rail we have Sahi Paris. So up with the pace down the side of the course then, it's the red jacket with the black cross belts, Al Najm Al Munir, who's virtually come from nowhere now, to now sit front rank, leads by about half a length. Up the pace there in second position is Al Marsa. Making ground down the wide outside now is the 12 good Al Dahab. Also up there with the pace is Alanud. Alanud now laying down the pressure to Al Najim Al Manir. These are the first two deep inside the last 200. Far side red jacket, Al Najim Al Manir. Near side blue jacket of Alanud. They've kicked on then from the white cap of Hazal, but deep inside the last furlong it's Al Najim Al Manir, clear by about 3 lengths now, and Alanud has nothing more to give. Deep inside the last 50, ridden up towards the line, Al Najim Al Manir wins. Second position was Alanud, very close for third, involving Angad Al Khaladir and Hazal. Most of the runners still crossing the line, but miles behind Al Najim Al Manir, a winner for Camilo Ospina. First win now on start number 5. And as we saw, or as we have seen rather, in many Arabian races, that there can be 2 or 3 races going on. And there were 2 or 3 up with the pace. Al Najim Al Manir, be interested to see the first 2 furlongs back in this race to see where on earth he came from, because all of a sudden he was up with the pace down the side of the course and cleared away up the straight. Second position for Alanud. Third, it's very close. Very, very tight indeed between Hazal and 1 or 2 others. But no doubt about the winner. Al Najim Al Manir is the winner for Camilo Ospina.
Camilo Ospina, well done Camilo, good race.
Thank you very much, Salman. No, thank you very much to Mohammed. Thank you to our connection, the Brunes. It's nice horse, I saw the race, he finished second in the big race on Taif. And today, thanks God, she brought very good and she put in good position, comfortable. And when I asked him in the last 400 meters, he responded very good. And thanks God, he won. Thank you.
Better, and he has done a really good, impressive job on Al Najim Al Manir, both of us teaming up for a winning selection. That very rarely happens. When we often get together, we often get it wrong. So it's good to see us getting it right for once.
Let's turn over a new leaf now we're here in Riyadh, because Tom Collins has set the bar high, and we've all got to respond to that challenge. So the idea of, well, if you've gone for that, I'll go for something else. That has to go out the window, I'm afraid.
Yes, absolutely. It was an interesting race when I think the draw really played into Al-Najim Al-Munir's favour because he was able to get towards the rail quite quickly. Meanwhile, Angad Al-Khalidi had to come from stall 17, seemed to have to pass 1 million horses to get into position.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd like to see a replay and see. I'm not sure how easy he was to position in the race, Angad Al-Khalidi. You'd like to think wide draws are no bar to success here. And I think he might have proved quite a hard ride in the race. And we'll see that from an early stage. Again, it'll be interesting to see exactly how Al-Najim Al-Munir goes from somewhere in the pack to in pole position. You know, I looked back in the field to see where 1 or 2 were. I looked back and there he was on the rail in front.
He was a little bit behind the bridle as well. He seemed to not be the easiest to travel with, but once he got his nose to the front,
Yes.
that bright pink nose, he seemed to get there and quite enjoy it when he got to the front and really took on the bit. As you can see at this point here,
Yeah.
he's taken on the bit and looks quite comfortable.
He did. I mean, in fairness, about half a furlong before that, he just looked like he was going to hang off the bend a
Yeah.
little bit. He looked a little bit awkward. And again, you've got that loose noseband, which can't be a massive help to them. We've seen that 1 or 2 times in the past. You know, the noseband is beneficial to keep their head down, but if it's bouncing around on their nose, I can't think it does the job that it's meant to do. But yeah, once he straightens up, he's very, very comfortable and he's always going away. But of course, you've got to say that in terms of the form that he's shown here, the fact that we know a lot about Alan Nude, who's a 78 horse, and that one's actually, I wouldn't say he's got the winner off the bridle, but he's got close enough and travelled well off the home bend to suggest that the winner here has not had to repeat the form of his second in the King Faisal Cup last time out. He's still a little bit, you know, he's a bit stargazy still, isn't he? He was, even in that contest, he does give a flash of the tail, but a flash of the tail in Arabian races, isn't it? You know, if you had to make that note about all the horses who did it, you'd run out of ink very quickly. So you don't crab him too much for that. And I do want to know, you tend to think that Angad Al-Khalidi was a little bit unlucky, but with a rating of 103 in a maiden race, you shouldn't be finding that kind of bad luck. So I want to see the race again to see exactly what he does in the early stages and how he gets himself in trouble.
I like the way he went away at the line. I thought there was a little bit of pressure from Al-Anud. He came under pressure, shook off Al-Anud quite easily, and then powered away towards the line.
Yeah,
I was quite impressed with the way he finished the race, rather than what was happening on the turn.
Yes, we're seeing the replay now, and there are a few slow starts. Obviously, one of the newcomers there, I think that was Gara, who was slowly away. We had a very slow start from Barzan Al-Rayla, who should know better after 6 starts.
Rayat Al-Khair as well, another one that struggled to come out too.
Yeah, Bayadir Mu'taz, nearest to us, showed early speed, but then faded pretty quickly out of the scenario. And even now, you've got Al-Najim Al-Munir moving forward into about 3rd place, and he just, as 1 or 2 of them show cheap speed and drop away, he just sort of nips up there and gets a good place.
Angad Al-Khalidi, look where Angad Al-Khalidi is. He's about 10th position now, posted quite wide.
He is posted. I think he's
had a reminder there too.
I think he's hanging wide as well. I think if you look at the replay, you'll see that he wants to hang away to the centre of the track rather than there's no room for him to go up the inside. So he didn't seem particularly happy here. And
Al-Anud came round to the outside, which suggests, as you mentioned correctly, the draw is no barrier to success here.
No, so you can't really blame the wide trip because of how well Al-Anud has run. But yeah, he's running sideways more than forwards at times in the early stages and just proving a hard ride. You see, again, he's wider in the straight than he needs to be, and he's actually moving wider in the straight. Angad Al-Khalidi. So that's a slightly disappointing performance. He does run on well in the end, but of course, given that he's got that listed form in the book, it's no surprise he's able to pass some of these ordinary horses in the last couple of furlongs of the race. But yeah, he didn't help his rider early on. And the fact that he's got a wide trip is more about the fact that he wanted to sort of hang right at certain stages of the race. So he needs to cut that out if he's going to go forward. But again, he's still going to find a maiden race fairly easily, and hopefully, his trainer and jockey can teach him a little bit there to be more tractable. But disappointing reappearance on the face of it, but a good run from our winner, Al-Najim Al-Munir, who's presented with a pretty easy opportunity with his old rival misfiring, but has done it nicely. Again, he's just run off a straight line late in the day under pressure.
He's
just ducking away from the whip.
Yeah,
but as you said, once he straightened out on the bend, he was professional and put the race to bed. And it's only when he gets a reminder he sort of runs away from the whip a little bit in the closing stages. And now Camino's doing exactly the right thing, just showing him the whip in the other hand to keep him going to the line, because he knows that if he gives him a reminder, he's liable to whichever hand he uses the whip, and the horse is going to duck away to the other side. But he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, they're just coming down the straight here. And I think Alan Oud is going to get a bit of a rise up in the ratings. Came here rated 78, still available to run in maiden races. I think when I was saying watching those races from behind the sofa, I think you can now start watching these races sat comfortably on the sofa because I think Alan Oud is going to win a race in time.
Well, we shall see. We shall see. Let's move on to the next race.
Yes, the next race is race 5 on your race cards. It's over the mile. It's a maiden contest. And Mark Francis will take us through the runners and riders.
Yeah, another big field for this one, gents. 20 going to post. We're up to the mile now for race number 5. It's a local bred maiden for Colts and Geldings, 2-year-olds, headed by number 1, Kamar Asood for Ali Al Memoni, 0 from 1 so far. The same that can be said for number 2, Lucas for Tariq Al Mansour. The first of 4 debutants, Sanhan is the 3 for Mohammed Al Daham. 4. Sure, we'll be capturing all the headlines. Fi Raja Kair, after that second back at meeting 56, is back here tonight. Camilo Ospina looking for a quick fire double. 5 is Afdal Jawab in the blinkers for Noef Al Madiani. 6 Ibn Mefleh for Fahed Al Faredi. And Marashid for Abdulaziz Al Yesh. The bottom one on that graphic, 8 Norween Rayan Outer Ash. Number 9 is the consistent macho boy for Abdallah Al Hussein. The 10 is Hakimi for Adel Al Faredi. Seyran Mishail for Norwath Al Farouz is the 11. 12 is Karibo Abdulaziz Al Massa. 13 Yam Ajar for Naif Al Anazi. 14 and 15 are both non-runners, so straight onto 16, Bala Al-Sham for Sultan Al-Mamoni. 17 is The Deer. 18 is Wafi Along for Khaled Al-Mamoni. 19 is Palant for Alex Moreno. 20 is Rom Saud for Fawas Wanas. And the 2 reserves that get in, Til Al-Fad goes into full team for Iyad Al-Tarizi. And Mutahadi, the 22, goes into stall number 15. So again, another very busy heat coming up here for race number 5, local time at 5 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Mark, for taking us through the runners and riders for race number 5. And yes, you're right, thank goodness we've got 3 reserves because a lot of them are getting a good chance to have a run here. And I think this is all about the Fi Raja Care for me here. Horse number 4 looks really good coming second behind a nice type last time out. That was debut. I can't really see past him really, as we just see horse number 19 there getting a little bit worked up in the parade ring.
Palance, who's a bit of a nightmare. We've seen him before.
I apologise. It's actually horse number 18. I'm giving Palance a bad name there. It's horse number 18 that's getting a bit worked up in the parade ring. That's Wafi Along, who should be better than that. Plenty of experience on that one.
Yeah, you wouldn't fancy Wafi Along to win this, but has finished on midfield in his races to date, and will find better opportunities in low-grade handicaps with a mark of not to 55. A mark of 55. Palance we've seen twice, which I might as well mention him now that you've got him out of the box. Yeah, he's well enough bred, but he hasn't shown much other than temperament in 2 starts to date.
Yeah, there are plenty of others that we should give a mention to, but Fi Raja Care, what's your opinion on that one?
I thought Badr Al-Dureya was an interesting newcomer in this race, and I had it sort of boiled down to the 2 of them. But with Badr Al-Dureya now a non-runner, then it's going to be very, very hard to see Fi Raja Care beaten. And we've got the benefit in our new studio of being able to see them in the flesh behind us rather than just off a screen, and he did take the eye, didn't he?
He's just coming behind us now, the way he's walking around. He eats the ground when he walks. He's certainly, if Shamila was here, he would be the paddock eye catcher for sure.
I think that's a certainty, really.
Yeah.
He's taller than most of these, but he's very well proportioned, and he does have a lovely stride around the parade ring, so he stands out. And we already know that he stands out on form in a race where there isn't an awful lot of form on offer, so he's going to be exceptionally hard to beat here.
One of the debutants here is number 7, Rased. Not catching my eye at all, looks very small and quite weak, so certainly I'd be looking away from that horse. And like you said, the opposition is just wonderful. We can see them right up close, and you can put a line through a couple of them. Could you say they're just not ready to run?
Yeah, and Rashid doesn't take the eye on paper. Not a particularly impressive pedigree, and from a yard that doesn't get debutant winners as a rule. So the line went through him. Norween I thought was interesting enough on paper with a good jockey, Rayan Altwersh, booked for him, but half the size of the favourite essentially. So
doesn't help stood in behind him.
I said needs a paddock check. The paddock check didn't reveal an awful lot positive about Norween at this stage.
Cameo just jogging into the parade ring there, hoping for a quick fire double. Macho boy, Abdullah Al Hussein, rated 74, has had plenty of opportunities and hasn't run badly in the Mesa.
Yeah, he's got chances if he adapts to the different track here. He's got a number of pretty solid efforts to his name at the back end of the Taif season. Was kept busy in the closing weeks of Taif. So whether that has an effect on him now as he switches to Riyadh, I don't know, but certainly fitness won't be an issue for him. He's running to his mark of 74 as well, so he looks like the yardstick horse in this contest.
Yeah, that fifth place effort came in the opening Jcsa award contest for 2-year-olds, so certainly a hot enough race. We just see his rider now just heading out to post. So Abdullah Al Hussein will be hoping. In fact, it's Abdulaziz Al Hussein, isn't it? I should get that right. Abdulaziz Al Hussein, who rides Macho Boy, is certainly one to watch. We're just seeing Kamal Assoud in shot here, not catching my eye in the paddock. Looks like he's carrying a bit too much condition for my liking, concerning considering he's already had a run in meeting 58.
Yeah, but that was very recently. Obviously, that was last week. So he's making his second appearance just a week on from his debut, and clearly needs a few runs to get up to speed.
Lucas will hope to step forward from his last start.
Soundly beaten on his only start, finishing 15th at the tail end of the season in time, and hard to fancy on that evidence.
This is Sanan, horse number 3, making debut today. Not a bad looking animal, quite tall and leggy, but it's a bit flighty there.
Yeah, just a little bit jumpy. He makes some appeal on pedigree being a first defence colt. I thought he needed a second look here. Just a little bit on his mettle there, and that's a bit of a worry for him first time up.
Raja Kher just getting legged up, certainly an eye catcher in the paddock, and just a little bit jig jockey now the jockey's on board, but I know you don't mind that.
I don't mind that. You know, the thing, if they look they want to rear up when the jockey gets on board, I'm getting slightly concerned. If they go, right boys, we're ready to race, then I think that's a pretty good sign. You don't want them in that kind of state for too long. You know, as I said, if a horse gets G'd up when the jockey gets on board, and then you have a big delay until the race starts, that can be a bit of an issue. And my late father always told me to avoid favourites when there's a big delay, because they tend to be the ones who are really up for it immediately, and then the longer you go before the race starts, the more they kind of...
Oh, look at Montebasilla. Only a couple of races ago, just got too worked up, stepping up a trip. It was always going to be a negative. Horse number 6 is Ibn Mefleh, who has run once this season, meeting 38. That was an 11th place finish. Comes here off a break.
Yeah, looked in need of experience there. Probably will need the run again. But a difficult horse to make any conclusions about based on that one run.
And that was, Murat said, less said about that horse on the parade ring, the better. Norween here, this is the one that didn't quite pass your paddock inspection, but a lot better than the last debutant we just saw.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and seems to have reacted well to Ryan Althrush getting on. It doesn't look a bad type, but you know, when you saw it right next to the Riyadh Kher, there was no doubt who you were going to pick of the two of them.
Yeah, Macho Boy looks good too, and there's Hakimi in behind, horse number 10. That was made his debut in a valuable auction race. Had to come from gate 18 on that occasion.
And Hakimi's an interesting one, because he was beaten a fair, beaten 13 1/4 lengths when 6 to Baruch Al Fuz in that auction race. But to be making your debut in a race of that nature
from stall 18, a
pretty tough start. Now there were some ropey runners in that race. You know, it was a real mix of talent, and I think the fillies race is better than the colts race. But still, Hakimi showed enough on that occasion to think you have to take him seriously. You begin to judge him on what he does from now. But as you said, he looks okay here, and he's one for the shortlist.
Yeah, so it's interesting. We're going to have a look at a couple more of these in the field. I think just Til Al Fahad is maybe rated 64, horse number 21. Ran a career best effort here last time out. It was over 1,400 metres. Stayed on well that day. Had traffic problems. I mean, I'm trying to find something to hold in opposition to what's likely the favourite Riyadh Kher for me.
Well, he sneaks in here till Alpha with the late-ish non-runners. And as you said, it was a career best here last time out. That was last week. But he had experience. He'd won several times at Taif in the summer. He was certainly stepping up on what he'd done at Taif. This track seems to suit him pretty well. He needs to show he can build on that, because my worry with his form at Taif was he ran pretty well in his debut at Taif, and then his form went a little bit backwards from that. So he might just be the type to go well given something new or fairly fresh, and then not necessarily go on from it. But he looks on reasonably good terms as he goes to the post. But
now, we said Palance was behaving himself in the paddock, and I wrongly got him confused with Rafiel Long. Well, they swapped now, because Rafiel Long looked much better behaved with the jockey on board, and Palance fairly tanked down to the start.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see the usual from Palance, where this race is going to be run before we even get to the gate.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect that there might be a bit of ability with Palance. He hasn't shown it in terms of the end product, because what he's shown is just this really headstrong tendency, and he's caused trouble twice now. So I was slightly surprised when he wasn't the one causing trouble there, but he's put the record straight now at least.
And there is Wafi along, who's just going down like a show pony in a nice gentle hat canter under Khalid Al-Mimoni, one of the
Well, obviously,
good riders down here. He's certainly been calmed down since the jockey.
He is. Being ponied to the start certainly helps in that regard, whereas most of these horses having to go down on their own. Because of the trouble he showed earlier on, he's getting the benefit of the pony to the start. That can be a bad thing, you know. It obviously doesn't happen to many horses through the card, but I think if you're able to get the pony, that's a positive.
Is Jcsa going down to post, just looking absolutely magnificent, and we're going to have a look at the form of this horse as well, because it wasn't a bad run finishing in second here. Set the race alight, led early, looked to run the steam out of everything, and was just beaten by a more experienced rival.
Yeah, but what was really likeable here was he did set it up for the winner, and the winner looks good full hand. He goes on to win by a good margin. But what I really liked about this performance was that Jcsa was able to maintain that gap over the others. Although he was beaten a fair way here, he's beaten the others by slightly further than he's been beaten, despite being eased close home. So I think it was 6 and 6.5 lengths. Either or. But yeah, he was much better than the others. And of course, he was also, I wouldn't say racing upside down, but he was putting a lot into the middle part of that race, and that meant that he was vulnerable.
He was
to finish.
there to the taking for something to get it.
Yeah, exactly. If the winner wasn't in there, he'd have been able to been rated a little more kindly through the race and would have seen it out even better than that. But he wasn't really stopping on the line. I know by definition on dirt, they're always going slower in that final furlong than they are in the penultimate furlong. But he wasn't stopping quickly there, which you might have expected given how much he put into the early stage of the race. So I think in what looks an easier contest, he should be able to get an easier time in front, and he should be able to do this without having to go to his limit either. So he'd be a fairly confident striker.
Plenty of positives. I've not got a crystal ball, but Camille Ospina coming out of gate 4, jumps well, gets the rail, takes the lead. Hard to catch.
It does look that way. Yeah, we've seen that he can race handily. We know that, again, we keep making the point, but I suppose if you're watching this for the first time, Camilo is an absolute master at getting them to the front
in the last race,
without having to gun them to do that. And that's the thing, you know, we see a lot of jockeys sort of pushing along and trying to take a good position. Camilo's able to relax his mounts and just sort of leans that forward a little bit over the withers, gets them moving forward, and it's great to see because he's always saving energy for the finish when he does that. And you know, at the end of the day, that enables you to win more races than you would normally.
So the horses in the middle getting their tack adjusted are horse number 19, horse number 21, horse number 6, horse number 8, and horse number 20. Those are your horses getting their tack adjusted. Everyone else is fine. Horse number 1, Kamar Assoud, is in the veterinary section, but we'll let you know if there are any changes to that. And we can also see Palance is going into the veterinary section too. That's horse number 19, and horse number 1 getting checked. I imagine they're just having a look and saying, hey, behave yourself. Now, selections, I imagine you and me are going to go together again. Jcsa, am I right?
You are absolutely spot on.
So that's right, myself and Rory are going for Jcsa. Mark Francis, are you with us or are you against us?
I'm with you guys, but not with a overall deal with confidence, more because I can't really find much to beat it. Quillo Ospina, of course, is a man you want to be on the right side of. There you can see Naif Al-Anazi, who rides Yam Ajar. But yeah, Jcsa drawn in 4 today, I thought set the standard. Of course, there are a handful of these with ratings, but that was a decent effort. And I quite like that horse that won, as we saw in the VT, Fulham. I'm pretty sure I called that home a couple of weeks ago, and bigger and better things await that one. But Kamar Assoud is just being checked over, as you guys mentioned, as is Palance. Bit of a head case, but hopefully lines up here as we take in some wonderful shots of the Riyadh background. Forward to the turf racing, of course, over the winter. And it shall return, I'm not sure. Hopefully not too far away, as the runners are now loading at the mile start. Norween goes into 8. Reminder that 14 and 15 are non-runners here, so reserves 21 and 22, Till Afad and Mutahadi will be lining up next to each other in stalls 14 and 15. There's the check sash of Afdal Jawab, Nawef Ahmadiani into 5. Got about 5 at the back. Next to come in is Ibn Mayflay. Jcsa still waiting. Palance will be next. Then Rom Sold. Shying away is Sanhan. We might have a loose one here. Yamajar, possibly. Has got out the stalls. You can see a smiling jockey. Naif Alanazi. Just thinking, too early. So Yamajar has got out the stalls here. Not really too sure how. So there might be a further delay here. Just to make sure, I guess, if the stalls are all operational. So there's so many runners. You can see that there isn't the greatest gap for Yamajar to get the other side of the stalls. So we're 20 wide across the track here. We'll just pause the loading process for a moment or two. There's still 4 out the back. And about to be joined by Yamajar, who will be checked over. Jcsa is waiting, so too is Sanhan. And horses 19 and 20, Palance and Rom Sword. Saud, if you want to add the correct term. Waiting patiently, Afdal Joab, who, by my accounts, is the only gelding in this race. Afdal Joab, rather, who has the headgear on and has been gelded. So there are 1 or 2 that enjoy playing up here. Sanhan will be next. First start for this one. Mohammed Al-Daham. Hamar Asood is out of line by the looks of things. Missing from stall number 1. Fi Reja Kayer will be next. So I wonder if they're going to go without the one runner here. It's as though Yamajar is safely reloaded. Stall 1 is empty. They're off. Racing away then. They've gone without Kamar Asood. From the mile start then, through the centre, the white headgear of Afdal Jawab is one of the first to show. Towards the inside, the green cap of Fi Reja Kayer was smartly away, this time from an inside berth, just being tracked through there by Sanhan. Further out on the course then, the behaving Palance is up with the pace, and so too there is Muta Hardy. Between that pair is the beige jacket of Macho Boy. So as they settle down after the first couple of furlongs of their journey, Fi Reja Kayer towards the inside of Macho Boy and further out to Hakimi in the checks. This is a line of 3. Just in behind these then, Afdal Jawab in the check colours has a red jacket to the inside of Mirage Shed. Just behind these then, Sanhan towards the running rail, further out to the red cap, blue jacket of Haribo, being pushed along towards the wide outside is Wafi along, but many of the runners here are some way behind the leader. This runaway leader, which is Fi Reja Kayer, is 4 lengths of the good then on Macho Boy in second, and if anything, the distance is growing greater around the turn. Back in third place then, we have Til Afad, not really too much making ground from the back of the screen. Sanhan has seemingly run his race, and so too has Rom Sayoud, but deep inside the last furlong, this is a 1-horse race. Fi Reja Kayer is surely going to be a maiden for no longer. Second on first start is going to absolutely bolt in here. Camilo Ospina rides the double aboard Fi Reja Kayer. Wins in sensational style. Close for the minors, but this was a 1-horse race. Fi Reja Kayer broke well from stall number 4 and didn't really have much trouble in running again. Some of the runners are still crossing the line. Fi Reja Kayer for the white stable. Camilo Ospina was pushed up in the early stages to grab a prominent position and has won in a time of 1:42.43. Easily, it must be said, breaks the maiden tag. Just how good is Fulham, who absolutely stuffed this horse back at meeting 56. Fi Reja Kayer in a decent rhythm and strode out towards the line in the style of a very good horse. 10.5 lengths back to Macho Boy, who's run another consistent race in second place. Very close for third. Perhaps Hakimi on that evidence on the outside of Sanhan. And then came Palance. So Hakimi got third over Sanhan and Palance, but they were all absolutely miles behind Fi Reja Kayer. What a performance.
Oh, good. Camilo Ospina with me now, over the moon. 2 winners today already. You had 10 winners last week. Very impressive. This horse is very good.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, nice to see you again. You know, we miss you here and Shamil also. No, thanks, guy. You know, I ride very good horses. Thanks, guy. You know, I had a very good support. Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, and the trainers and the people in Janadria give me support, giving good horse. And thankful with these people. You know. And thanks God, I ride very good horses, and they making. I can do everything very easy, you know.
How much has Fi Rajacare improved since his last run?
No, yeah, this horse in the first race he finished second, behind the good horse, you know. And thanks God today he has more experience, is more strong the horse today. Thanks God he brought very good, and I went in front comfortable, you know. When I asked him. Thanks God, he responded very good and he won easy, thanks God.
Macho Boy came on your outside. Were you ever concerned that he might pass you?
Yes, also, yeah, of course, because I know this horse is the tough horse in the race. But thanks God, my horse is coming full, you know, he's coming very relaxed. And I know, I asked him a little bit in the 800 meter and he's coming a little bit. And thanks God, he responded very good.
Well, congratulations, well done, and best of luck with the rest of today.
Thank you, yes. We continue.
Right, we see a replay of the race now. We went without Kamara Sood, who was withdrawn before the start. He was due to come out of stall 1, and that's probably helped Fi Rajacare, who will see 3 from the inside in the noseband in the famous white colours. He's eased across to the rail without meeting too much trouble there. Sanhan did go forward, but that one checked back when Fi Rajacare went to the rail. So even at this stage, Camilo Ospina is pretty much in control. You see immediately his main dangers in the race. Macho Boy, 1 on his outside in the black sleeves, and 2 to the outside, Hakimi. They go up, and Macho Boy briefly takes the lead at this stage, but Camilo really just looking to rate his horse and keep him nice and settled in front. When he gets headed, as he said in that interview with Callum, he just asked at the 800-metre mark for the horse to go on a little bit and put distance between himself and the second. He's done that easily. Macho Boy being asked now for maximum effort, but he's now a length and a half down and hard off the bridle. Hakimi's run well for a fair way, but he's now beaten in third at this stage. The rest of the field well beaten off. Now Camilo asks his mount to go on and win his race and stretch clear of his field, and he does that pretty easily. One reminder behind the saddle, and he switches his whip and just asks the horse to keep going forward. The second and third go well enough to hold those places to the line, but they're being closed down by 1 or 2 from the back of the field at that stage. But this is a nice performance from Fi Rajacare, who just goes further and further clear in the last 200 metres, keeping dead straight as well. We've seen a few horses in the closing stages just get a little bit tired and they wander left or right, but he's kept gun barrel straight all the way up the straight. This is a very likeable performance, and a horse who showed plenty behind full hand last time out. You wonder how good the winner of that race might be to have beaten this horse as comfortably as he did last time out. But Fi Rajacare beat the rest by 6+ lengths that day, and he's beaten them by further today, thereby 10.5 lengths he's won today, and that's a very impressive performance in a time of 1:42.43. He's a horse going places, but again, he makes us think how good full hand might be, Callum. because that's a horse who beat this horse easily last time out and looks destined for better things as well.
Yeah, we said it at the top of the show. Full Hand needs a form boost because he absolutely pumped Fi Rajacare last time out, and he's got a form boost and a half, hasn't he? Because I don't think Fi Rajacare is a bad horse. He's one of the white stable animals that we never saw at Taif, because you can clearly see he's a big, strong boy and probably needs a lot of time to get going. But he's had a quick turnaround and he's done the business. My only concern was that quick turnaround, and he's certainly put those concerns to bed.
Yeah, sometimes that is a little bit of a worry, but we sometimes see the horses in these colours win their maidens without having to come off the bridle, do it very easily, and then are stepped up in class fairly quickly, and that sometimes can be a little bit too much too soon, because what you want to be doing on your debut is learning a little bit, and sometimes for horses of this quality, they can win their maidens too easily without seeing another rival. He had a proper race first time out, and he was asked to do what he could, and he rather set it up for Full Hand in the end, to be perfectly honest.
Yes.
I think he's probably closer to Full Hand than the margin he was beaten last time out, but he was asked to go and do it and show what he could do in that race last time out. He stepped forward from it, and he's faced the challenge here from two above average horses in Macho Boy and Hakimi. I know Hakimi was beaten 13 lengths and more on his debut, but that came in a strong contest, that big auction race at Taif, where he was drawn very wide. So he showed that he had above average ability that day, and he's merely backed up that by running so well today. But the pair of them, when the taps were turned on from the home turn, they could not live with Fi Rajacare, and he's clearly a horse destined to run in open races. Maybe a cup down the line.
Maybe a cup down the line, indeed. Where would you send him next? Because clearly we've seen a lot of these white stable runners be very impressive winners in maiden company. They then go into open company or into limited wins company, and they blow up because they're taken on by much different animals. Where would you see this horse going next? Non-winners of two, or maybe into an open race? He's clearly enjoys his racing.
He's good, and what we've seen on today's card is that at this stage of the season, some of the open races aren't particularly competitive. You'll actually get harder races than handicaps when they're full. So we started the day off with two open races, both of them at small fields. You didn't need to be any better than a good maiden winner to be competitive in them. So yeah, if you can step up to open company at this sort of stage and have that easy step up, then fair enough. Handicaps are always very difficult because you're going to get a high mark for winning a race like this. And when if you go into not a 90 handicap, you're meeting lots of very good horses. There are no prisoners taken in those races, so you can't afford to miss a beat at the start.
And he'd be taken on for the lead heavily in that.
That's the other thing about the big positive with this stable and their stable jockey is when you want him to dominate a race from the start, he's able to do it. That really is what Camilo does. He's very, very good at getting horses to go forward. But as a result, they maximise their chances in moderate races. When you go into stronger races where you're not going to be able to lead high-class front runners, the horses then having to learn something new. And the question is, how much do you learn from your second start if you're meeting much stronger opposition? Because you can't come out into all your races and just dominate from the front. So that's what they have to learn second time out. That's what the white stable runners often have to face. That it's been too easy for them on debut. And second time out is a real learning experience. The best ones might get beaten second time out, but then they will learn from that and go on to do better. For some of them, it's tough.
Yes, so as we see our Fi Rajacare winning our fifth contest, we move swiftly on to race 6. And Mark Francis can take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, mile the trip again for race number 6, already halfway through the card. It's absolutely flying by. Number 1, Woodman, Selman Al-Rashid. 2 is a non-runner. So on to 3, Al-Safti for Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. Alex Moreno, familiar colours aboard the 4, taking names. The 5 is Freshwater Cliffs for Turkey Alofi. I think it's Turkey's first ride of the night. Ghost Inmost, I'm really looking forward to seeing this one in the paddock, actually. The last twice, he has been the paddock standout for me anyway. Not that I know too much. The 7, Al Najim Al Karase for Camilo Ospina, looking for the hat-trick aboard the 7. And the 8 is Al Nayashin for Iyad Al Tarizi. The bottom one on that caption is Delights and Surprises, looking for a surprise under 3rd Al Timyat. Jana Al Dayar for Sultan Al Mamoni is the 10, and Frank Stella is the 11 for Abdullah Alofi. 12, King's Guard wears apparently the blinkers and the hood. That'll be interesting. Mohammed Al Daham, the 12. 13 is Claret. I feel like I've called this horse home more than times are actually called by partner. Mohammed Al-Ajimi is the 13. 14 is Sayoud. 15 Anar Osama Al-Sharani. 16 Moasan is a maiden, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Ardel for Mohammed Saeed is the 17. And over the page, the 18, Lord Paramount, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 19, Regimental Gent, wears the visor for Noor Al-Madiani. 20 is Mustardam, the blinkers on, Abdulaziz Al-Massa. And Hilal Najad, not on that caption, does get a run, inherits barrier number 2, thanks to the withdrawal of No It's Time. So we don't require horses 22 or 23. A full field again of 20 runners for our 6th contest and non-winners of 2.
Thank you very much, Mark, for clearing up all of those issues regarding who's taking part and who is not. No It's Time is not running, but it's good to see one of our reserves sneaking in at the bottom. And here is Woodman, horse number 1. One of those we've certainly got to give a chance to. He's shaped really well recently, but he quite often flatters to deceive, I feel.
He does. It's over 3 years since his one win in a 6 furlong maiden here. Beaten 8 3/4 lengths, went 5th in a lot of 75 last time out. He's more than capable of getting involved, but he's usually one for the places rather than winning.
Here's one I absolutely love, Taking Names, horse number 4. We've just missed it, but he was a really impressive winner in Dubai at the beginning of his career, had the world at his feet and never quite found anything from there, but his best performances have been over this trip. He's been confined to sprint, and I think he's going to use his speed to take advantage here, so he's certainly going to be my selection, and his Ghost and Most, a real paddock selection for Mark Francis.
Yeah, didn't stay 2,400 metres in the in a cup race last time out, but ran well up to a point before fading, and was a 1.25 mile maiden winner in the 2nd start. I like Ghost and Most.
Yeah, Camille Ospina will be looking for the treble on Al-Najim Al-Kayesh, who is the horse just in shot there, number 7.
Yeah, not one of the stable's stars, having only won 1 from his 16 starts, but also a rating of 81. A good second to Mayhama in a 1 mile open in Thai from meeting 19. Bit disappointing since, but he is the form pick of finding the best of his form here.
I thought he ran an absolute stinker last time.
He was
the
disappointing,
0 to 85, and he never went a yard.
No, but this is, a different track now. He may well bounce back, but yeah, you have to be slightly concerned about his overall form and the fact that he doesn't always put it in, does he?
Frank Stella, horse number 11, I thought he ran a mighty race last time out. Not one that you'd look at straight away on the form figures, but if you watch the racing, he certainly caught the eye last time.
He is. I think Frank Stella is interesting. He was a winner on the flat in France for Jean-Claude Rouget and just took a long time to acclimatise. He ran his best race here, went 5th in a Horse and Distance Open 2 weeks ago. His form last season, and indeed, on his first start in Thai at the end of the season, awful. But he bounced back to something like what he can do last time out, and he's got the back class to go close here.
Saoud is a lovely looking animal there, horse number 14. Keep an eye on that one. That's one of the real paddock eye catchers. Anna, not so much. So what do you make of Saoud there, horse number 14?
2,100 metre turf run. I think Saoud needs further and probably needs going back to turf, but actually hasn't had much turf racing, despite the fact that his only wins come on turf. Was 3rd in the Hands and Heels race in September over 7 furlongs. A bit below that next time out, but probably needs a longer trip, I thought.
Yeah, Moha Sand, another one who doesn't look too bad in the parade ring, looks built for the dirt, that high back end and powerful hindquarters. Certainly horse to keep an eye on. We move on to 17, Adele, and then we'll get to number 18, Lord Paramount, who's certainly, for me, been a massive disappointment since he's come to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he was a winner at Wolverhampton for Roger Varian, but to be honest, he only won 1 minor race in his time with
He disappointed
Roger.
quite a lot in the UK, didn't he, at short prices?
He's often fancied and didn't really always put it in, but his form here has been very disappointing. You just hope that at some stage he's going to click and he's going to acclimatise, but it didn't happen in Thai. Maybe he'll find Riyadh more to his liking.
Regimental Gent, I know you like this one, and we've got Doc Shirl in the chat as per usual, and Ed Rarfield. He told us we had to go to the source for the information. We couldn't get anything from Ed, so hopefully, Doc, if you want to give us any information, we'll take it.
Yeah, well, he's another one who showed form in the UK. He was with Harry Eustace. He won a 7 furlong novice at Chelmsford, but hasn't shown anything here. But he hasn't run for his current stable. Jimmy Jurgens has taken over. He didn't run him in the Thai season. He's been off for quite a while, Regimental Gent. It's interesting that they're persevering with him, because on the form he's shown here, awful, but he must be better than that. We know he's better than that from what we saw in the UK.
Yeah, so you're thinking that they've just kept the lids on him, and hopefully this is when he's going to really put his best foot forward?
Well, yeah, I think if he doesn't run well tonight, then they might as well, call it quits, or send him back to the UK or do something.
Yeah.
It just hasn't worked out for him here.
Well, there'll be plenty of other trainers who will try it with him. Now that's the thing, isn't it? At this stage, you've got a horse who's clearly got ability, as you can see through this. They're persevering with it.
Yeah,
if it's tearing up the morning, some trainer will say, "Oh, I've got to have a go with this."
I suppose so,
Yeah.
but I think the chances are, because it hasn't clicked for him here so far, because Jimmy didn't want to run him at tie for whatever reason, I think he's going to have him ready to run now. You've got to find the key to the horse. And I think he will. We haven't got any inside information regarding him. But I would have thought, right, this is it. We're going to try to do what we can to get this horse to click. And if he's going to click, it'll be first time up.
And what would you consider clicking? Just a top 5 finish?
No. I think
a big run. Is it all based on?
He's got to go very, very close. If he finishes 6th or 7th here, I don't see him improving much from it.
Right.
So it's now or never with him.
Right. So if you were a supporter of, if you were looking for a horse to support who you think is going to run a big race first amount, Regimental Gent would be the angle you're going to go.
Yeah, but it's a very high risk angle.
Absolutely.
We said it's all or nothing, as I said, with him, and so far it's been nothing. But the fact that the Jimmy Jerkins hasn't said, "What's this horse doing in my barn? Get him out," suggests that he's taking him on as a challenge, and he doesn't need horses who are going to perform to the level that Regimental Gent has, and I would fancy him to show something more tonight.
Yes, as would I. I would fancy him to do a little bit more on debut for the new yard here. Do you know the taking name selection? I just, when you fall in love with a horse and they become a clip horse, and he has done that for me. But if you just look at his back form, all his poor runs have been over sprint trips. They clearly think he's a sprinter, but they tried him over a mile once. He finished 5th. His best career effort. And then they didn't stick back to the mile. And
I thought that 5th wasn't a particularly good run, and he hasn't just been tried at sprint trips. He tried him beyond the mile as well.
He fell in a hole over that mile, but it was just that early speed that he's got.
I've written down that he was quite an impressive winner early on in 2021. He won in Dubai.
He was throwing in group races after that.
Oh no, he's got the pedigree for it. He's a rare son of Harrogate running here, and you'd like to think he turned into something decent, but it hasn't worked so far. But as you said, he's still young enough to get back on track. But I just think the wheels have come off a little bit with taking names. But again, he's still got a higher rating than the majority of these in this field. It's it's a non-winners of 2. So given what he did, this is the easiest task he could really have.
Great to see Shirley in the YouTube chat, and she's made some very good points. She said, "Let's go to the red stable," but she says Jimmy loves a challenge. So well, I think this is a proper challenge.
I can guarantee you that Regimental Gent is a challenge, but that's what drew me to him. I thought I can see Jimmy Jerkins looking at this horse, looking at his UK form, looking at his form here, and seeing what can we do.
Yeah, no, so certainly. So it'll be good to see how this horse gets on for sure, and hopefully we'll get to see Shirley as well, because Shirley is Jimmy's wife, and hopefully she'll be coming to Riyadh, and we'll hopefully be able to see her over here, and we'll get to have a proper catch up rather in real life rather than on just YouTube.
I think a Jerkins evening would be very educational.
Yeah, I think it would.
Yeah.
I think it'll be good to sit down and have a chat and just see what his plans are and why he's taking specific horses on and what say he gets in the jockeys. Because remember, there's a jockey's manager that dictates, stable manager, that dictates who rides what. So I think that's a clear indication and very different to what happens in the UK.
It is clearly, but I heard an interview with Jimmy at the last meeting or 2 weeks ago, where he's saying massive thanks to the team that I have here and the people for the jobs that they're doing. It makes his job a lot easier, and obviously he's got this cultural barrier to deal with. He's got the language barrier to deal with. So having people who can take the slack in those areas is a massive help to him, and things are clearly going really well in the barn at the moment.
And it's not easy when we talk about the language barrier. Look at Pat Cosgrave. He came here and he mentioned in one of the few interviews he got with him that was one of his struggles, was the early mornings in the language barrier. And I think that it's clear to see that it doesn't suit everyone, and it's certainly not an easy picking.
Sometimes just saying shukran is not enough.
Sometimes saying shukran is enough. But I think it gets me by quite a bit. It gets me some props in the supermarket, I tell you. But as they head down to the start here and they're circling around, I am going to stick with taking names. I imagine Ghost in Most will be something that you're keen on, and I know Mike Francis in the chair will be keen on that one.
Yeah, I'm going to go for Ghost in Most. I looked at that run last time and I thought it was a much better run than it looks on paper. It was a well-beaten 9th, but he was held up that day to see if he would get the trip, the son of Ghost Slapper, and he's moved into the race going reasonably well, but clearly hit a bit of a wall. in the last 400 metres, and the drop back to this trip will well, obviously he's dropping by markedly in trip to 1600 metres. I think that'll be fine for him. He stays the 10 furlongs, but I think a mile will be absolutely fine for Ghost Inmost, who I think the form book says he didn't improve last time out. I think that's all about the trip. I think in terms of his professionalism, how he went about it, I think he did take a step forward, and we'll see that belatedly tonight.
Are you slightly concerned about the race that he won being over such an extreme distance compared to what he's running over today?
No, it's not that much of a difference. It was
around 2,400 metres.
No, it was 2,000 metres the race that he won, and then
okay.
he ran over 2,400 metres last time out and didn't stay. Now, if he'd stayed the 2,400 last time out, then I'd be concerned about cutting back to 1,600. But given that he was clearly a non-stayer, I'd say his trip is between a mile and 10 furlongs, and therefore dropping back to a mile. It's a minor concern given that he won over slightly further. But the fact that he does have that stamina limitation at a mile and a half makes you more hopeful about this trip.
And the track was suited with this long run in, and certainly he's going to be a horse that's not going to be showing early speed, but he's going to be cutting through this field for a long way out, and certainly could be bang up there. If there's a pace collapse, he's going to be the one to profit.
Yeah, and I hope he doesn't need a pace collapse. I think he'll travel well enough, but he as you said, he'll be coming from off the pace. But I don't think they'll be taking him off his feet. I think he learned enough racing last time out that he'll be sort of coming forward in terms of how he travels. And that was a strong race last time. It was a stronger race than this. But this should suit him. Yeah, there's a slight concern about whether a mile might be just on the short side. But if it is only just.
As they're beginning to complete the loading process, I'm going for horse number 4, Taking Names. Rory is going for horse number 6, Mark Francis. Who are you with?
Yeah, Ghost Inmost for me, Roberto Ramos. Rory sort of made all the points already. 9th in Cup company last time out. Drop-in trip, I think still very unexposed. This is only his 4th start. He is a 4-year-old. But I do like his chances here off a rating of 68. I think that does underestimate him a little bit. We shall see. Frank Stella. It's very rare you see a Frankel. That's out here in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Frankel's stud fee now being upped. Been a talking point in the UK in the last couple of weeks. So we've got 3 left to come forward, or 4 left to come forward, including Taking Names, Callum Selection, Ghost Inmost, mine and Rory's. And in the background there you can see Saoud go in. So final pair to come forward then, over the mile. Here comes Taking Names. Set for a start. See a dog in the background crossing the track behind the stalls. I think he's taking part. They're off. Racing away then over the mile for race number 6. Pretty decent line. Looks as though Jana Al-Diyar is one of the first to show with the first colours of the white stable. Al-Najim Al-Qasey also bang up there with the pace. Tacking across from stall number 19, spot the red headgear, red jacket, a Regimental Gent for Jimmy Jerkins, who has the overall lead. So Regimental Gent then has a wall of challengers just in behind the powerful travelling Saoud along the outside of Jana Al-Diyar. These are the first 3. Just in behind the pace, then the black jacket of Ghost Inmost is pretty prominent. So too is Freshwater Cliffs towards the inside, and then the very pale silks of Kingsguard around the outside. Taking Names is probably no better than 7th at the moment, as 1 or 2 for company, including Clarence. The back marker right out the back of the screen then seems to be Adael and Lord Paramount, and they are hopelessly outpaced. One that isn't outpaced is Regimental Gent down the side of the course. They've gone through half their journey, and already Norweth Al-Mediani is glancing in behind. Probably has the best part of 7 lengths in hand here, maybe more. Easy ride so far for Norweth Al-Mediani. Can see the winning line with 400 to go. Regimental Gent in front. Pursuers involved. Ghost Inmost towards the outside then of Jana Al-Diyar, who's given a retreat, staying on from up the inside. Then is Taking Names. Taking Names surely going to be the challenger to Regimental Gent, who keeps on finding deep inside the last half furlong. Regimental Gent in front. Taking Names is not quickly enough. Regimental Gent then, a winner for Jimmy Jerkins. Norweth Al-Mediani wins aboard Regimental Gent. Taking Names just got going a little bit too late for Alex Moreno, but has stayed on to finish 2nd. Regimental Gent then, formerly trained in the UK, Well, we heard the bullet points from the chaps. Clearly, Connections and the trainer spotted something to keep going with this horse, and keep going they did. Regimental Gent got across from stall 19 to win in a time of 1:41.49. White Roads, no hindrance, as we keep reporting here in Riyadh. Taking name second. The winning distance, 1 3/4 lengths. Sayoud has run pretty well back in third place, travelled ever so powerfully. And it's very close for fourth, isn't it? It looks as though Clarence has just got up on the inside, or on the outside rather, of Ghost in Most. Al Najim Al Qase back in sixth. Regimental Gent, the winner of race number 6.
Jimmy Jerkins, we spoke to Shirley earlier on today and she said you loved the challenge, and the challenge you love because this horse showed nothing before coming to win today.
Yeah, well, he's fresh. He hasn't been out in a long time, but he's just trying to work getting over his nerves. He was awful nervous. I mean, the whole around the starting gate and everything. He just as soon as he saw it in his vision, he would go to pieces. So ever since Taif, actually he was good. We had him ready to run in Taif, but he wouldn't draw in, because of his record and everything like that, and he kept getting excluded. So finally he got in this time, and we were lucky because sometimes horses like that, they're doing good, then they go back the other way, when it's been so long. It trained so hard for so long. He's had a million works before this, so he was fit. But and he, when we worked on his behavior in the paddock. We took him up here a couple of times, and the gate, and he finally, that. It's not. I'm sure he won't forget it. Sometimes they get back like that, but at least this time, I felt confident. He had a very, very good gate work last week, really well, and he showed a lot, and surprised us a little bit, and he scored good in the paddock, and he was good in the gate, and I thought if he behaved himself good enough, he would give a good account of himself today, and he did.
He came out the stalls really well, jumped really quickly, but you mentioned earlier he had that fear. When did he get over that, and how did you know he was ready to go and roll?
Well, it took time. The first time we took him in the gate in Taif, he was terrible. I mean, we could barely get him near it, and it just took a lot of patience, and we just had to keep doing it. He finally got confidence. He finally got more confidence, and he wasn't as worried, and started getting. You could tell because they start putting on the flesh. He looked like a picture, and he's twice the size he was 4 months ago, and that's always a good sign when they fill out, and it means they're getting something out of their training, and they're getting something good out of their feed, instead of worrying all the weight off. So yeah, I just hope this isn't a one-shot deal. I hope he can bounce back in the next race and do good. But I think he's gotten this far. I think he's only 4 and he's lightly raced. I think he's sound. He's good and sound, and I think he might have a little bit of a future from here. Who knows?
And your string is flying along at the moment. You ended Taif really well, and you seem to have started here in Riyadh perfectly well as well. What's gone into that, and why are they running so well right now?
I don't know. It's just we made sure we didn't over-race them in Taif. I think maybe the horse yesterday, the one that's running tomorrow, Third Kingdom, I think he's the only one we ran 4 times. But everyone else has run 3 or less, and we were doing on purpose. Even though we left Taif a little early, and we had some good spots for the horses to run in, but we for about good 4 or 5 of them. But we opted to say, the heck with it. They'll be that much fresher for Riyadh. So it's been going good. It's just, thank God. I hope we can keep it going.
And talk about Third Kingdom tomorrow. Do they have a chance? They're running so well right now.
He seems to be doing good. I'm a little leery about cutting back a little bit in distance, but he's got enough speed. He's a horse that always went to the lead, going the 1600. So you would think, and he's in his last few races he's been effective coming a little bit off the pace. So he should be sitting in a nice spot. And I just hope he has enough punch to run by them tough sprinters.
Well, hopefully he does. You kept your cards close to your chest and didn't run at the end of Taif, but it's paying off today. Congratulations, well done.
Thanks again, appreciate it.
Well, excellent interview there from Jimmy Jurgens, and we see the replay of the race again. The horse in stall 1 blows the start. Taking Names, Callum wasn't particularly happy about the start that Taking Names got there. He was looking to get across and lead on the rail, and has ended up having to sit in behind them, and was pretty tight for room in the early stage. You'll see Al Najim Al Qasa being taken backwards in the white colours there. But already we heard about that gate speed that he'd been showing Regimental Gent in training, and he got himself across and to the rail, travelling strongly at this point. You worry with a horse normally after this sort of layoff that he might be too fresh and too keen. But again, as we heard from that interview with Jimmy Jurgens, he'd been ready to go for quite a while, been balloted out of races in Taif, where there are plenty of spots to be taken, and often these races are oversubscribed. He's built up a 4 or 5 lengths lead at this stage. He's going strongly in front, but the others are happy to sit off him, I guess, hoping that he's going to crack late in the day, given that absence that he's had. But he rolls along and keeps rolling in front. At this stage, the others are beginning to work hard. We see Ghost Inmost has moved into a dispute of second place in the black colours, but he's being pushed and shoved along to get there. And on the rail, Taking Names in the green colours moves up to take that second place as Ghost Inmost fades into 4th later on. But it was a 1-horse race from a long way out here with Regimental Gent. We said before the race that he was very much an all or nothing horse, that if he was ever going to strike, it was going to be first time out, because his horse has had his issues. We weren't quite sure what those issues were beforehand. We knew that he'd shown plenty of ability in the UK, but he hadn't transferred that ability at all here. And we found out, again, from an excellent interview with Jimmy Jurgens, who gives us so much good information, and doesn't talk in hyperbole. He just talks about the actual issues that are going on. This horse is at a major aversion to the stalls. That's part of a reason why he didn't acclimatise initially, and why he's taken such a long time to see the racecourse again, because of those issues and the difficulty getting in races because of that. But he's shown loads of natural speed to get across from what could have been a tricky draw out there in stall 19. Never really a problem for him getting across. And once he did get across, and it looked like he was enjoying himself, he was going to be a difficult horse to catch in a race of this nature. And he's gone on. He did get tired later on. He's gone hard in the middle part of that race, but he's broken the race up, and he's got his main rivals off the bridle, and then he's tired in the last 200 metres. But they never looked particularly likely to catch him, and they were all just running on for places with taking names, doing best of those in behind, Callum.
Yeah, it was a really interesting performance from Taking Names. I think Alex made a decision early. We're going to break slowly and just creep our way through the field, try and protect him, and he finished off his race really well. I thought that was a real standout performance from that horse, a best effort in a long time. I'd probably say up there with a career best effort in comparison to what he's done, including his Dubai stuff too. So that was great to see Taking Names getting himself back into a good position. But let's take nothing away from our winner here, Regimental Gent. And I know you must be fuming, because I know he was high up on your list. You really were tempted and ghosted most again. He didn't run a bad race, but he's always behind the bridle over this trip.
He wanted to go forward. Berto Ramos wanted to go reasonably forward on, and there was a gap between horses after about a furlong and a half, and he needed the horse to kind of come through that gap. Once he didn't, once that door sort of closed on him, then it was difficult for him to hold his position, and he was always working harder than ideal. He stayed in a pretty good spot, but he was just always overworking. And although he was never going to get a challenge in on the winner was essentially thrown in now that we knew that he'd got his mojo back. And it was interesting getting that info. It'd have been wonderful if we'd heard before the race. Got an idea of that, but yeah, Jimmy was clearly expecting a good run from him, and he's delivered today.
And now, as we move swiftly past race 6, we move on to race 7. Flying through the card today, Rory and Mark Francis can take us through the runners and the riders.
Certainly are flying through, Callum. Race number 7, again over the mile. It's a local bred horses maiden for 4-year-olds. 4-year-olds all round. Number 1, they're headed by Moj Tahatahom, the only filly in this lineup for Abdullah Al Sayedi. Moj Tahatahom is the 1. 2 is Hush for Abdulaziz Al Musa. 3 is a debutant, that's Mokhtarak for Abdullah Al Khamis. Tamami for Mohammed Al Daham is the 4, and Top Secret is the 5 for Wigberto Ramos. Ashkar Ashar for Eddie Castro is the 6, and Aber Al Noud is the 7 for Khaled Al Mimoni. The bottom one on that page is Ashkar Asaf, and Jimmy Carrion rides the 8. Turning the page, the 9, Bayrak Al Rayyan for Tariq Al Mansour. Zamar is the 10 for Abdullah Al Lawfi. 11 is Yosadek for Ferris Al Sanaitan. The 12 is Fulati for North Al Fadruz. 13 is Rams for Rayan Al Taesh. Eurofighter is the 14, Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Dinar Al Anayar for Naif Al Anazi. Seems a long time ago since he rode the winner of our first race. And Vas is the 16 for Ali Al Mutib. So 16 going to post, 2 full pages. Chaps, it's over to you.
You, Mark, as per usual, expertly taking us through the runners and riders here. And I'm going to talk about my shortlist. I've shortlisted this down to 4 horses, and I want to talk to you about all 4 of them. We'll start with Hush, who was second on seasonal reappearance quite recently.
Yeah, one of 3 we'll see in the video insert shortly. Career best effort off a break. He didn't show an awful lot last season, Hush, but improved when finishing second to Almani Al Khail, and of course in distance maiden 2 weeks ago. That's a good gap, 2 weeks to here. I know you might be worried about. I wouldn't be worried about a bounce with that career profile. I think he should come on from it. It was a likeable performance from Hush. Not an exceptional time, 1:43.07. I don't think he'd be winning if he puts in the same sort of time, but he should. I think he should step up from that. So he's won the shortlist. There's not an awful lot of solid form in the race. Again, a few newcomers. A few horses are exposed as being pretty moderate as well, so not that many you can consider.
One that I would say could hopefully take a step forward from his debut performance is Ashkar Asar, who is horse number 6. Underneath Eddie Castro today, great to see Eddie still around, riding plenty of horses. for me, I thought he looked quite unbalanced and ungainly on debut, but it was just the way he stayed on towards the finish. It suggested there was some improvement in the tank.
Yeah, I thought there was better to come from Ashkar Asha based on that run over course and distance. Only 7th. You need to be building on that, but he didn't really look ready to do himself justice in the day. He looked rough around the edges. The concern would be with a horse looking to need the run like that on debut, you'd like to see them out a few weeks later.
Yes.
And the fact he's been missing again since March suggests that obviously it wasn't that easy to get to the track in the first place. There's only one run at this stage of his career, but to be missing again since March after that one run is just a concern. I know there are plenty of trainers and indeed owners who want to sort of miss the type season altogether and just run here. So it may simply be that the season ends here in March. And if you only want to run at Riyadh, then this is the perfect time to be restarting, just 3 weeks into the season. So maybe there's no concern about that, and he should do better. He's one of these. He's not going to be my selection, but he's on the interesting shortlist.
There's plenty of horses who are quite ungainly here, because I'm going to talk about Zamar, number 10, who's another one who's very ungainly, likes to run with the head in the sky, but the Red Stable had the winner of the last race, and hopefully they can have another win today.
Yeah, second over 7 furlongs at Taif on what was his second career start. And I don't think he stayed behind Hush on his return over course and distance. And obviously he's got plenty to find, finishing 8th that day when Hush was second. Very much held on that piece of form, but
he got into the bumping match on the
he
turn.
did, yeah. I mean,
there was a horse trying to get up his inside. His name
that's
I can't
right.
remember.
Yeah,
he shut the door, and then they bumped, and then he was just a bit caught off heels. Then his head went
I'm
in
not
the
sure if it was
sky.
Abdullah Alofi on board that day, but basically he had to commit the horse for home on the turn.
Yeah.
So he went for home too soon.
Yeah.
But still, he faded quite badly.
Yeah, and he didn't look.
thought,
He didn't look happy, did he? He didn't look like he was finishing with any sort of flourish.
So that's the concern. Yes, you can certainly make it. He's better than the bare form. He didn't so much get messed around. The fact that someone was trying to poke up his inner meant that his jockey had to either simply close the door, or the safest way of closing the door is pushing your horse forward. That's often what the guys poking up your inside wants you to do anyway, quite frankly.
Get you out of your rhythm.
So it was perhaps a tactical error to do that. But he was in front. There was a swarm of horses around him at the time. He couldn't afford to mess around and get stuck behind horses. So I think he felt he had to kick on at that stage of the race. So he's better than the bare form. I'm still not sure that 1600 metres suits him as well. It's slightly shorter, so that's the concern for me. But he definitely has a better level of ability than the majority in the race, so he has to be on that sort of short list in terms of who's capable of winning this race.
And the final horse on my short list is Rams, who's under Rayan Al Tarash, one of the strong jockeys out here. He's horse number 13. Hasn't been seen since March, but I thought the time we last saw him, he ran a mighty race to finish second. He looked all over the winner at one stage, and he just nabbed on the line, really. So I'd be hoping to see him do a little bit more. You're only concerned first time up. That would be a slight concern for me, but you've got concerns about an awful lot of these, so try and find some level of form.
Yeah, that was a race won by Alhaz Al Karim, and I agree with you. He came there on the outside of the field and looked like he was going to win. He's pulled clear of the third in the end. You give him credit for that, but I thought he wandered. He wandered when he was about to hit the front, and there's only when a horse has gone past him and given something to him has he run on again.
Yeah.
I think he looked a little bit tricky there. He's had time to grow up, obviously, and when a horse is doing that early in his career, you say greenness maybe.
Yeah.
I'm always worried with that. I think he's the best horse in the race.
He is 4 now as well.
Well, most of these are
the other, it's like you said, it's an older horse maiden, but he was messing around as a 3-year-old, and it's like, well, how much time do you need?
Yeah.
I'm almost saying like this.
Well, clearly most of these do. So whatever issues you have with him, the fact that he's lightly raced and hasn't quite got his act together at the age of 4, we're all in the same boat here. He's an athletic type. It's not my ideal build of a racehorse, but a lot of people like horses who like him. He's the type that sort of weaves around a little bit. He definitely has the ability to win this, and he did a better time when finishing second that day than Hush did here the other day. Always difficult to compare times season to season, but I think he's definitely got the ability to win this. I'm surprised you didn't have Dinar Alanea in your short list, though.
Oh, now we're going to see this horse's video form. I'm getting a little bit shaky here, a little bit nervous and shaky.
Dinar Alanea was 5th behind Rams in that race, and he was up there all the way and then faded late in the day, not quite getting home under a fairly aggressive ride. But his best effort was when runner-up over the 1400 metres here 2 weeks ago, where he got caught by Kadash, but actually rallied and came away from the others quite well to suggest that he might be worth another try at the 1600 metres. So I thought...
Am I right in thinking Kadash isn't a bad horse either? Like, we've seen that horse's form before somewhere along the line.
It's all right. I mean, that was, listen, that was only a maiden race, so
Yeah.
Kadash is no superstar, but that wasn't too... Kadash won it comfortably enough, but I was impressed that Dinar Alanea at least rallied, so I think he has to be in your list. I find this a tough race because there are negatives. Even if you do boil it down to 3 or 4, there are niggles with all of them in terms of... maybe I'm starting to think maybe I was a little bit harsh to judge Ashkar Shah because I was thinking that's been off for a long time. But if you think that they were never going to run it at Taif, then actually that absence isn't as much of a concern.
And suddenly
as
that horse is thrown right into the mix.
Yeah, that brings him back
on the
into
idea that it's going to improve on that run. But
Hush was the one that I was coming down on. But you know that. Although he improved to be second last time out, and it's a solid enough run, it was in a fairly ordinary contest won by Amani Al-Khail last time out, and he is vulnerable to one with a bit of class, which Rams has. But I wonder if Hush can give Rams something to think about, then it could be interesting.
There is horse number 13, Rams, in shot here, and certainly one. I think it's quite clear that this horse is on everybody's shortlist, and we're going to see why here. You just see him on the outside. He's 4 wide coming into the straight, and at this point, he looks like he's won the race. I'm watching this video form at home, going, how's he not won?
Yeah.
How's he not won? But it's the horse just on the rail here, then the chestnut in the blue cap that ends up taking the race. But I think you're right. Just wanders about a bit.
He weaves left, he weaves right. He just looked awkward. It looked like he didn't want to come past the horse who finishes 4th in the end. The filly in 3rd absolutely rattles home. We haven't seen her since. But yeah, he looked like he was going to play a big part, but then he just runs around when he's asked for an effort. And the question is whether you put that down to greenness. We see here, this is Dinar Alanea, who leads, gets caught. Looks like he's going to be left behind at this point, but I like the way he pulls out a bit more to finish second here. He makes the winner work hard for victory and pulls clear of the rest. There are a lot of horses in a bit of a heap behind, which means you can't treat this as being especially strong form. But I thought at least Dinar Alanea showed an attitude to win. Not really seeing it out thoroughly, you have to say.
It's just that last boost that you just flattened out. You can see the energy.
You can see the rest
drop.
of the field beginning to draw in, so that's the concern.
Here's Hush running second. You just see 2 off the rail here, trying to get involved in the race. And at this point, you think, I thought the chance was over, but rallies well. She finds another gear.
Hush was not particularly brilliantly placed in the early part of the race, and then has done work to get prominent, and has then had to try to quicken again at the end of the race. So I think probably hasn't run the most efficient race in finishing second here. You can look at the time they've done and say it's not exceptional. 1:43.07 for 7 furlongs is a little disappointing, but I do think that Hush will probably come on for that. Showed a commendable attitude on what was just his 3rd start, and I think he'll probably benefit from a step up to a mile. So he's just my pick. The concern with that race is that, unlike a few races earlier, you can't say there's any class edge here. He just wins it by dint of the fact that he's run well recently and he looks straightforward. So he's ticking the right boxes, but he's not miles clear of these on form. He's just slightly more likeable than
We
most.
talk about class edge. What about experience edge? Jcsa's got plenty of experience, and sometimes in tougher races than this, and always there and thereabouts. Apart from,
I mean, the question with Jcsa, I mean, he just had a lot of racing towards the end of the Taif season, as if they weren't going to bring him to Riyadh, as if we're going to run him as often as we can because
try and get a win when the fields get weaker.
But I just wonder whether that really busy spell is going to count against him here. And on balance of form, he's got a rating of 55, and he's running to that rating more often than not. But you have to think he's still vulnerable in a maiden race, even though 4-year-old and older maiden, they tend to be weak enough for things.
And this is, I remember speaking to Tom Collins quite openly about it. He despises these type of contests. He says it's so hard to work out what you're looking for because sometimes horses will just sprout wings here and then never win again.
Yeah.
Others who will then eventually go on to do much bigger and better things don't seem to run well in these 4-year-old maidens. And
Yeah,
it's
sometimes
it's the form sometimes means nothing.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, and in fairness, the form doesn't always work out because horses who are still maidens at the age of 4, when they've had plenty of racing, there's a reason why, and they will show the form sparingly. Sometimes they'll give the running, sometimes they won't give the running. But the difference between the floor and the ceiling, as you like to talk about, is pretty small in races like this. And even horses who are disappointing who look like they're fairly ordinary. They don't need to improve an awful lot to get involved, because you know the market. You're really looking at horses winning this running to 60. Even if you've got horses maybe with a rating of 70, 75, they won't be running to that to win a race of this nature most of the time. Every now and again you run into a late developing monster in a race like this. There don't appear to be any like that in the race. But we saw a filly earlier on who took a massive step forward.
Yes.
At this.
Ayat Al Mohammadiyah.
Yeah. So you can get horses who've had 4 or 5 runs and looked.
But she had quite a high floor, I'd say, because she was running consistently.
No, I grant that, but she was running to marks in the 60s, which she looks to have run to mark in the 80s in winning tonight. I don't think any of these are going to do that, but you know, as I said, some of them are fairly lightly raced, and it's not an easy one. But for me, it's going to be Hush, who just looks more straightforward than most and has got a good drawn stall too.
I'm going to go for Rams on season debut. Just saw this horse get an attack adjusted, no concerns there. But yes, so horse number 13, Rams, unlucky for some, and horse number 2, Hush, for yourself, Rory. Mark Francis, this is a tricky little contest. Are you with us or are you against us?
Yeah, I found this quite a tricky puzzle as well, chaps. I sort of echo what Tom Collins has said to you, because this really is one of those races where you don't really know where to start. All maidens, of course, but look, Hush and what was the other one on my short list? On to in just a second. Hush, I mean, look, 0 from 3. Second, as we just saw, I think there was a lot to like about that performance as we saw in the VT back at meeting 55. I thought he showed plenty of ability that is good enough to win this kind of race. And off a mark of 67, a few here in the 50s. Dinar Alanayar is obviously another one. But Zamar was the other one that I'd highlighted. So the 2 and the 10, and if I had to split between those two, it would be Hush for Abdulaziz Al Musa. I thought Zamar was a little bit disappointing when last seen, also at meeting 55, but that second stands out. So I'll give Hush a go, but it's not really the sort of race I want to get too stuck into, because I think you said the point, Callum, that you might get a horse win a maiden like this and never win again, and I think that's absolutely spot on. But we shall see. Someone's going to have their day in the sun. Marj Hatahom, towards the inside, is the only filly, as we highlighted earlier, is Tamami from Mohammed Al-Daham. Dinar Alanayar is also at the back, and there's an empty stall too, so we are waiting for my selection, Hush, to come forward as well. 6 o'clock local time here in Riyadh. Five more races to come after this. Hush goes in. We're set. 16 runners. Long hold here. Trouble in 4, Tamami, and they're off. Slow start from Tamami, also Vass from a wide stall. But up with the pace early on. One that got a decent start was Ashkar Asaf with the pale green jacket, or cap I should say, but overtaken now by Dinar Alanayar. Dinar Alanayar has got across from a wide berth to sit a cosy leader here, in front by about 2 lengths. Top Secret is there in second position. Also up with the pace now is Tamami after that sluggish beginning, and Fu Athi is further out on the wide outside. Just in behind these runners then, we have Rams's pale jacket, and also the green colours of Ashkar Asaf right towards the back of the screen. You can see Eurofighter's red colours, and also Ashkar Ashar, who is the slowest one and tailing off. But turning down the side of the course, and Tamami is now shot to the front. Leads by about 2 lengths. Dinar Alanayar, Naif Alanazi glancing in behind, now in second position. Then Yosadek now making ground into third, and down the wide outside then spot the pale colours of Rams, who's beginning to make a forward move. Back towards the inside rail then we have Hush, who's no better than 5th as they come inside the last 400, and running around in front now is Rams, who darts towards the inside rail, chased now through the centre by Yosadek in second position. Hush has now got off the rail and is beginning to fly home in third, deep inside the last 100. Rams in front for Rayan Outer Esh. Huss is beginning to close down this leader. Rams still in the lead, leads by about a length, which is closing, but will hold on. Rams wins. Hush got up for second. It was very close for third, staying on the likes of Zamar. Yosadek was always front rank, and Mokhtarak, who made decent ground from the back of the field. Rams, nice winner for Callum. He's having a fantastic night, isn't he, our main man? Rayan Outer Esh, who darted towards the inside. Didn't look the easiest of rides. You can see how the horse is just hanging a little bit, but he clearly possesses a lot of ability. First start of the season, wins at a time of 1:43.11, so nothing too special, but does catch the eye. And he ran around and still got the job done. Hush again has to settle for second. It's very close for third, isn't it? Look at Mokhtarak absolutely flashing home down the outside of Zamar. We'll wrap that up for you in just a moment. But 1:43.11, the winning time for Rams, 2 lengths back to Hush. And it's a photo for third place.
As we can see, Rayan Altaresh very happy indeed with the success aboard Rams, and clearly not the easiest horse to ride, but he makes a definite move coming into the home straight, comes from about 5 wide right to the rail, and you can see why, because this horse is wandering all over the shop.
He is. Harking back to something many moons ago, he reminds me of a horse trained by Jenny Pittman, called Allah King. He was very good, but he was called the Snake in the yard because of the way he I think he actually went for people as well.
Oh.
So he had this kind of, he could run around like this, and you have, once he puts his head on one side, his whole body follows him. He's got that. If you look at his build, he's sort of
look at him. He's weaving around. Great shots though.
He's got the class. I said before the race, this is probably the best horse in the race. The question is, when it looked like he was going to win last time out, he's wandered around and he's not put it to bed. And here he's quickened up immediately, got himself to the front, but he's then looked vulnerable when he's got there. It's just that he's a little bit better. He hasn't stopped. That's the thing. He hasn't. He's made things difficult for his jockey. He's drifted to the rail. He's looked like he wants to hang right and left after that. But he's managed to get himself to the front before he started misbehaving, and that's the key. Whereas last time he looked like he was going to pounce, and then when he was asked to pounce, he started misbehaving and didn't get to the front.
Key element here is we talk about cheap speed quite a lot. I know you're a big mentioner of cheap speed and how in these lower class races they can get to the front and fall away quite quickly. Well, Tamami was a little cheeky rascal in the stalls, missed the kick completely, but ends up leading quite comfortably early on. And you also have the well-fancied Dinar Alanea coming right across from stall 15 to get to the rail too. So there's plenty of speed early, but they quickly fell away.
Yeah, no, I was disappointed from Dinar Alanea because I'd expected him to come across and got across pretty easily. But then once he got challenged for the lead, he seemed to sulk a little bit because I didn't think he would stay this trip, I have to say, but I thought he would lead until inside the final furlong before looking to capitulate. But although he's managed to get back alongside. I mean, Tamami has made this big run to get to the front and then has stopped after 3 furlongs essentially. And now we see Rams making that big move from the outside and immediately putting his head to one side and drifting across the rail. You can see that he's a difficult ride, but he's managed to get 3 or 4 lengths between himself and his main dangers. And although they're sort of digging away at him, Hush got outpaced and had to weave through to make a challenge. Hush is staying on very strongly late in the day, but only at a 1 pace. I should expect of a horse rated in the 60s. He's not really going to find a turn of foot. And it looked like the question when he got to the front Rams was, is he actually going to throw it away? And that's what I was hoping. Being a supporter of Hush in the race. And a Rams, he's done everything. I don't think he's deliberately trying to lose the race. I just think he's a big, clumsy, unbalanced.
He wasn't getting lonely, was he? You just thought the same thing. He was just a bit, it was hard work for him in front.
He's just not, he's going to develop physical problems as he gets older as well, because he carries his head awkwardly, and because of his shape, when he moves his head, the rest of his body has to adjust to keep him balanced. And he is unbalanced here, and he's unbalancing himself with this head movement.
Really twitching back and forth. Great spot.
We see horses do this, and we think they're being ungenuine. They're trying to get out of winning, but what he's doing is he's just a big lummox, and he. Because of his shape and his size, he's not making it easy for himself, and with that head movement, he becomes unbalanced. He forces his jockey to have to gather him up again, and makes it hard all round.
Yeah, he wasn't the easiest. I thought Hush was a really fascinating runner. Seemed to get outpaced early. When we saw that lovely head-on shot down the back straight, I was looking at Hush going, oh, Rory, you're in trouble here. He's got a couple of slaps down the shoulder. He looks in a bit of trouble. And you're like, no, he'll pick back up. And when that cheap speed fell away, Hush and Yasadek, who, again, Yasadek trying to run another mighty race, but still, it can be very hard for that horse to win something. But they both came off from the midfield pack and were right up there as they turned into the straight, but they couldn't quite reel in our winner here in the shape of Rams.
Yeah, sorry, the other horse to mention there is Zamar, who was a little bit unlucky in the run last time out. Was raced very prominently, kicked on at this stage of the race as we're looking at it now, and then got run down and was unplaced. He's run a much better race from off the pace, and maybe ended up in a race where the pace was a little bit flaky, was given too much to do, but he's finished strongly down the outside to get third. So he's proved that the second time of asking he'll stay this trip. That was the concern with me last time out, but as you said, his rider was forced to kick for home a long way from home, and with horses at this level, they've only got one run.
Yeah.
So if you ask for an effort, 3 furlongs out, you're only going to get yourself to the furlong pole, and then you're going to weaken. So being asked for his effort very late today, slightly too late, in fairness, he's seen it out a little bit better. But this is the issue you have with horses at this level. You can see the bits of promise, you can see the ability to have to win races, but you also see the shortcomings, and they're either physical with the leader and the way he carries himself that makes it hard to get the best out of him, or they are those issues that a horse hasn't got the stamina to make the running of this sort of trip and last home, and doesn't have the turn of foot to come from off the pace unless it collapses. So it's always how the race sort of falls that will decide by the Zamar. Yeah, actually, Zamar got away very badly here, didn't
Oh,
he?
not just Zamar. Look at stalls 3 and 4. Mokhtarak and Tamami. Obviously, we see Tamami ends up making up that cheap speed, but Mokhtarak...
Mokhtarak was making a very belated debut, looked as green as grass in the early stages.
Right out the back of the field. I mean, within a John Blanc saying, within a different part of the Arabian Peninsula, as they turned into home, but ended up plugging on, I mean, quite eye-catchingly to finish in around 4th or 5th. Yeah,
and that's now. In fairness, if you look at his sectional times through the race, if you get an opportunity of being able to dig those out, what you'll find is that he's ended up just going at a more realistic pace through the second half.
He's not even come through short.
He's not. He was well behind at that early stage.
There he is.
There he is. But he's just not. He at this stage he's not raising a gallop. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's never been in a race before. He's 4 years old, and he's like this. It's completely new to him. So he only starts racing at halfway, and then, by the nature of these races, most of these horses are stopping. So the one benefit you have with riding a horse as green as grass is they can see horses stopping in front of them, and it gives them confidence being able to come past them. So they're able to run on into a good position, whereas a lot of these horses who are being ridden to win from a more prominent position, they've done their running by the time they get to the 200-metre mark, and that's why we get frustrated with them. We know that they've got the ability to get in a position to win a race, but most of them can't put it to bed. And no doubt we'll look at Mokhtarak next time out and say, well, you want to be on his side because he's done so much late running.
He's just there.
Yeah,
You
but
just
listen,
see the red noseband.
We've seen this in Taif as well with similar horses. That when they go hard in front, and of course, they have gone. I mean, it's been a funny pace, but they have gone hard because you've got a fairly highly rated front runner in the context of this race get to the front and then be passed by a horse who missed the break and got set alight. So the pace is
with a rating of 40.
The pace is picking up again mid-race, and that's suiting one or two horses, but not others. And that's partly why Mokhtarak has been able to make so much late headway, because there are horses who are going really slowly at the end of this race. So the horse who was going really slowly early on has been able to pick it up. Now, it may well be that he's above average.
Yeah, I'd say
it's just very hard to nail down how good a horse who does that is.
It brings up the Seabiscuit principle. I know how much you love your racing history, yes. And you look at a horse like Seabiscuit, who was famous, hated going for gallops, and now all of a sudden, as soon as he was put in competition and able to run from behind horses and pass horses, he caught a like because he enjoyed the competition. So certainly to me, maybe a horse to just keep one eye on and add to your little Saudi notebook. Someone who already has plenty of horses in his Saudi notebook is Mark Francis, and he'll be taking through the runners and riders for our next contest.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, great analysis there from our previous race. One or two that were so slowly away actually did catch the eye, didn't they? And certainly will be of interest next time out. We're already on to race number 8. This is a local bred fillies maiden. Lots of maidens tonight, 4-year-olds and upwards. They're headed by number 1, another tricky name, Motak Herja. For Farhed Al Faredi is the 1. Faiza Sarah is the 2. Rayan Outer Esh. At the 3 is Ramar for Naif Al Nazi. 4 is Shehanat Lina. 5 is Shiblat Dean. Very similar names. 6, Ethabat Al Wasil. Mohammed Al Rashid is the 6. And Kamrayar is the 7. 8 is Busmat for Mohammed Al Dahan. 9 is a non-runner, so on to 10. Al Kaidemiyah for Iyad Al Tarizi is the 10. Hanouf Najran is the 11 for Alex Moreno. So a much smaller field here. 10 runners for race number 8, and it's coming up in around about 15 minutes' time. Chaps, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for again going through the runners and riders in perfect fashion. Just a little bit of an update again. The Jcsa Stewards Twitter feed proving vital yet again. Just a note here, Mohammed Al Daham will put up half a kilo overweight aboard horse number 8, Busmat, which doesn't help Busmat at all because Busmat needs a lot to go in her favour in order to win a race, and she still remains a maiden after 24 starts.
Yes, she's got ability, Busman. We've seen plenty of her, but she's been second 3 times. But the best of her forms come at 2,000 metres. So this mile is sharp enough, even if she was at her best, and she's not been at her best in a while.
Yeah, she's certainly one of the ones that I would be sticking away from. But in a race where it's hard to find plenty of form, I think Faizat Sarah, horse number 2 with a rating of 62, suddenly looks like a very good option, having finished 3rd back in meeting 55.
Yes, that was her best effort today. Being 12.5 lengths into 3rd over the 1,800 metres here. That was in a 0 to 65 apprentice handicap. she made some notable late progress that day from quite a poor position, and she should do better. I mean, obviously with the rate, I think she might have been pulled down to. She's around 62. I know that the top one, Mota Courage, has been pulled down to 50 after a poor reappearance effort. Yeah, Faisal Sarah has to come in. So you'd like to think that you'd want to be hitting higher ratings than 62 to be winning a race like this. But again, 4 years and older, fillies maiden, you know, there tends to be a paucity of form. So horses who've shown a bit have to be considered.
She is sticking at 62. She remains at the mark of 62. Motak Hedger has dropped to 50. So that has been dropped a pound in the weights. Rama as well, horse number 3, fifth in meeting 58. Quick turnaround, only last week running, but certainly one that has a chance here. Again, we're looking at horses with high floors rather than high ceilings here.
Indeed, yeah. Rama produced her a much better effort. She was 16th on debut, much better effort, with 12.5 lengths 5th to Mabruk Al Najd in a course and distance maiden a week ago. It's quite a quick turnaround, as you know from my point of view. I'd rather they missed a week. And we're running 2 weeks on from the seasonal return. But if she's recovered from that race in time, then Rama is a player, and we'll see her in action. She did 1:44.18 for that race, which is a pretty moderate time, but this is a pretty moderate race.
One horse who we won't see a replay of, but I think is worth a mention, Shahanet Lena, was dropped right out. I don't know whether you remember a horse of ex-Henrietta Knight, the Racing Demon.
Yes.
Used to run with a really low head carriage, basically scraped the floor as he galloped. Shahanet Lena, very similar in the way that she carries herself, and she was dropped right out and nursed into the race. I don't think they were riding her to win that day, and I think she comes into this race with a nice little break. She ran at meeting 55, so she's had 2 weeks off, and I think she's got a good chance today. Horse number 4 she'll probably be my selection in this.
Yeah, she didn't hold her form. I mean, she didn't show an awful lot of form last season, but she probably ran her best race first time out. Was a bit disappointing after that. So you'd want to see her back up what she did last time out. But she got within 3 lengths of the leader. 2 3/4 lengths third to Kadash in a 7 furlong open maiden last time out. So given that again she was doing her best work late, there are positives with her. Stepping up to a mile will suit her. This is a slightly weaker contest as well, so she has to be there or thereabouts.
Do you think the small field might help her as well? Less traffic to come by? I remember a horse, Modern Artist, who we saw a lot in Thai, seemed to relish the small fields when coming from the clouds.
Yeah, it is an issue you've got to bear in mind. And there are a lot of horses who just, they sort of back out of things when they're in a lot of traffic, and therefore they get themselves very poorly positioned. So the smaller field helps in that regard. Some horses like the big field who come from off the pace because they like picking the way past horses, and the more they pass, the more confidence they get. Whereas if you have a smaller field and the group is ahead of them, they're doing all the work on their own to get there in the first place. So sometimes it's nice to have horses drop off the pace that you can take off as you head towards the front.
Yeah.
Sometimes doing that work on your own is harder for horses.
Another horse who will probably be doing that is Shiblat Deem, who finished just behind Shahanet Lena in that contest that we previously talked about. So I think both of those are looking to boost the form of that race, and they've got form lines that tie very close into each other. Busmat has the experience. Sorry, you should go ahead on Shiblat Deem now.
I was going to say they've got almost identical profiles. They both rate at 53. They both had similar moderate form, showing a little bit last season, but generally finishing closer last than first. And both of them produced their best efforts first time out in the same race. And they're quite closely matched in that. A length and a quarter between them last time out. Shouldn't be much between them again.
Yeah, Busmat again, we mentioned. That's another one I had to stick in my shortlist because she's got bundles of experience. She's got 24 runs. The closest runs to that is a horse with 12 run, Motakra Hedja, who is the other horse who's had a few runs, but 24 starts without the win. Or
15 starts for 8th Bat Al Wasil, and quite an interesting mare on her old form. She was second in the Asia Cup a couple of seasons ago. And she hasn't really. She'd been very highly tried last season. Now she was 14th, 15th, and 16th in her last 3 runs. But generally speaking, she was running in Cup company in strong open races. She couldn't have found harder races for herself. The worry with her was she came back in a maiden and finished only 9th, beaten 17 lengths, and that's a massive concern. Suggests she's trained off. I thought, back in a slightly weaker race where she can do herself. Show what she can do, she might have bounced back to form, and on old rating she's got a big chance, but the question is how much ability remains after that disappointing return.
Yeah, you'd be concerned that she starts to tumble down the rating if she was to get heavily beaten here as well, because she's the highest rated runner in this field off a rating of 66. if she was to get beaten here by some of these horses who are rated in the mid-50s, I mean, Shahan Lina, the horse that I'm selecting, I'm going to make that claim very early, she's rated 53. So if she was to finish behind Shahan Lina, you've got to think the handicap is going to take a little bit of sympathy and begin to shave off some pounds.
Well, I mean, listen, given she's been second in a cup race in her career, the fact she's racing off the mark of 66 now shows that she's already fallen a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, what she's capable of now is very hard to say. That was a disappointing return. But, you know, again, maybe it's a case of she needed to get her eye in. She might realise, having gone through that race and not really tried, that it wasn't as tough as the race she did last year, and she might go, well, maybe I'll make a bit more effort next time.
I was finishing involved in the group this time. Maybe I need to step it up a little bit.
Yeah, but she's a hard one to approach with any degree of confidence for all she's got the back class.
Cam Rhea, horse number 7, 0 from 1, carried 58 kilos. One of the lesser exposed runners in this. What did you make of that previous run?
Well, that run was back in December 2021, so it's almost a 2-year layoff, and that's a massive red flag for me.
Yeah, that you can't have that, really, can you? That was. As
I mean, she did show ability,
then,
you know, but it's, you know, you can't equate 2-year-old form with 4-year-old form anyway. Yeah. Any horse has been off the track for 2 years, you have a big concern about. And all you can do is watch and see how they.
And you know the vets will be taking a special look at that. Of course, coming back in. They always do with horses coming from a layoff, and we see that coming in front. I forgot to mention earlier we had a horse withdrawn, horse number 1 in one of our maiden contests earlier. The vets were over there. Hopefully in the future, I'm going to try and grab a word with some of the vets as we're at that point, because it's just nice as you're coming back from the interview, you can see if they're doing any checkups. So it'd be wonderful to get a word on those, especially if it's a well-selected horse.
I'm not sure if you've ever got an official word from a vet at a racecourse in the UK.
I don't know what you're talking about. Callum Helliwell, when he's on course at Chepstow, I can always get an official line from the vet when I'm there battling the conditions at Chepstow and Foss last.
I try to get an interview with a vet at Cheltenham about a hugely positive experience, but could get nothing at all, even 2 years after the event. We're going to see Faisal Sarah in action here. She is in the beige.
She's a tiny horse, isn't she? She's absolutely tiny and she rattles off the ground quickly. The front two are going to pull away, but she's stuck on well to just nab third on the line.
Yeah, she just keeps plugging away. At this stage she's actually slowing down, but she's not stopping as quickly as the horse currently in third place. So she's willing enough, you know, and she's running straight. She's putting her head out. And she's trying her best.
This was low-grade fair as well. This was right earlier on, only a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, it's a very low-grade race.
Yeah, she's got a rating of 62, and she's run a couple of decent races before. That was her best effort. But you know, it's a 0-65 handicap. And to be honest, a 0-65 handicap is probably as strong as these sort of 4-year-old and up maidens, especially with the array of ability we have here. Rima comes from a poor position to finish 5th to Mabruk Al Najd in a race over course and distance here a couple of weeks ago. This was an odd run because she was caught wide for much of the race, and then when she turned in this race, she's ducked towards the inside. And I thought the one benefit of being caught wide, generally speaking, in races like this, is at least you get a clear run in the straight. She picks up 5th on the line.
She got beaten for 4th. The mighty Kayad Al Fatham beats her for 4th, who we'll see later on in the card today. I think runs in the last, and I think another horse that we see in the last also ran in that race. So she'll be hoping to boost the form for them. But she looked mightily impressive going down to the start. I don't know whether you saw the lovely shot of Naif Al Anazi, probably one of the areas, the poster boy of Saudi Arabian racing. I know he's preparing for his calendar. Ladies, form an orderly queue because he looks absolutely magnificent, both horse and rider, heading down to post.
Yes.
Yeah, very regal indeed. Got the feet in the irons now, and he's walked out very nicely, and I think she'd have a chance here, but I can't go away from Shahan Lina. I think if they ride her cold again and just get her to settle and start picking up horses down the straight. It's a long way home here in Riyadh, and hopefully she can make the best of that.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to favour her as well at this stage.
It is happening.
But I'm reserving the right to change my mind.
Absolutely, you've got plenty of time. Plenty of time to do that.
Nothing's forcing me to do that just at the moment.
They're due to jump off in 4 minutes, so you've got 4 minutes to change your mind. Remember, here in Saudi Arabia, they do not hang about. So once they start loading process, it'll be over quickly. So if you are going to make a change,
well, we should
let me know quickly. Who else did you want to talk about?
We should talk about the rest of the horses then.
Yeah, who else do you want to mention? Al Kadem Maya, who is horse number 10, whose name I will pronounce much better next time. It's Al Kadem Maya, who is horse number 10. That was 5th in meeting 55 last time out. That was the first run of the season. That's positive, surely.
Yeah, beating 6 lengths from fifth to Armani Al-Khail in a course and distance made 2 weeks ago. That was a likeable enough performance because she was trapped wide throughout that contest. Did 1:43.95, so pretty competitive with the likes of Faizat Sarah and Ramah on time. And I thought that with a cleaner run, she could do a little bit better than that. She is roughly what she's had 6 runs. She has she was second in Taif last year, so she's got the ability to win a maiden like this, even though she's only rated 61. Again, she's drawn wide enough for stall 10, but I don't think that'll be a massive issue for her here, and I had her reasonably high on my shortlist as well.
Yes, let's look through selections. So for me, I'm going to stick with number 4, Shahanat Lina. Are you with me or against me, Rory?
I'm going to be with you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. We've joined forces before with success.
Let's hope we can do it again.
Yeah, that's it. In the tipping competition, you can't come past me if you're tipping my selections.
No,
absolutely. You stick with me all the way through, Rory. We'll be happy.
If I can hang on to your tail and get the last winner, then that's all well and good.
That's absolutely right. So Shahanat Lina, number 4 for both myself and Rory. Let us know who you're with at home as well, watching on the YouTube. Glad to see we've got plenty of viewers for this maiden fillies contest. But Mark Francis will be the man to guide you through this race. Who do you like, Mark?
Excellent work, chaps. I'm going to go with Faizat Sarah. We saw her in the VT. Yeah, she was one of the least slowest ones home, as Rory put it. But I think she showed a good attitude there. And of levels here, a rating of 62. I think she's going to go close. Ran out of Ash, the winner of our previous contest. But again, it's a very, very open affair here. Even with just the 10 runners, I could be 4 or 5 handed here and probably still not have the winner. But anyway, there are certainly better races about, but 1 or 2 of these should certainly improve. You guys have hit the nail on the head, really, with Shahanat Lina. But it's a weird one, really, with Faizat Sarah of 62, 0 from 6, and you've highlighted Ethabat Al Wasil, 0 from 15. There's only £4 between them in the ratings. One's going completely the other way. To the other is Faizat Sarah on the up. Not too sure. Ethabat Al Wasil has been on the way down for an awful long time. We shall see. Final 4 coming forward include Hanouf Najran. And here is Shiblat Deem into 5. Abdelaziz Al Yesh is the rider. Ramah for Naif Al Anazi. Silks look immaculate here under the floodlights. And the only one just behind the 3, you can see the spotted jacket of Shahanat Lina. Now Ramah, but trotting up fine. 10 runners over the mile again. Just shy of 10,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. Shahanat Lina, hesitant on the first try, but slots in on the second. Stand by. They're lined up. Two jumping about. And they're off. Racing away over the mile for this fillies maiden. Out wide, Hanouf Najran got away well. So too did Al Kademiyah. But towards the right of shot, towards the inside running rail, Motak Harajar got away well, and so too did Ramah. And it looks as though Ramah is going to press on and show the way. Ramah in the blue jacket, but Naif Al Anazi has a narrow advantage to the black cap of Faizat Sarah, who sits probably in second. To her outside is Busmat's black colours, and further out the white cap of Ala Kalademiyar. Even further out the course, 5 wide, the red colours of Hanouf Najran forms almost a line of 5. Just in behind the speed then, the blue cap of Motak Harajar has runners either side, 2 to the right, 2 to the left. Towards the inside, Shahanat Lina has relegated Faizat Sarah, or rather Kamreya, towards the back of the field. It is Faizat Sarah who is up with the pace, I should say, but being rousted along. Down the side of the course, turning left-handed all the time. Ramah, by guilty of the inside running rail, just still nosing ahead. to Busmat in second position. Towards the inside, Shihanat Lina is saving all the ground. Faizat Sarah is still being driven along. Towards the wide outside, Al Academia is still bang there, and so too is Hanouf Najram. It's an open-looking race here. It's deep inside the last furlong and a half they go. Ramar now pressing on, stepping it up again, now kicks on by 3. To Busmat in second position. Staying on from out of the pack is Motak Herajar, and down the wide outside is Hanouf Najran. But deep inside the last 50, Ramar is clinging on here to Busmat, who is thrusting down the wide outside. But Ramar has done enough. Ramar wins. Late gains from Busmat made it a lively finish to finish second, and it was close for the minor money. Ramar the winner. Busmat second. And again, we've seen another horse that breaks well, gets to the front and stays there. Wins in a time of 1:43.86 and holds off the late challenge of Mohammed Al-Daham and Busmat to the outside. The gap was closing to the line, wasn't it? But Ramar has just done enough. 3/4 of a length back to Busmat. Faizat Zera has responded to pressure in 3 and back in 4th, Al Academia. But a double for Naif Al-Anazi. 2 for Ospina, 2 for Al-Anazi, the leading names at the top of the tree here in Riyadh.
Rama, horse number 3, looked magnificent going down to the start, very regal as Rory said, and has looked magnificent in the finish. Change of tactics here today. Got an early lead and was able to, look how good he looks. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but he knows he looks good. That is an absolute pose for the cameras you're getting from Naif there, but it's very appropriate because Ramar's gone on and win. If Ramar finishes tailed off, all that is for nothing, but he got the result he wanted. He's a very happy man now, having had a double on the day.
Yeah, such a popular figure here in Saudi Arabia amongst everybody, amongst the racing community and the public as well. I think they're really big fans of Nath Al-Anazi, and we wish him all the success in the future. I felt that as he came to the screen there, and that sort of ducked and dipped away. But back to the race, Ramar. This was only the third start. There was promise shown last time out, got the early lead and never really looked in doubt. There was plenty of challenges. I think our selection, Shahan Lena, got a sniff at the rail, but as soon as that door was shut, she sort of spat the dummy out and said, oh, I'm not getting involved in the finish. But plenty of good runs in behind. Busmat, remember, putting up half a kilo overweight. Was that the difference? I don't know whether you believe so.
No, I mean, when you think about it, we didn't get to see exactly what's Nath weighed in at, but it'd be close to half a kilo heavier than he weighed out. Anyway, that often, we tend to give a kilo allowance, or a pound and a half, 2 pound allowance in the UK. And I know that in Ireland you're not allowed to ride if you're 3 pounds overweight.
And that's going out, remember, as well.
Going out, yeah, exactly. So, and of course, but if you read stories about the old days, you read John Frankham's autobiography, or he was constantly weighing out without half his kit.
Yeah,
he was quite a big lad for a jockey, John, and he'd often have riding horses that he was pretty confident they were going to win, but he couldn't do the weight. But you just try to fool the clerk with the scales, distract him, stand with one foot on the floor.
Without a saddle, what was the plan there?
All the tricks in the trade back in the old days, but we're a lot more straightforward about that kind of thing these days, and you like to think that, especially when you're trying to track performances and stuff like that, you need to know what weight horses are carrying.
And that information is crucial on the steward's website, which again I keep mentioning. It's on Twitter. It's very easy to view. It's not got too many followers. I think it's only got about 20, 30 followers, but I think it's invaluable to know this sort of information, and hopefully we can bring it to people who are watching at home as well, because it is crucial. If you're a supporter of Busmat and you go down by a nose, all of a sudden you're like, oh, was that actually a winning performance, considering I was operating at half a kilo over?
Yeah, but you've got to bear in mind, again, that it's not like he's half a kilo heavy and everyone else is on the button.
Exactly,
If it's less than half a kilo, it's not going to get measured. So you do have that leeway, and it's only when they hit that half kilo that it gets measured.
Yeah.
So you'd expect most jockeys to be just under that limit. So it's not like he's exactly half a kilo heavier than he should be, and everyone else is exactly the weight they should be. So there's always going to be a little bit of leeway with the weights, and any racing incident in a race is going to make slightly more difference than that as well.
Yeah, the front two have always been the front two throughout as well. This was a very tight race. We've not seen many races like this where the front two stay at the front two and no one else gets involved. But we're talking about an older horse, Filly's Maiden, and quite a lot of these horses just don't like to win, and it was the unexposed runner that's really come out on top.
Yeah, in fairness, I wonder how much more there is to come from Ramah, without being too rude. She's got a perfect ride from Nath. We can joking aside, he's given her the perfect ride to get her in front. She had a pretty bad trip last time out. She was caught wide all the way, and then she ended up having to cut to the inside to make her run in the straight. Here she's had things go very much her way, and she's shown what she could do. But she was hanging on at the finish. And when you look at the overhead shot, those horses were just all of them pretty much holding their position in the last couple of furlongs. These are fillies with their limitations, but most of them are pretty. They will give their running, but there's not. Looking at the time, 1:43.86 compared to the previous race over this trip. 1:42.71 the last one was. So it's a fair bit slower than that.
It's over a second slower, isn't it?
You wouldn't want to be giving your a rating any higher than 70 on the back of this, and I think you'd struggle to justify that based on the horses who finished within 3 or 4 lengths of her. So, yeah, she the fact is she is unexposed. You're right. She could go forward from this, but she's pretty much won by the skin of her teeth under a perfect ride. So it's not. I don't want to knock the winners at all, but when you're looking at who's going to go on to do better things, this is one of those races where it's difficult to find anything that was miles better than the result in the race, and difficult to find something that's going to be much better than this grade. It's just a run-of-the-mill race.
She won't be able to dictate like this in another race either. She's most likely to face a bigger field when she goes into handicaps, and she'll face much more competition for the lead. She got quite a nice, gentle lead out front, and we can see horse number 10, Al Academia, who was running a really good race from a wide stall and ended up sticking on, I think, for 3rd or 4th. But they weren't able to get involved with the front two, who've taken advantage of their track position and have just not allowed themselves to be passed. It will not be as easy for them in the future.
No, it won't. I mean, again, the fact you've got the filly who won the race, she probably doesn't have to lead. She ran a good race last time out from off the pace. But obviously, when everything clicks into place like this, where you do happen to get an easy lead, you are able to dictate the fractions you want to dictate, and then you're able to steal enough of a lead early in the straight that you can hold on. Then that's a perfect storm for you. So it's clearly not going to be too easy for her next time out. But I doubt it's one of those scenarios where she doesn't lead, she sulks. I think she'll probably run her race in different circumstances, but she needs to improve even on this if she's going to win at a different level.
And Naif Al-Anazi showing he can do it in various different ways. With Best Alakem earlier on in the card, he missed the kick, had to come wide and won the race down the straight with a driving finish. On this occasion, he made the kick, got the rail and was unable to be passed. It was a notice he kept closing the door to Shahanat Lina, who was trying to sneak up the inside as well.
Yes, I mean, I wouldn't say she was in any way unlucky, Shahanat Lina.
No, not at all.
You were screaming in the run for her to get the real run, but she just isn't fast enough for that. She's an honest enough looking type, and when she didn't get a run on the inside,
You just want to hear to just burrow down that rail, but you've just not got the speed to do it.
You need to be able to go faster than the horse in front of you to do that, and even then it's hard. And she just didn't quite have that speed.
And the one in front of her certainly wasn't stopping.
No, and she kept plugging away, and she was eased in the last 100 metres, so she's slightly better than the bare result in terms of how far she's been beaten. But listen, she's a 53 rated filly, and that's what you're dealing with here. I think she's capable of winning a handicap. If you get into not the 55 grade and a strong pace that she can
big field, strong pace.
She can come from off. Yeah, then she'll win a race. And as I said, her head carriage is likeable. Horses who carry their head low are always easier to warm to than those with a high head carriage.
Go on, give me some famous horses with low head carriages.
Well, I want to throw one out there for the very few people remember, but perhaps our producer might remember a horse called Bush Guide, who ran the Grand National minimum, I think 1983 possibly. Bush Guide ran the Grand National.
I don't know. I just heard a sound from the gallery right there. So.
Valerie Alder, we're hearing offset. That is correct. Val Jackson, as she became. John Alder, her father, also rode in the Grand National back in the 1960s. He did indeed win the Eider Chase. Well done. This is
unbelievable knowledge from the team. You don't know whether he's googling it, but you just have to.
No, he knows. If it's Grand National related in the 1980s, Greg will know. Tant's Piss was the name of the horse that Valerie Alder's father rode. Lovely grey horse, almost white. He used to run around Hexham. He was a course specialist there, but he also ran at the Grand National.
And we can see Naif Al-Anazi hugging up his connections here as we have steered vehemently off point. But we get straight back to it because we've got probably one of our races of the day here. This is our next contest. It's over the mile. It features a horse who I'm really keen on in the shape of Pastime. We're seeing some good horses on show in this next race. And Mark Francis will take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, excellent conversation there about all-time Grand Nationals that, of course, our producer will know better than others. But, this is the race I've been really looking forward to, actually. Ninth race on the card is a fillies open for 3-year-olds and upwards, local and imported, so you may recognise one or two of the names at home. There's fascinating pedigrees on show as well. Number one, Callum's already preempted it there. Pastime, I'm really looking forward to seeing this horse run again. Was fourth behind Sunset Flash the last time I was here. Alex Moreno rides this one from the inside stall. Howagis for Adel Al-Faredi looking for a double. Libby Amy is the 3-year-old, I should say, out of the Gurkha. 4 is Mistrix. She's not going to be short of speed. In the hood, Tariq Al Mansour. She's drawn in 4. Next is Sophia Cat in 5, Mohammed Al Daham. Sultan Al Mimoni rides Warda Always, the number 6. And the 7 is Hidden Spell for Khalid Al Mimoni. 8 is Felicia Beach in the cheek pieces for Abdullah Al Khamis. And there's just the one over the page, which is Celestial Star, Abdullah Al Orfi, a daughter of Ribchester, who was a sensational miler, of course, back in the UK. But hopefully we see something special here. It's Pastime for me, chaps.
Thank you very much, Mark Francis. Just a couple of notes here. Sultan Al Mimouni will take weight off Wardat Always, but I think Wardat Always will need an aeroplane to win this. I remember her winning a maiden while we were out in Taif and making a very quick turnaround and being quite unlucky to finish 6th, but she seems to have found her level now, and this looks like a bit too much of a step up for her.
Yeah, she's pretty much a run-of-the-mill maiden winner, Warda Always. We saw plenty off her in Taif, and she's a likeable enough filly, but this open race looks a little bit beyond her. For all, it's not the strongest of its type. It's still, you know, probably a little too tough for Warda always to win, for all that she's a strong mare.
Yeah, Sophia Cat's another horse we have to give a mention to. One of two for the same owner, Selman Ali Al Ali and Sons. Hoping that he can have some success here with two runners in this race, both Sophia Cat and Felesia Beach, who both represent that ownership group, and they're both trained by the same trainer as well. So Muhammad Al Ali will train both of those runners, and I think they could have an interesting say in this race. Sophia Cat always breaks slowly and is flying home late. She's one that you have to watch, very much a modern artist type horse, but for me, I can't look past time. I thought she ran a really good race behind Sunset Flash the last time we saw her, and then Howard G's as well was another horse that comes here off the back of a win, but that was a long time ago, and we can see past time right here in shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Pastime is particularly straightforward, but she's very classy in comparison to her rivals here. Put that in context. She's got a rating of 78, so she's not a world beater. I think she's better than 78. I don't think she always absolutely puts it in, but she returned with a solid fourth behind Sunset Flash. That was over the 1200 here 2 weeks ago. Her maiden win came over 1400, and she ran well. Ran one of her better races, went fourth in a non-winners of two over course and distance in January. So she stays the trip. You look at her races and you look at her as a performer, and you think she probably should have won more than just a maiden. But she does look to have a decent chance here on paper. Libya Me is the one who's won most of these. She's a 4-time winner, but she's penalised for that. She's given quite a lot of weight away to most of her rivals, and she hasn't run to her UK form since arriving in Saudi Arabia, so hard to fancy her.
The Mistrix showed early speed in that Sunset Flash race, but was really just a victim of her own success, turning for home. She fell out the back of the telly.
Yeah, well, she's disappointing as well. She's got ability, but she's won from 23 all told, not from 10 in Saudi Arabia. I think she won once at York for George Scott, but didn't live up to early promise. She's got speed, she's well enough bred, but the fact that she's only won one from her 23 lifetime starts tells you plenty.
She's by Vademos, who was famously a lethal stallion, tried to kill a few stallion handlers, did old Vademos, when
Yes,
he was
indeed,
at study with a nasty sod, but we're hoping that Mistrix can channel some of that aggression into success, but she'll need to find a lot more here. Here is Warda Always, the maiden winner in touch. She looks gorgeous, doesn't she? She's really caught my eye here in the parade ring.
Yeah, she looks really well. Obviously we're onto the lights now, which affects a little bit how they look. They all tend to gleam a little bit more in the artificial light. But yeah, she looks well. Hidden Spell, she's not from 27, since winning a race at Pontefract way back in 2019, so not the easiest to fancy for all. She's still got a rating of 73.
She was very consistent in the UK, and I think that's counted against her here. She had a string of seconds and thirds and a win in the UK from only, I think it was 6 starts. So
yeah, but
suddenly she comes in with quite a chunky rating.
She was always quite a short price and didn't always go on. So she won on heavy ground at Pontefract, and she probably should have won more than she did.
Ex-Carl Burke trained, if I remember correctly,
yeah.
yes.
But she hasn't really cut the mustard here. But a rating of 73 means she should be competitive, but she's not one that I'd want to trust implicitly.
Celestial Star, first run here within meeting 57, finished 9th. Quick turnaround here today. Are you imagining this horse will step forward? She's only 4.
Yeah, beaten quite a long way that way. She was placed twice at 7 furlongs and a mile for Keith Dalgleish in the UK. I think she'll need more time to adjust here. She was, as I said, beaten 17 lengths by Al Faisala on her debut here, and was behind Hidden Spell that day. 5 1/4 lengths behind Hidden Spell, so she's going to struggle to turn the form around with that runner. She'll probably find her level, but I think she's going to need a few runs just to get used to racing here.
She's by Ribchester. Stallion came with a massive reputation. Hasn't quite set the world alight from the Stallion.
I like Ribchester as a runner, but he's not quite lived up to early promises.
Made a lot of money. Progeny made a lot of money very early on the sales. I remember when I was working at Goff selling horses, he was all the rage for those early yearling sales.
Well, he was big and strong, wasn't he, Ribchester? And I imagine he's throwing out some good-looking yearlings, but the results on the track haven't really spoken in his favour thus far. You never know. He might find his niche. Possibly jump
We've spoken a lot about stallions from European backgrounds having good records over here. And for those who are really just getting involved with us here in Riyadh, Sioux Nations, watch out for them. They seem to have really acted well on the dirt surface here in Saudi Arabia. And Sioux Nation, as I remember, I always tell you that I saw him on Irish Champions Weekend, and he was one of the best looking animals I've ever seen in a parade ring. I think his type will love the system.
He would have done a lot better racing in the US. Just one of those things you find out after the event, that he wasn't particularly well suited by racing on easy ground in Ireland. But yeah, he's a good looker, and he's passed on plenty of ability to his offspring, particularly on dirt surfaces. So
and I think that we'll see more and more of those coming over here.
You know, we're looking at, we've also got Twilight Sun, who's the singer of Felicia Beats. Now, Twilight Sun doesn't strike me as the kind of stallion who's going to be getting lots of dirt winners.
They're rocket fast though, aren't they?
Yeah, they
tend to be rocket fast. We saw a couple of Twilight Suns show blistering early speed but then fall off, so it's interesting to see this one over a mile.
Yeah, well, Felicia Beach stayed 7 furlongs well in the UK. She was nothing special, but she did win twice. She won at Chepstow and Southwell, so she's well placed to win twice for Johnny Portman. Not the easiest, with 2 wins on her back, because it runs in a race like this, she's getting penalised for each of those wins. So it's a lot better if you can get a horse who showed ability, was still a maiden in the UK, or just won 1 race. But a horse who's managed to be well placed to win twice or 3 times when they weren't out of the ordinary, they're not the easiest to place when they come here.
We keep talking about what we do if we were owners, and I remember the horse in training sales had just passed by, and I remember saying that if I was to buy something to run in Saudi Arabia, I'd want to buy a maiden, because I just think you have so many more opportunities to run in maiden company without a win to your name. Look at a horse like Hidden Spell. Now, Hidden Spell ran good races, but only won once. Suddenly, after winning at Pontefract, is now thrown into races like this because there's nowhere else for this horse to go off that chunky rating.
No, exactly. And if you were, first of all, if you're not worth your rating, you run and you get beaten maidens, your rating does come down to make you more competitive anyway. But yeah, it's difficult, particularly as I said, with horses who've won twice.
Yeah.
If you've been because you get so much opportunity in the UK to find weak races. I mean, you find horses that are winning at Southwell and Chepstow, or at Fosslas and Brighton or whatever.
You're just talking about courses I report from, mate.
Yeah.
It really hurts.
You know that their trainers have worked hard to find them winning opportunities, and they're not necessarily world beaters to be winning at those tracks.
I certainly thought Wardat Always, though, is for me the paddock pick. We've not had much paddock expertise today, but I think Wardat Always looks great from the paddock here. And
are you going to be drawn into?
I'm not going to be drawn into it now. I'm sticking with Pastime. For me, I was really impressed with that run behind Sunset Flash, because I thought she was ridden. I think a lot of horses in that race were ridden to just finish second, and then Sunset Flash kind of met some trouble in running. Then there was a bit of a scrap for the lead, and suddenly a lot of horses who didn't think they'd be involved in the race were suddenly well involved. And I thought Pastime was really ridden to try and get a good place, and ended up just fading behind her PP Go Lucky, who was traditionally rattling home late.
Yeah, so, listen, there were good horses now. It ended up being a slightly messy contest, but it was well contested in terms of the horses who ran in it. They were well tried.
Income was second, I think, on that occasion.
Yes.
That's not a bad animal at all.
No, and Happy Go Lucky is a very reliable performer as well. So we didn't see the best of Sunset Flash that day.
No.
But
still won though. She's still keeping that.
Yeah, exactly. So, but we saw roughly close to the best of Pastime, and I think 6 furlongs probably short enough for the daughter of Postponed as well.
We're going to have a look at Pastime right now, actually, and I think this is the race. This is the Sunset Flash race. You just see Pastime comes on the outside. Now, Sunset Flash is on the rail. In comes the horse on the outside. You'll see her PP Go Lucky in the black and white colours, and suddenly all the jockeys here see Sunset Flash and Alex Moreno flat to the boards. Now, Alex Moreno gets back on board Pastime here, and I think that's a positive jockey switch too.
It is, yeah, definitely. And Pastime's got closer to Sunset Flash than she deserves to in terms of their relative abilities. But essentially, you look at where she's finished in relation to Happy Go Lucky and how she's run her race. You'd be concerned looking at that about her stepping up to the 1600 meters, and it is definitely as far as she wants to go. And she's got some mixed form at this trip. I'd say the intermediate trip, the 7 furlongs, probably her ideal trip.
Yeah.
She's not really a sprinter, but
she'll get here as well.
But the small field in a mixed ability race at the 1600 meters will suit Pastime.
Here's Howard Jeeves, who was last in winning in meeting 17. Long time off the track. This was a lower trip than she faces today.
Yeah, this was a 6 furlong contest. If you go back to fifth, you'll see that Sophia Cat was behind her this day.
Fell out the gates on that occasion as well.
Ran on strongly to grab fifth. She then won next time out when she was stepped up to a mile. This is okay for me. The concern is that this came in week 17 of the Type season. and how would G's look capable of going on from that, but wasn't seen again. So you always have to ask questions about a horse like that. Also, she does flash a tail occasionally, which raises questions about her temperament. She's unproven at the trip, but she's bred to stay it. So you give her a chance, and she didn't look a short runner there, but she's a hard one to weigh up. She could easily take a step forward, but similarly, you know, if she finished 7th tonight, you'd say, well, it's not massively surprising, given the break that she had and the fact that she's unproven here, and all she did was won a maiden. But I think
if she wins, we'll be screaming, she was going the right way.
Yeah, as well as Sophia Cat, I think she had 2 other subsequent winners in behind her that day. So although it wasn't an exceptional time, the collateral form has worked out pretty well. It's just a case of we thought we'd see her again and she'd step up on that form, and we didn't, and that's the concern. Why has she been off the track? With the horse in an earlier race, it made sense because they wanted to run at Riyadh rather than running at Taif. With her, that definitely wasn't the case.
No, there was certainly a plan to have it, because she ran in meeting 9 as well. So there was a decision that they wanted to run at Taif. If she then gets a win, it's very hard for you to then say to the owners, right, you've won now, let's put her away for Riyadh.
Exactly. Yeah,
take advantage of Taif.
Exactly. Yeah, you certainly would. So it may be that she just had a bit of a setback after that. She's only getting a kilo, 2 pounds from Pastime, and on official rating she's got 13 pounds to find. So that leaves her with a bit to do. As I said, Pastime maybe not the most, I wouldn't say she's unreliable, but I think she's a little bit soft, and I think she needs the race to drop right to win. I think it probably will. I think this race will end up being run to suit Pastime, and I think that will help her get her head in front. I think when push comes to shove, if she's at her correct level, Pastime, she'll find a way to lose. I think she ends up finding herself in a weaker race than she'd normally contest, and as a result, she should be able to win this without having to do the maximum. I think when she asks to do the maximum, then
she gets into trouble.
The questions get asked, and the answer is often no thanks.
Libby Ami carried 62 kilos, will be top weighted in this race, punished for winning the 4 races, not all here in Saudi Arabia.
No, they're all in the UK, UK races.
Again, we talk about punishment for winning races. Libby Ami is a prime example for that. It's hard to see her giving way all round, especially considering she's only rated 63. That's a tough job giving.
Yeah, listen,
15 pounds away, isn't she, to Pastime?
You would say she'd be much better off in handicaps. Where exactly are the handicaps on this card?
Exactly. Well, there we go, prime example.
Thing, you know,
and now we get to Friday and Saturday, the handicap's going to be tough as well.
Exactly. So she wants to be in a not the 65 handicap. She just needs her confidence building, because she's been a long time without a win. The fact that she's running in races like this when actually she's the one who's punished most, then she's hard to fancy.
Let's talk about selections here. I'm going to go for number 1, Pastime. Are you going to be with me?
Yeah, I'm with Pastime.
Pastime. Well, look at you. There's always some sort of theme here. There's a suggestion that you might be just trying to draw. You're just trying to.
I made my mind up sometimes.
You made your mind up earlier. Pastime. I feel like I'm watching the Aussies playing Test cricket, playing for the draw.
You put Howard's up on the preview.
Yeah, I did put Howard's up on the preview purely because we didn't have the footage of Pastime. Let's not jump on the whole. Let's not jump on the what you did in the preview conversation. We're all about Pastime here. So myself and Rory are going for Pastime. Mark Francis, are you with us or are you against us?
I think I've got to get an umpire for the studio just to break you two up. No, I'm with you here. Pastime, I think, is one of my better selections for the night. I thought it was just an eye-catching run behind Sunset Flash, who wasn't at her best. So hopefully she can improve on that. And again, at the ratings, it's 78. Some of these are stone down. Anyway, it's horse racing. Anything can happen. There's Howard G's going in. Adel Al-Faredi. Had a good day so far with the winner. Howard G's looking for back-to-back successes. Libby Ami. Rory just mentioned there, all 4 wins back in the UK. 2 in the same ownership here. Sophia Cat has the white cap. Alicia Beach has the red cap. Celestial Star goes forward, leaving Warder Always as the only one out of line. Stand by for a start for race number 9. This filly's open, set, and they're off. Racing away, Pastime got a good start from the inside gate and probably has the overall advantage, but just tugging back a little as out wide Celestial Star will tack across, try and get that inside rail as they join up with the round course. How difficult is Pastime going to make it for her? Looks as though she'll give way. Celestial Star in front then for Abdullah Al Orfi. In front by about a length and a half to Pastime in second place. Further out on the course is the red cap of Felicia Beach, and in between that pair is Mistrix, who usually front runs but can't get to the head of affairs. Just behind the pace rather is Howard's in fifth. Further out on the course then the dark jacket of Libby ME, and the back three include Sophia Cat, Warda Always and Hidden Spell. They're in the line of three. Down the side of the course they go, turning left-handed. Celestial Star. Pastime just needs a bit of an out here, as Howard G's is keeping her penned in for the moment. Felicia Beach towards the wide outside, not as far out as Mistrix, and also Libby ME, as they've got 400 metres left to go. And Celestial Star says, come and catch me if you can. But the advantage is only a length. Now Pastime has got racing room to manoeuvre into. Howard G's is three wide, and so too Felicia Beach is still there. Deep inside the last furlong on a bit though, the far side Celestial Star. Pastime is yet to get by. Howard G's now the main challenger. Howard G's down the centre of the track, now begins to get up on Celestial Star. Staying on from out of the pack here is Sophia Cat, who will chase Howard G's down, and Sophia Cat's gonna mug her. Sophia Cat, excellent ride from Mohammed Al Daham, gets up on the line to win. Patience is clearly the key to this game, and she gets up on the line in the nick of time. All the action unfolding down the far side of the track, but Sophia Cat said no worries. Down the centre she came, and she's just mugged Howard G's in the closing stages in a time of 1:42.97. It's one of the better times we've seen over the mile tonight. Sophia Cat goes on to score second career victory. In second place, Howard G's 3/4 of a length down. Surely Adel Al-Faredi thought he had the job done. A Celestial Star faded into third, and Pastime, not at her best today, comes home again in fourth. 5 beats 2, beats 9. Sophia Cat the winner of race number 9.
Mohammed Al Daham guides Sophia Cat to victory here in our most recent contest in Riyadh. But let's talk about the fact that she managed to reverse the form with Howard G's, who finished second, who I thought ran a very big race, finishing second after such a layoff, but could do nothing to defy Sophia Cat, who picked up the pieces in a race that was a bit messy all the way down the straight.
It was a bit messy, and Pastime got to the front, and then Celestial Star, who was it didn't seem that likely to figure in the finish based on what she did last time out, has taken over. Pastime then's got she's just a moody filly pastime. And what we were hoping was going to happen was she was going to get the lead from stall one. Alex Moreno was able to control the pace and then keep her happy, and then her class would see her through. Once she was overtaken, I was like, right, now I've got to cover her up and try to keep her happy.
And she took a bit of a tug as well, didn't she?
She did, and then he's looking for a way out, but he's not full of horse either. You know, he's had to try to cajole her into the bridle. She looked dangerous early in the straight, but she was never picking up particularly well. And we've seen it. The fact is, she's good enough to win better races than this, but she's only won a maiden, and she's not the strongest of stayers at the trip. So once she wasn't on the bridle early in the straight, you knew that you were in a bit of trouble. It's a good performance from the front two home, but anything could have happened in the straight. Libya Mead loomed up. We said Libya Mead was just really badly treated here. Loomed up on the outside because she got a clear run through the race. But in the end, you've had a good performance from Sophia Cat, who sat off the pace and come through. She was, as you said, beaten by Howard G's in the Tive season, meeting 17. But that was over 6 furlongs, and Sophia Cat is definitely more of a stayer. And of course, a 6 furlong trip,
starts poorly,
because she starts poorly. This suits her because she's can't have her usual start and sit where she wants in the race, and waiting for them to beat each other up in front. Here we can see the replay
Half-time
again.
got a great kick as well.
A great start from Pastime, but what happens, of course, reasonably early on, is Celestial Star is drawn out wide, moves forward, and then...
Are you saying Alex should be trying to hold his
No,
position
he
here?
can't. No, that's the thing. Alex is hoping that because he gets that great break and sits on the rail, the other jockeys won't try to take him on early. But unfortunately, Abdullah Al-Lafi on Celestial Star, he's got her rolling early. The connections don't know an awful lot about her so far. She was a dual winner for Keith Dalgleish, but she's only had the one run here. Let's not disappoint her. Let's let her roll on when she's got a good start. And then Alexis Moreno has to take in behind, and he's just trying to keep her happy. He doesn't mind that something's gone past him as such, but she's a hard filly to keep happy in a race, and she's now in close quarters with Howard G's, who goes up on the inside. She then threatens to spit the dummy out here briefly, and then Alex manages to get a gap on the rail, get her in that pocket again, and just hope that she drops her head and picks up the bridle. And she's just hard work for him from here on in. He gets her here briefly when he pulls out into the two path. You think he might get the job done, but she's given him a fairly torrid time at that stage.
The winner still hasn't come into shot yet. You've just seen Libya Mead loom up there on the outside, but the winner still
the winner's just moving through in the first colours, which appear maroon on the race car, but are actually more violet, or I'd say violet, are my school colours. And she comes
rainbow,
home,
isn't it?
She comes home strongly to win. I don't think there's an awful lot between the front two in terms of absolute ability.
Do you think she's won that a bit cosily?
She appears to have won a little bit closely, but of course, if you take the view they went hard enough here, and I'm not. It's difficult to know what the pace in the middle part of the race was.
Time was 1:42. That doesn't scream very quick, does it?
No, it was faster than it was 1:43.86 the previous race. 1:40, we did for the first race over this trip of the night. It wasn't a pace collapse, was it? But she was suited by the way the race is run, because most of them have wanted to be in a handy position, and she wants to stalk. So if you're able to stalk them like that and wait for the one or two of them to begin to weaken, you can pick them off, and she's enjoyed that, Sophia Cat. And yeah, I think she can probably go on from here. But as you say, Howard G's was having her first start since winning that maiden, in which Sophia Cat was a strong finishing fifth way back in meeting 17 at Tythe. And she wasn't the worst away. Warda always sat in the stalls really and came away poorly. And that was her race
and
gone.
Hidden Spell both running very disappointing races.
Yeah, Hidden Spell got away well and travelled okay in the early stages. But again, Hidden Spell is a mare with plenty of ability. She's a 6-year-old now, and the fact that she's not from 27, despite the fact that she's been rated in the 80s, it's not that hard to get wins out of horses like that. And she's just a hard one to win with.
She's going the wrong way, I think, isn't she?
And we've seen Sophia Cat and Howard G sort of come up from fairly humble beginnings at Tythe, but they're genuine sorts, and they're learning with their racing. Whereas we're seeing a couple here who've shown ability earlier in their careers to be able to get maiden wins when they're young and look like they could go on to much better things, who just don't have the heart.
But
for it,
she
really.
does have the winning 2-year-old form, which makes her a viable broodmare prospect.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
I imagine she'll be to the paddock sooner rather than later, where she'll start her second career. And yeah, look at the way we're building breeding here in Saudi Arabia. And you can see Sophia Cat and Warda always filling out the final 2 places. Well, Sophia Cat's going to pass almost every single horse in the race to win here and do it quite cosily, I thought. And Libya Me, I think that was quite a good run.
It was, but she's
she's
flattered by the way that
Yeah.
they sort of concertina together, and she's been able to come round them with a run that's maximised her chance. And it looked, briefly like she might win, but she's in the catbird seat here, as we say, stalking on the outside. It's then got a little bit messy off the turn with the leader. Didn't weaken. I was going to say weakening, but actually kept plugging away. Yeah.
That's the problem. It didn't weaken, and that didn't allow.
Which made it harder
Yeah.
for Pastime to come past. But again, if Pastime was good enough, that shouldn't have been an issue.
No, absolutely not.
But had the leader fallen away on the rail, then Pastime would have had an opportunity. But Howard G's on the outside of Pastime was always getting the better of that battle.
Yeah.
Eyeballed her and wanted it more than Pastime did. And then was just a little bit unlucky to be picked up late by a horse who was given the ideal ride for the scenario. But it may well be that, I'm not suggesting Sophia Cat isn't better than Howard G's, but if you were a Howard G supporter, you wouldn't be put off by the way she's run here after a break.
You'd be looking at Howard G's next time for sure. You can just see the state of Sophia Cat coming in. There's clearly some serious kickback here at in Riyadh, which I wouldn't normally assume you'd see in Taif. But as we move swiftly on to our next contest, it's time to hand over to our man in the sky, Mark Francis. We didn't have a winner in the last race. We need to get back on a winning thread.
Back on a winning thread. I just need to get on the winning thread, I think. Race number 10 coming up, again, over 1,600 metres. I have to say that previous race, I think that might be the ride of the day so far, but I'm sure the guys will review a little bit later on. Race 10 headed then by number 1, Badir Al Maidan for Abdullah Al Khamis. 2 is Salaf, one of 2 greys in the lineup, Fawas Wanas. 3 is Fana, Eddie Castro. And 4 is Al Rahub. 5, Najim Dubai with the cheek pieces, Abdulaziz Al Musser. Badir Al Mogatara for Abdullah Al Lawfi is the 6, and Alpha Sem the 7 for Adel Al Faradi. Bottom one on that caption is the 8, Al Sahuk. Turning the page to the 9, Shakrari is Khaled Al Mimoni's ride, I should say. At the 10 is Abu Shaybar, Sultan Al Mimoni. The 11 is Faz, the other grey, Tariq Al Mansour. Interesting to see the coloured caps here to see who's got first selection. But Faz is the highest rated thoroughbred on the card tonight. The 12 is Al Assar for Jimmy Carrion, his second ride of the evening. So a full field of 12 going to pose for our local bred horses open for 3-year-olds and upwards.
Thanks, Mark. As the 12 runners make their way into the parade ring, I think the one horse who's a massive talking horse here is horse number 11, Faz, one of the highest rated horses on the card today, if not the highest rated on the card today. I can't have Faz in this race for me, Rory. Try and convince me why this horse can win.
Well, his rating looks like he should have an outstanding chance, and you should be able to look at his recent form and see that. Seconds over a mile in open company and a JCSA challenge at Taif this season, but 14 1/4 length 6 to Al Jabri in a course and distance open 2 weeks ago.
He got very tired.
Yeah,
he got very tired on that day.
It wasn't a run that made you think, oh, well, he shouldn't have needed it. He ran a meeting 49 anyway on Taif, so he shouldn't have needed that. And the fact that he was well beaten there just makes you wonder. I mean, maybe it's just an off day for him, but on the basis of that run, he didn't run near 96 that day, and you'd have to worry about his ability. And this is a similar contest to this. It wasn't like he was running in a really tough contest, and this is a drop in class. It's probably a slightly weaker race than the one he was in.
Yeah.
On paper, it's the same. It's not as well contested. That gives Faz a chance of bouncing back, but he does need to, doesn't he?
Yeah, and Fanar, we can see in short here getting a little bit fluffy as well. Winter coat kicking in for Fanar, so certainly one to keep an eye on. Looked really good on penultimate start, and they didn't quite live up to expectations last time out from a wide draw. Here's the first of the white stable runners, Al Raoub, who has 4 wins from 29 starts and has some great form back in his younger days, Rory.
Yeah, but he looks like he's just on the downgrade now, to be perfectly honest. He was third in the 7 furlong open here in February, but largely well beaten since. And you have to think that on the balance of his form, he just doesn't seem to be the horse that he was. But they're continuing with him. He's still an
trying to find a
entire
race, aren't they?
But I don't think this is his race.
Yes, we can see Badr Al Mokhtara here, who's certainly a horse to keep an eye on now. This is a horse that's run some very good races, rated 89 here, a winner of an open race last season.
Yeah, he won the King Abdulaziz Cup in 2022 at Taif, so he's got a good back class. He's on quite a long losing run, but he is a pretty reliable sort. All 7 of his wins have come at a mile, including 2 here. He's maybe more of a Taif specialist, but I think he's got a good chance on paper in this race.
Yes, Shakrawi is horse number 9, who we'll see shortly. In fact, we see Shakrawi now. No, just coming there.
Yeah, here he is.
There's Shakrawi
Yeah,
now. Big, strong type.
He seemed to run above himself on 7th in a course in Distance Open 2 weeks ago. That was the race that Faz was 6th in, but his form last season was very, very ordinary indeed, and that may well be a bit of a flash in the pan, but if it's not, he's got half a chance.
Abu Shaiba looking nice going around here. He's had plenty of tries, 44 starts, only the 3 wins, and showed nothing this season.
Well, he showed nothing until last week when he finished 7th in a course of Distance Open. That was certainly a step in the right direction, but he needs to take another step in that direction to be competitive here.
Faz will want to dictate, as we said already. Smallfield gives him every opportunity to do that. And the final horse is Al-Assar, who is horse number 12, who looks quite nice, just a little bit weak in behind. See that tail just dropping a little bit?
Yeah. He was second in the Jcsa award race in June 2022 at Taif. But well held since. He's been off 11 months, which is a bigger
that's
concern.
Another concern. We saw a horse previously who was off those 2 years, ran no race, so he'd certainly be concerned about the layoff. And I know Faz is obviously a horse I'm looking to take on here, but it's very hard to find one to take him on with in this sort of contest. But Badr Al Mokhtara, I think, is probably a danger here. Fanar is probably the way I'm going to go. I think you can put a line through that last start. I had a horrible draw on that occasion and didn't have the ideal trip. That was over 1,800 metres, dropped back here to 1,600 metres, and I think had a chance. Sorry, didn't have a horrible draw, had a good draw, just ran no race over that trip. So let me get my facts right there. Had a good draw on that occasion, just ran no race, and hopefully can bounce back.
The 1,800 metres is a bit of a specialist distance. You know, it doesn't suit a lot of horses, and you get horses who seem to run above themselves on that trip as well. So I could forgive Fanar the last run, and as you said, his one run in Taif this season was a good one. He was second to Yamari and a non-winners of 4.
And I think Yamari is a better horse than Faz.
Yeah, well, certainly more reliable, and Fanar, if he can find that form, has got a big chance. You're going to go with Fanar?
I'm going to go with Fanar. I'm going away from Faz. I was so put off by the last run, and I just think he loves to make the running, but he's falling into a hole. I'd like to see him drop him back in trip, to be honest. I'd like to see him over 1,400, personally. I think he's got plenty of early speed. I imagine they'll let him get a long lead, and he'll make us all look very silly. Tariq Al Mansour on board, just in case people thought Kamir or Spina would be on, so Tariq Al Mansour will be riding this one.
Yeah, that's not
a bad booking, is it? Tariq's a very good jockey. He's won a couple of big cup races.
Wouldn't concern me at all. Nor would it concern me that he's running stall 11 if he wants to get to the front. We've seen it's often easier if your horse has got natural gate speed. It's often easier from a wide draw because you don't have horses bearing into you early on, and you can basically come out and move your way across whenever you fancy it, as suits your horse, so that he's not under pressure. So that should be fine for Faz, and he's got a good chance of bouncing back. I can see the case for Fanar. You've got to put a line through the run over 1,800 last time, which isn't that hard to do. I'm going to go for Badr Al Mokhtara. I know he's on a longish losing run, but he's got back class, and although his form figures last season in Riyadh, 4, 6, 7, 13 his last 4 runs.
They would have been tough races.
Those were really tough. He's been in some very tough spots. He is coming back from a break, obviously, but he's got the ability to go well fresh. And a lot of his runs last season weren't under his ideal conditions. He is an absolute mile specialist. He's won 2 good races here. He's won 4 or 5 at Taif over the mile. That's the slight worry. The worry is that he might be more of a Taif horse. Interestingly, he missed the Taif season altogether. But I'll give him a chance of bouncing back and showing his old class here.
There's a pair of horses by Dubai Destination, the stallion, in the shape of Salaf, who came 8th last time, and who else is there? Najim Dubai, who came 13th last time. Can we give a chance to any of these two? I think Salaf's got plenty of experience.
Salaf will win more races. He's 3 from 32, but he does stay very well, and he won a nomination of 3. That's probably just over a year ago at Taif over the 2,400 metres, and he does stay 2,400 metres well. So his winning, if he is going to be winning races this season, will be at 2,000 metres and upwards. And I think he's probably just going to he's have a couple of spins over shorter trips at the start of the season, as far as I can see. and then he'll be stepping up and tripping and be more competitive when he does that.
Najim Dubai.
Najim Dubai is hard to fancy. Not from 26. I mean, he's got ability, but he was well beaten on his return here. And the fact that, you know, there's 26 consecutive defeats for a horse with a pretty good pedigree, and with his racing, you know, it's not hard to find a weak race for a horse with his racing, and the fact that he's still a maiden now.
And that last run was in the Eastern Governance Region Cup,
yes,
which is a decent race, and they dropped down in class today. But
not the strongest cup race in the calendar, but yes, this is slightly easier on paper, but it's not like he finished 5th or 6th in that. He was 13th.
It's not like he's getting us all excited. Al Rahub going the wrong way. We've already mentioned 4 wins from the 29 starts, and again, as a youngster, looked to be really quite promising, but just form has fallen off recently.
Yeah, listen, the fact that they're still going with him is
still entire as well.
Interesting. And he's got, you go back 4 runs, he was 3rd in a 7 furlong open last season. At the tribe, but you know, before that he ran poorly, and his last 3 runs last season he was unsighted, 16th, 15th and 20th in his last 3, so he just looked like maybe he just was out of sorts. You never know why horses will lose the form, and he could bounce back after a break, but what he did last season suggested that he was just a lighter former days.
Good to see Fawaz Wanas all smiles on board Salah, so he'll be one to watch out for. No stewarding notes. I've had a look, and I haven't seen any stewarding notes for this contest, so I don't think we've got anything to worry about in regards to overweight jockeys. We will give you one final check, but again, nothing straight up at the moment. Still no. So we're still nothing to worry about on paper. We can just see Al Rahub riding on board. For those who are wondering why Camillo isn't on board on these occasions, you've got 2 white stable runners and 1 from Camillo, none of them ridden by Camillo. It's because of the way the yard is set up. The team are very much open about the fact that the jockey that they want to pick will be, I'm saying Tariq Al Mansour will be claiming some weight as well, because he's one of the youngsters in the weighing room, and I think Fawad Al Sunan as well might be claiming, but I'll have to check that. But for me, it's all about the stable manager. We talked about it with Jimmy Jerkins. There's someone out there who picks who rides what.
Yep.
It's very interesting. We spoke to Camillo about it much earlier in the season when he was in a tight competition for the Jockeys Championship. And even then, he was saying, oh no, I'm happy for the team.
Yeah,
I need
absolutely.
the team to win. So for him, the Owners' Championship, I think, is almost as important, if not more important, than the Jockeys Championship. You look at it sort of very much like a Max Verstappen type of thing. I need to win the constructors rather than winning the drivers. But he goes and does both. I think Camillo looks on pace to do both of those things. So it's no surprise to see a couple of jockeys who will be lesser known getting rides on these white stable representatives.
Yeah, and as you can't simply have the top jockey just coming in for all the top rides, and you've got to be bringing on those young jockeys as well. And what we've said is that the apprentice riders ride really well here. And if you don't give them the opportunities, you're not going to get up to that kind of standard either. And as you said, Camilo Espino is very, very happy to see these guys come on and get those
And
rides.
Tariq Al Mansour has been riding well in some decent races. The spotlight doesn't seem to be too big for him. You can just see him go down to post now, and Faz does look magnificent walking down. He's got a lovely walk about him, but I'm going against him. I'm going to go for horse number 3, Fanar. Who are you going with, Rory?
I'm going to go with Badr Al Mutara, so we're at least going against each other.
Going against each other, we'll probably both be beaten by Faz now and made to look very silly. Mark Francis, I imagine. Are you with Faz?
You've sort of put me off him, really. I might have to join the boat with Rory, with Badr Al Mogatara. He knows where the winning post is. And I think this is the sort of race that he could win. He is a 7-year-old. So he's the oldest in the field, or joint oldest in the field, with the horse that's next to him, Najim Dubai, who hasn't yet won a race, not from 26. Badr Al Mogatara certainly knows how to win. Rated 89, so that's a difference between ratings, those 5 and 6. But yeah, Faz, you know, he's rated 96 for a reason, but he has disappointed the last twice. And I think you kind of want to see better from Faz before you really want to sit on his side. Fanar for you, Callum. Yeah, I can see the case for that one. Out of Frozen Power, Eddie Castro, who's had a quiet night so far, drawn in 3, well positioned on paper anyway. But, 2 runners from the white stable. Al Rahub has the first colours with the green cap, and Faz, who we just mentioned, has the red cap. Faz also has the white blinkers, so should be easy to spot, and is a grey. So the runners are circling down at the start. We've got 5 All 6, I should say, already loaded. So we're halfway through loading already. Stalls 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10 currently vacant. Here's Najim Dubai. Will it be 27th time lucky? Abdulaziz Al Musa. And he goes. Next to come in is Alpha Sem. Abu Shaybar looks as though he will be next. And then the blindfolded Badir Al Mogatara. 2 to go. Badir Al Mogatara into 6, which leaves 2 runners, Al Assar, and then finally Al Rahub. Race 10 then. A local bred horse is open for 3-year-olds and upwards. Saudi breds, fillies and colts, but all colts in here. Set. And they're off. Badir Al Mogatara certainly wasn't one of the quickest away. Neither really was from the inside gate. Badir Al Maidan showing his experience or inexperience through the first furlong. The red cap through the centre then. Faz got away smartly and has a rival on either flank. Further out on the course is Al Assar to press on, and back to 3rd position is Alpha Sem. This is the leading trio, and they're already very well strung out. In 4th position, Fanar in the red colours, and then comes the grey Salah, blue jacket with the orange, being tracked through by Badir Al Mogatara, who's made up a bit of ground. Further out on the course is Shakwari's red cap. Behind that one then is Abu Shaiba, and the back marker is Al Rahub. It's turning down the side of the course then. They completed half their journey. And on the outside, Al Assar begins to lay some pressure to Faz, and these remain the first 2. Just being pushed along for the first time is Fanar up along the outside of Alpha Sem, and these 4 are still 6 lengths clear then of Badir Al Mogataro, who begins to pick off 1 or 2 rivals, including Salah, who's in 6th place, and from the back of the field, Al Rahub is leaving it a little bit late as his stablemate up ahead is in front by 2, and that is Faz. The blinkers working at the moment, pushing clear. Fanar then moves into 2nd place. Then comes Badir Al Mogatara, staying towards that far running rail, deep inside the last furlong, and Faz looks vulnerable here to Fanar down the centre of the course. Badir Al Mogatara continues to plug on towards the far side, but it's Fanar and Eddie Castro who are moving clear deep inside the last 50, and Fanar will win the 10th race. Tight for 2nd, very close indeed, between Badir Al Mogatara and the long-time leader Faz. Fanar wins, 2nd career victory for this one. Still very lightly raced for Eddie Castro, who produced this one to perfection. And it's yet another winner for our man Callum Helliwell, who will be all smiles once again. 1:41.07 the winning time, and a cosy ride in the end from Eddie Castro. Lots of pace on early on. Faz has just held 2nd over Badir Al Mogatara, but Fanar wins by a length and 3/4. Faz has his head down at the right time to shade off the attentions of Badir Al Mogatara by a nose, and they drew readily clear of the remainder. I think the top 3 are very nice horses, but Fanar, it's his day today, gets career victory number 2.
Eddie Castro has got Fanar up to win our 10th contest on the card, and I think he's got to shout out Al-Assar for basically allowing him to have the opportunity to get into this race, because the well-fancied Faz was unable to dictate today.
Yeah, and that's what Faz wanted to do, and I know you were hoping that he'd be put under some kind of pressure in front, and he was. Al-Assar couldn't keep it up, but he put enough pressure on Faz to keep the top rated horse having to work. And again, as he did last time out, he looked vulnerable in the finish. He's not you may well be right. He might want to drop back to 7. It's a tricky one because he does want to dominate. And
he's got plenty of speed as well.
Yeah, but he's going to find more horses wanting to go forward over 7 furlongs than do so over a mile. And sometimes you can get a little bit of a breather. And we had Badr Al-Mutara off a break, running close to the pick of last season.
That was a good race. I
third.
thought it was a good run from him because the jockey wasn't going hard as possible on there.
No,
he's quite a hands and heels nurse into the race.
He was looked after in the finish, wasn't he? But he wouldn't. If you were with him, you wouldn't have felt you were unlucky. And I don't feel that's one that got away. If you see what I mean, when you've had the winner. I thought if he got second, I'd have been quite happy. I'd have said we got the first 2 between us. That's all right. But he's just failed to catch Faz for second. Was in front of us right after the line.
What about Badr Al-Maidan on debut, finishing 4th? And that horse is going to get an almighty hike in the ratings, considering not height in the weights, but a height in ratings, because of that was arguably quite a good performance there on racecourse debut.
Yes, it's not always easy to get a handle on exactly. He's making his racecourse debut at the age of 5. And in a tough contest as well. But
he's right down the rail there, and he's just by Badr Al-Mutara, actually.
He kept on the rail, and he's kept going. They have gone hard in front, and a few of these have just struggled to keep up, including actually Fanar was just off the bridle early on. Just what Eddie Castro wants to happen here, he doesn't want to lose touch with the third. He doesn't want to find himself isolated between groups. So he wants to keep in touch with the front 3, knowing that there's a gap between him and the rest of the field. So he's just had to sort of drive along there to ensure that's the case. And then he comes on strong from the home turn.
Do you think the stamina that he showed, which was the reason why they stepped him up in trip last time, came to the fore here? Because he was always a little bit behind the bridle, but once they turned into the stretch and you could see Faz was beginning to sort of wave the white flag, Fanar was coming there strongly. I thought Fanar stayed on rather than just Faz stopping in front of him.
He was, yeah. As I said, the 1800 metres it's not a massively used trip.
Doesn't exist in Taif, does it?
Doesn't exist in Taif at all. I know you get them more in the States. You get a lot of races within that narrow band of distances, but it's not used massively here in Riyadh, and it can produce slightly funny results because of the nature of the how the bends come up in races like that. So he hasn't run his form last time out, but we know he stays this trip well, and he's come home strongly, despite lacking the pace of his main rivals in the early stages. But he's got a very no-nonsense ride from Eddie Castro. Eddie knows exactly what he has to do. So I think a lot of jockeys wouldn't want to try to put him under pressure at a certain stage of that race. But you're in danger that if he loses another 2 lengths on the front ones, even though they're going too fast, it just becomes a little bit too much to bridge. They've got to be close enough to you that you're able to run them down.
We talk about the competitiveness of horses. They don't want to be miles back. They want to still be in touch.
Once they lose, you almost need to have them within smelling distance of it, and then you can aim at them and come forward. But if they get away from you, even it's not necessarily about the distance. It's about you just break that competitive thing. But he's always just kept in touch, and Eddie knows exactly where to keep him in the race. So even though he had to work a little harder than ideal to hold that position, he knew that he would come home strongly if he did.
Badr Al-Mutara, I think, put that in your Saudi notebooks. What a gentle ride is a bit of an understatement. I think he got one reminder down the stretch, which was hands and heels all the way to the line. Ran on, just missed out on second. Would have probably the second best horse in the race for sure, but certainly a lot to have fun with in the future with that one, I think. Back at a rating that he
yes, I mean, listen, he's fairly highly rated anyway. 89 here, and the winner was 78 coming into it, so you're not going to be. He might drop a pound or 2 for that. Faz, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, you can't possibly take that at face value and say that the second and third have run close to the best.
No, you can't.
But you'd give Fanar a bit of improvement for the fact that he's lightly raced and things worked out for him in this race. But he shouldn't be going The third shouldn't be going up in the weights at all. Should be coming down maybe 1 or 2 for that run. That'll make him slightly easier to place. But he's on a race full of promise, hasn't he?
Yeah, Faz, the first white stable representative, makes a great start coming across to the rail. Al Rahoub has an awful start and is always wide throughout, but actually as they come around the turn for home, gets right involved in the sort of scrap for the minor places, but is unable to really finish out his race. But actually a lot of hard work all the way around there.
Yeah, I mean, we know Al Rahoub is better than that, but the question is whether Al Rahoub has got the competitive edge that he once had. And it's all very well picking up places late in the day, but you know, after
he's in shot there. Look how far back he is.
After 100 yards, he was, you know, his chances of winning the race were virtually nil. And although he's run on into a much better position, if you're giving up that kind of competitive edge at the start of your races, you're going to struggle to win. And you can see from his form figures last season that he was often not competitive.
Seems to be going the wrong way. I think there's no other way to describe it. He's going the wrong way, isn't he? At the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it may come down to with a horse like him. As he drops through the ratings, because he's got wins on the board. He is a 4-time winner in his career. That if he's able to drop into something like a not a 65 handicap, and suddenly thinks, oh, hold on a second, but these horses aren't as good as me.
Yeah.
Then just being in an environment where he can actually win will just make him competitive again. This is the thing with a lot of horses. Once they've won at their level, they can be very hard to place. So that's how it goes. But we'll crack on.
Now let's move swiftly on to our penultimate contest, race number 11, which is an Arabian Horses Maiden. And we already saw a nice winner of our last Arabian Horses Maiden. Less likely to see some listed class in this race, but there's still a couple of one nice debutant for sure. And I think Mark Francis can take us through the runners and the riders.
Oh, absolutely, Callum. It's my favourite time of the night. Arabian horse action, once again, the second of those two. And again, we're racing over the mile. It seems like we've been racing over the mile forever, but this is the last race over the mile before we step up to 10 furlongs for our last. But this is our penultimate race. And they're headed by number 1, Amir Al-Shaydam for Ali Al-Mimoni. 2 is Faza Al-Kusaya. 3 is Risk Allah Al-Kaladir for Fahid Al-Faradi. 4 is Aaron Das for Ahmed Al-Sharar. Number 5 is a bit of a mouthful. Fakir Adiyat Al-Adela for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. 6 is Naham in big block capitals for Iyad Al-Tarizi. And 7 is the only filly, or mare in this lineup, Bint Jalan for Abdullah Al-Rashed. That caption's completed by Mitab for Khalid Al-Mimoni. Al-Sabek is the 9 for Adel Al-Faradi. Al-Sakir is the 10 for Abdullah Al-Khamis. 11 is Nazir Al-Amal for Thurb Al-Timyat. And the second of the two debutants, Askari, completes the field of 12 for our Arabian Horses Maiden. It's our penultimate race, the final one over the mile. Chaps, what do we fancy here? Is it going to be an Al-Kaladir party?
Do you know what, Mark Francis?
There ain't no party.
If there ain't no Al-Kaladir, there ain't no party, in my opinion. And I think we've got an Al-Kaladir runner here in Risk Allah Al-Kaladir, who makes debut. Side McLack trains, tick. Farhad Al-Faradi rides, tick. Al-Kaladir bred, tick. By Lace Al-Kaladir, tick. Just wins, Rory. It just wins.
Well, you didn't even mention Laith Al-Kaladir.
Yeah.
So, you know, not just Al-Kaladir bred, but by Laith Al-Kaladir. Yeah, on paper ticks all the boxes. You're probably going to be unlucky you catch sight of it now and it looks like a camel. But, the more you look through this race, the more you're praying that Risk Allah Al-Kaladir is what he appears to be on paper. They can't all be superstars. There has to be the occasional dud. It's a little bit of a struggle to find an outstanding performer. I mean, you look at the ratings and you think, okay, well, some of these are okay. You look at Faza Al-Kazaya, for example, and then you realise that it's been quite a long time since he showed his form, so his rating of 78 is a slightly dubious one because he had a long absence before finishing 5th on the first week of the season here, and he was below his best form then. Same with Fakir Adet Al-Adela. He had a long absence before finishing 9th in a 6-furlong maiden here 2 weeks ago, beaten an awfully long way, having been off since between March 22 and that run at the end of last month. So those with ratings that suggest they're good enough to win maidens have question marks. Al-Sabek, obviously, with the big rating of 92, you think, oh, thank goodness. Phew. And then you look at the form, and of course you can't see an awful lot of form because he's gained his rating without winning in France.
Yeah, finished second in one race, and I want to say it was La Teste de Bouche, but it might not have been. Let me check. It was at Dax back in May, where he finished second. So Sky Sports Racing cameras would have been viewing him at Dax there, but hard to fancy here. And we've seen a lot of the French form. We've seen French form get beaten here as well on the dirt.
But he's rated 92, and we've already said that the two horses rated north of 70 have both had massive layoffs and haven't shown their form on the back of them. So you're thinking, right, he's rated 92, he must have a golden opportunity here. But he's beaten 23 and a half lengths last time out. That, in fairness, came in an 85 to 100 handicap. So a much deeper race than this.
On turf?
On turf, yeah, and you're just hoping, right, well, he might be an entirely different horse this time around. And on the balance of his form in France, which I'm unable to dig into, apparently he justified a 92 rating. But yeah, hard to say, stand up with your hand in the air and say, yeah, this will definitely run well.
Well, rather than giving some basic form of these, which is usually poor, let's have a look at them as just horses in the flesh, because they're all going to be very different shapes and sizes. Like Faza Al Kesea, who is horse number 2 here, is a lot more thoroughbred looking than a lot of them will see. Big old head. This is the debutant, Risk Ala Al Khaladir, and you can just see typical Lace Al Khaladir, small head, big bum, big strong shoulder, and then we see a completely different type of horse. He looks almost like a donkey. Arandas, horse number 4.
Indeed, and Arandas doesn't have an awful lot to recommend them as well as Luke's. He's shown very little in 2 runs on the track, and now we're seeing Fakra Dayat Alodella, who is causing lots of trouble. He's heading for the naughty corner, isn't he?
Yeah, they've just got to settle now, hopefully.
He showed decent form. He got a rating of 70. He was 3rd here in March 2022, but then absent until turning up a couple of weeks ago when he was well beaten 9th in a 6 furlong maiden. That would be short enough for him. But the way he's behaving in the parade ring here doesn't make you think he's suddenly going to show improved form.
Bint Jalan's the only mare in the race. She didn't look too bad. Neither does number 8, Nayatab, who is 0 from 3, making first start of the season. Now again, this is what I like. This is a very nice looking Arabian racehorse. Got the big, nice strong behind as well. A little bit weaker in behind is horse number 9, Al Fabek. Who comes here off a rating of 92. That's a French import. And Al Saka is the next horse we'll look at, horse number 10.
He's got a Roman nose.
Yeah,
he doesn't have Arabian. By the way, where he's
just coming past us now, actually. He's just coming past our studio, which is nice to see.
Yeah, and he was well beaten on his only start here. That was a year ago and hasn't been seen since, so difficult to know what he's going to do.
Nazir Al Amal is keen to get going with things, and horse number 12, the final horse we'll look at, Askari. I thought Askari looked good, big, strong type. This is the one for me out of all the paddock picks. Tiny, built like a pony, but really, really strong and powerful.
Very short coupled as well. Yeah. But does, what there is of him is reasonably well put together. He's a debutant, isn't he?
He is indeed.
He's not without chances. I originally wrote down tough ask on debut, but actually the more you look at the race, the more you think it might not be as tough as it looks. Right, we're seeing one or two that come out on the track. That's Faza Al Kazaya. Now he's got, again, has back class, a 7-year-old now, and had that long break, but he does look well. I'd say one of the better looking ones in the parade ring. Again, that more thoroughbred-y, to use your word.
It's a very technical term that I'm using.
Yes.
The more thoroughbred-y, typical. But yeah, he does look nice, and the camera team are clearly keen on him, and it's always one to watch when the camera team are keen, but I'm not going anywhere aside from Risk Ala Al Khaladir. I have been burnt by doing this before. I remember when I first got out here with Tom Collins, very, very quickly burnt on an Al Khaladir debutant. So
yeah, well,
it does happen. They can't all win.
They can't all be good.
This is him going down to post now.
We're seeing him in the RD slow-mo pictures. Yes, a really lovely looker, typical of the breed, and it's just a case of how fast he can run when he's asked to.
Yeah, he's quite strong ball type. He looks very much more like in the shape of horse 12 than he has in some of the others who look a lot more leggy. And he looks very racy, ready to go. Another one. This is horse number 1, Amir Al Saddam, who is 0 from 3. All
much
3 runs
more of an
season.
Arabian in looks, particularly sort of the head and neck, compared to who was it we saw with the Roman nose?
That was Father Al Kaseo was very thoroughbred looking, and Al Saka had the Roman nose. I'm pretty sure. So. Certainly one to look out for. But yes, let's talk about Farhad Al Faradi, because he is, if you're just tuning into us for the first time, as I say, firstly, where have you been? And secondly, when Farhad Al Faradi is on an Arabian racehorse, he's certainly one to watch. He's the brother of Adel Al Faradi. He's not often got his name in lights as much, but he's certainly a very talented rider and one of the nicest guys in the weighing room as well.
Yeah, he does extremely well in this sphere, and obviously this is the leading stable in Arabian circles by a long, long way. So good that even though we only have two races out of 9 or 2 races out of 12 on a card are Arabian races, the Al Khalidiyah stable are still able to challenge for second spot on the trainers' table.
Yeah, Said Mutlaq there in second, and I think the Al Khalidiyah stable
That's right,
are around third in the
well,
owners spot as well. So they're doing mighty well.
Only just caught for second last week as well. So
yeah, and that's by the Red stable, who are sending out quadruple the amount of runners that the Al Khalidiyah stable will be able to send out. So certainly, they do an awful lot from a very small amount of runners, and their strike rate is just unreal, isn't it? Let's be honest. There was a stint in Taif where you didn't even bother looking at the field. You were just like, well, which one's the best Al Khalidiyah runner? And that would be your way of winning.
That was often a task in itself.
Yeah, when they were sixth to post.
But as we said, you know, you do rely on that to some degree. But when you're dealing with newcomers, it's not there. And listen, he's not the biggest, is he? Rizq Al Khalidiyah. He's nicely put together, but there'd be other horses who would be bigger than him in this race. But of course, you know, size isn't everything. Handsome is handsome dolls. All those old truisms come to the fore. But yeah, your eye is obviously drawn to him with question marks over those with decent ratings. Are you going to go for him? It sounds like you're going to go for him.
Yeah, Rizq Al Khalidiyah for me. I'm going to take the plunge and go for the newbie. I can't look anywhere else. So number 3, Rizq Al Khalidiyah for me. Rory, are you taking me on?
Listen. I am going to go for Faza Al Qazaya because I was quite impressed with him in the parade ring. I thought I might end up with you by default, but if I can find a positive for a horse with form, and he does take the eye, Faza Al Qazaya, and he does have the back pass to get involved, and he does look to have come on for that recent run.
I think it's worth mentioning when we talk about the form of Faza Al Qazaya is that horse ran in meeting 55. The all racing replays are available on the Jcsa website. Unfortunately, this race won't be available. There was a nasty incident in there, so please don't think there's a problem with the website. That race has been scrapped because nobody needs to see what happened in that race again. It was a really, really difficult thing to watch. But Faza Al Qazaya, in a race that was very messy after that incident, ended up finishing 5th ahead of quite a few of these. So you can certainly understand why you've made that selection, and the form is there, the collateral form is there compared to a lot of these.
Yes, I mean, he's not a superstar, but as I said, in his old form, he's got a chance, and he does look on good terms with himself. And I'm always loath just to pick a newcomer just for the sake of it.
Absolutely. So your selection will be number 2, Faza Al Qazaya. My selection will be horse number 3, Rizq Al Khalidiyah. Mark Francis, who do you like?
I'll go with Al Sabek for Adel Al Faradi. Clear on the ratings. It's a very hard puzzle to unlock, really, isn't it? Callum going with a debutant. There are 2 debutants in here. You can see the case for Rory with Faza Al Qazaya in 2. Should be a fair bit of pace from the inside, but the other one that was of interest was Fakir Adiat Aladella for Abdulaziz Al Yesh. And back at meeting 55, I finished 9th, but I think could improve. And again, I think it's got to be better than that effort. 2 of these yet to return to this season, so this race could come down to race fitness. We're expecting something from a debutant. In goes Ascari, 1 of 2 on the race course for the first time. B-Tab goes in. And the shots of Fakir Adiat Aladella. Mir Al Shadam will be next into 1. Also Rizq Al Khalidiyah into 3. 4 back. Mir Al Shadam just gets a wave to go forward. And on start number 4, certainly knows the race course better than most. Slots in perfectly, as does Nazir Al Amal. Rizq Al Khalidiyah just taking a bit of time. Bit of shoving. Naham will be the last to go into 6. One of 3 greys in this contest. Final race tonight over the mile. The second of our 2 Arabian bred contests, maiden for 4-year-olds and upwards. Flags up. And they're off. Very slowly away was Rizq Al Khalidiyah. Is already some 10, maybe more lengths behind the main body of the field that are being headed early on by Meetup. It's Al Sabek rather in very similar colours. Al Sabek now who goes on. You can see Meetab's very similar jacket, pink colours in the middle of the picture, probably about 8th, but it's definitely Al Sabek who goes on in the blinkers. Probably already about 3 lengths clear on Faza Al Qusay in 2nd place. Towards the inside running rail is Amir Al Shadam, and these are the first 3. Fakir Adit Aladella is back in 4th position alongside Ascari. Further out the racecourse is the lime green jacket of Bint Jalan, and even further out the blue cap of Nazir Al Amal. Towards the back of the field, Rizq Al Kaladir has made up some ground, but at what cost? Is probably still 15 lengths behind this long-time leader, which continues to be Al Sabek on 2nd start. Adel Al Faredi, 4 lengths to the good then. Faza Al Qusay is being pushed along for the first time. Amir Al Shadam saves all the ground up the inside. Then being pushed along in the middle of the picture is the blue cap of Fakir Adiyat Aladella, who's got work on to catch this leader as they're round the far turn. And Al Sabek has company here with Faza Al Qusay, who's reduced to the front with 400 metres left to go. Faza Al Qusay kicks on. Staying on from out of the pack is Nazir Al Amal, and then comes the retreating Al Sabek. The one that's making a bit of ground and yet to get a mention is Naham, now moving into 4th, but deep inside the last furlong on a bit they go, and Faza Al Qusay is the one to catch, and it doesn't look as though he's going to be caught tonight. Faza Al Qusay is striding away with this, clear by about 6 lengths. Naham will run down into 2nd, but Faza Al Qusay is a winner for Rory Delagi. Faza Al Qusay wins. Naham stayed on from out of the pack to catch the eye to probably finish 2nd ahead of Fakir Adiyat Aludella. Faza Al Qusay was under pressure around the turn, but the jockey just wanted to go, and go he went. Sailed past the leader Al Sabek, who showed plenty of early speed. I imagine that one will drop back in trip. Al Sabek, who got into a nice position from stall 9, but Faza Al Qusay, the jockey was a little bit animated, but the horse produced in a time of 1:53.81. Not going to be tackling the course record by any means, but Faza Al Qusay has done his job. Naham finished in 2nd. Fakir Adiyat Aladella is 4th, and look at that. In 4th position, Rizq Al Kaladir, who was some 15 lengths slowly away, has got up for 4th. He's only been beaten about 6 lengths at the end. So one to catch your eye on with the replays, but no doubt about the winner, Faza Al Qusay.
سالم سالم خليه يجي خليه يجي سالم لا اصبر حط اول حط اول حط اول حط اول
wonderful scenes in the winners' enclosure here. Khalid Al-Riwashed is our winning jockey. A rider we don't really know much about here in Saudi Arabia, but he's over the moon with that success, and he's ridden that well. The form line, Rory, as you said, has come to the fore, and congratulations. However, I'm fuming.
Yes.
I'm fuming. What might it be is the only way to describe it.
You've backed a newcomer who started very slowly.
Like a newcomer.
You know.
But look at the way this horse has finished.
He's passed the no-hopers, hasn't he?
He was 15 lengths down.
Yeah, but it's not, we've discussed this before. It's fair. If you've got more ability than most of them, and you have a slow start, you can start passing the bad horses in the straight and look good. He didn't really look like getting on terms, did he? And he wasn't closing on the last.
You're a hard taskmaster, Rory Delage.
I wouldn't judge him too harshly on that, but you're not getting that as a one that got away, I'm afraid.
Oh, come on! Surely it's the one that got away.
Especially as the the whole concept of sticking with the newcomer in a race like that is fraught with the danger of the fact that you look as green as grass in the first furlong.
Absolutely. Had he broken out on terms though, he wins this in a canter.
No, he doesn't.
He absolutely does. He comes swinging on the outside, Farhan already waving at the crowd as he comes by. But take nothing away from your brilliant selection there. Sada Al-Kasaya has done that well actually, because as we see, forget my selection, we'll see that later, but you've jumped out nicely and you've got to the rail quite quickly, but it was the highly rated Al Sabek, who was Mark Francis's selection, who has taken the early lead and set quite strong fractions before fading late on.
Yeah, Al Sabek looks to have plenty of speed and got across very easily to the rail. And when you consider what his rating is, you'd have thought he should have been able to win the race from there. But as we said pre-race, the rating of 92 is a little bit of a head scratcher. It's difficult to see exactly where that's come from. And he was beaten a fair way on his reappearance. He's come on from that and he's run a decent race, but he's run too free to stay the 1600 metre trip. Maybe he's worth dropping back to 1400 to 1200 and see if he's able to blaze away and get home doing that. He's clearly got plenty of ability, but he wasn't lasting home here.
He's got a long way clear here at this point, hasn't he?
Khaled's not the most stylish jockey in second, but he was doing the right thing by pushing Faza Al-Qasaya along to keep him in touch. And here you can see the leader begins to tire, and Khaled knows right now's the time to push my horse forward and ask him to make a challenge. And your one worry is that he might have got there too soon, because he's pressed on and forced the others to come after him at this stage. But in fairness to his mount, he's pretty generous when he gets to the front, and he keeps galloping to the line. He ends up wins this in pretty good style. Disappointing how quickly Al Sabek actually checks out completely here. Unfortunately, the camera doesn't pan back quite far enough.
Yeah, Nahar comes rattling through.
In fact, the camera never panned back far enough at any stage of the race.
So we never saw that horse. He never existed.
You imagine that he must have been an on-runner.
Yeah, Nahar is another one who comes flashing home. You see the grey coming up on the inside and shot there.
Yeah.
So he's another horse that ran on really well. Probably one to keep an eye on there. Only third start, rated 59. I imagine he's going to be a real threat in the 0 to 60 category.
Well, interestingly, he finished immediately behind Faza Al-Qasaya last time out.
Yeah, so that form is holding firm, isn't it?
Yeah, but the problem is he then turned out, he ran again last week. So he's had two, this was his third run of the season.
Yes.
He turned out at a loss of 65 handicap and was almost tailed off. I'd have said that came too soon, but the problem with the came too soon argument is if you're turned out again within a week, that's coming too soon twice.
There he is. There's a good thing. Crossing the line in force.
Yeah, I don't think there are no superstars behind him.
The question is, would you have him next time?
I'd probably, I'd give him full credit for that and say, he was just like a lot of horses first time out. They don't come out of the stalls particularly quickly. They're not quite sure what to do. And then once they've got away from you, you're doing your own thing. So it's difficult to do that. And of course, then he's been able to pick up and run through beaten horses. It's very hard to work out exactly how good a horse is in that scenario, because it is easier to begin to run past beaten horses from the bend as long as you're able to latch onto them. And it's difficult to know what you've achieved by doing so. Obviously, listen, the obvious thing to do is go, you lost 15 lengths at the start and I was beaten 5 lengths, therefore I would have won by 10 lengths. If you apply that logic all the time to these scenarios, you end up getting very poor, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can just see, you win it here. Khaled has made an early decision to go for the front, and although he's not stopping in front, he's not finding particularly much, got those big ears that are just beginning to flap around all over the place, but he's just got too much of a lead and the others aren't able to reel him in. One of the rare times we've seen a fairly how the best way to describe it, a fairly honest finish from a lot of runners in an Arabian contest. Often we see these races sort of descend into chaos down the final couple of 100 metres, but not here. I thought they were all running true to form, especially the top 4 or 5 even.
Yeah, and again, we're looking at reasonably moderate animals. Most of them didn't go a strong pace early on. They by definition almost had to eschew the pace set by Sabek. And I think if they had been pulled along by that pace a little bit more, then you'd have seen one or two more look a little bit suspects in the finish. They've got a sensible pace, the majority of them, and have seen their races out as a result. This is not a particularly strong contest in the grand scheme of things. The winner's rated 78, but it's a hard rating to equate at the moment. But he's looked honest.
We say it's not a strong contest, but keep an eye out for Risk Khalid Al Khaladir. Now, when that horse is bolting up in cup races, we'll swing back to this moment and we'll say, oh, we were so right all along. He would have won on that occasion because he's a beast, but hopefully that's the case. But talking about hopefully that's the case, we move swiftly on to our finale. Rory, we have flown through the cars today. 2,000 metres, we step up for the final trip, but only 11 runners to pick from, and certainly a horse called Kayad Al Fasan, who has a habit of finishing 4th. Now, Mark Francis can take us through the runners and riders for this, our lucky last.
Lucky last time, as you say, Callum, up to 10 furlongs for this local bred horses maiden for the fillies and colts, Saudi breds. They're headed by number 1, Kayad Al Fasan, as you mentioned, Callum. 4th in his last 2 starts. Abdullah Al-Orfi looks to go 3 better today. Also in the blinkers is Al Makam Alali for Fahid Al Faradi. The 3 is Yazid Al Khair for Adel Al Faradi. The brothers next to each other in 2 and 3. The only filly in the lineup is Ma Awawe, or I should try that again, shouldn't I? Ma Aweha for Abdulaziz Al Yesh, which is the 4. Ashkar Harak for Alex Moreno is the 5. The same colours applied to number 6, Al Nazir Fakrona in the blinkers and the hood. Tariq Al Mansour. So we'll check the colour caps in that one in just a moment. Mota Gazelle is the 7, the only grey for Iyad Al Tarizi. The 8 is the only debutant, Al Ajbar for Selman Al Rashid. Naif Al Adazi looking for a hat-trick in the last race. Ez Al Farez is his ride, the 9 with the visor. 2 to go, Itakel Bilyar for Ali Al-Matib is the 10, and Danan Al-Shuk is the 11 for Khalid Al-Mimoni. So 11 runners in our lucky last. Final chance to find a winner, chaps. I think I'm yet to get on the board.
Mark, it is our last chance to find another winner on the day. I think we've been quite successful today. Rory, we've both had some almost joint level of success, so it's been good, and hopefully everybody at home has had success as well and found plenty of winners. But we move on to the lucky last, and there's a couple of horses here who are hugely popular because they tend to run every week. So it's good that we know quite a few of these, Kayad Al Fasan being just one.
Yeah, it's been very busy. Kayad Al Fasan, and we'll see him on the video footage shortly as well. Finished 4 3/4 lengths behind Al Makam Al Ali when 4th in a mile maiden here last week. That was a race won by Mabrukat Najd, and obviously Al Makam Al Ali appears to have the upper hand there over Kayad Al Fasan. He's also got the higher rating, although his rating's been pulled down, I think, from 71 to 68 on the back of that run, which would have been, below his very best. But he's a horse who hasn't stood much racing in recent seasons. He's only
Very lightly raced, hasn't he?
Yeah, didn't race at Taif. He only had 1 race here last season, and then again didn't race at Taif the previous year. So he's had 3 runs over 3 seasons essentially. Al Makam Al Ali. So it's good that he's able to turn out fairly quickly, but you've got to be worried about his soundness in a race like this.
We can talk about 2 horses dropping rating. Kayad Al Fasan drops to a mark of 62. You might have 63 on your race cards, and Al Makam Al Ali drops to 68. You may have 71 on your race card. So that is a crucial point to mention, Rory. They are horses dropping in the ratings and have a good chance here in a race full of horses who are going the wrong way.
Yeah, well, in fairness, you say going the wrong way. There are plenty of horses who are exposed and struggling to win races. You've got, we'll see Yazid Al Khair as well in the footage. Second in an 1800 metre apprentice handicap here 2 weeks ago. And plenty of seconds on his card. He's been second in 3 of his last 4 races, third in another one of those. So very, very consistent, but he's not from 29 in his career. So do you fancy him to put his head in front here?
One is only 0 from 6, Ashkar Harak. is rated 66, third in last 2 starts. He looks as the type who'll be plugging on late for that bit of each-way thievery later on in the card.
Yeah, he was third over this trip at Taif on his return this season, but early in the season. It was in June, and he stays further. I'd say his very best efforts have come at 2,400 meters, Ashkar Harak, but he's pretty consistent. And as you said, he's only had 6 runs, so there's always the possibility of more to come from him. He'd want this to be a good test of stamina, and he'll be staying on well at the end.
Mara Weya is the horse you're seeing in front of you right now, horse number 4. You'll see the colours are white with the black diamonds on the sleeves, in case you haven't got those colours available. Horse number 4, interesting runner here, getting weight from a lot of these, only got 56 kilos on board, so that gives it a slight chance, amongst the weights, but it's hard to fancy.
Yeah, hasn't shown an awful lot. Is that white that's got a little bit faded, in the wash with the black? I think it's meant to be grey.
Almost a grey, isn't it? Alex Moreno looking for some better luck than he had on past time. He's on Ashkar Harak. He's had quite a challenging day today. He had taking names with a close second. Past time ran no race, so he'll be hoping Ashkar Harak can bounce back to form and hopefully give him a winner today.
Yes, indeed, one of 2 representing the stable here. The Al Nasser Farkhon is the other one who wears the distinguishing red cap. They're similar horses on paper. Ashkar Harak stays well. Al Nasser Farkhon was second in a course and distance maiden in January, but has run poorly in 3 starts since, including on his reappearance here last week.
Here's our debutant, Al Ajba, who makes first start here in the red and white colours. You can see certainly not any negatives in the parade ring, looks ready and racy enough, but this is a fairly tough ask to start with, unless this horse has plenty of ability when it will make these look quite slow.
He wouldn't need to be a superstar to get involved. Son of Teletext. As you said, he's not doesn't have the best front legs in the world.
He's turned out, isn't he? He's definitely pigeon-toed.
Which is not the best way to be, but some of the best horses in history
have making debut. Maybe soundness issues.
I thought so with front legs like that. Yeah, it must be an issue. But you do get some very good horses with bad front legs.
Absolutely, it sometimes can't stop them running, but it often means they can't turn around very quickly. Kayad Al Fasan is horse number 1, and Al Makam Al Ali is horse number 2, and we'll see them both taking each other on here last time out. Al Makam Al Ali is going to come home just enough to do third, and Kayad Al Fasan doing a traditional thing, come from the clouds and finish in fourth.
Yeah, he didn't give himself much chance, Kayad Al Fasan, from where he was in the early stages, but that tends to be his way, and he's run on well enough in the end to grab fourth. You've also seen Al Makam Al Ali. He's won that very, but he's not the greatest horse in the world. For him to won that easily, you just wonder how strong the race was. And both, as I said, the handicappers pulled both of them down subsequently. Although, again, finishing in the frame last time out is still generally a positive for a race of this nature.
Here is Yazid Al Khair in shot right now, just cantering down to the start. Not a bad looking animal at all. And as the temperature has dramatically cooled outside, you can certainly see much less horses sweating up down in the preliminary stages. So this is horse number 3, Yazid Al Khair. And we're going to have a look at this horse finishing second in an apprentice race. Am I right?
Yes, he was over the 1800 last time out. It's a 0-65 handicap, but this is decent form. It's just a case of whether he wants to put his head in front.
He's one of those horses he's now 0 from 29. It would be lovely for him to get on his 30th start, his first career win. And we've got some form in behind. We've seen this race before, haven't we?
We have, yes. And as an individual piece of form, this is pretty solid. And he does seem to run on pretty honestly to the line. It's just that, we've seen his record, and he's finished second a lot of times. And he's better than most of these, but he's still lost 29 out of 29, so he finds himself vulnerable in the closing stages, whatever kind of company he's in. And although he's clear of the third, he's no match for the winner. Difficult to know what to expect of him. If he'd only run 4 or 5 times, you'd say that was a really good run and you'd be with them, but his overall record would show.
Yeah, and it's quite hard because Kayad Al Fasan, for me, he's just not got enough pace, really. They've got the 2,000 metres here, up in trip. Is that a positive view, or is it he looks like almost his triplets, doesn't he, really?
I think he just gets himself in a bad position, and he doesn't quicken off the back as such. He's just fairly relentless in galloping through the field. You'd have thought he should be the step up to this trip ought to suit. But you see horses like him all the time who finish well and then actually don't relish a step up and trip. It helps him to be in a race where the pace collapses late on, which it does more often at shorter trips, if you see what I mean, because they put more pace into it. The horses tire more.
Are you thinking that's less likely to happen with the smaller field? With
Yeah,
only 11 go to post, it'll be poor on the jockey if we have a pace collapse, really.
I mean, you're never sure exactly what's going to happen there, but with the smaller field, I think they're going to go a little bit steadier here as well, generally speaking. So, while he'll be closer than he normally is, I just think that if and when the pace does lift, he again might just find himself outpaced at the wrong part of the race.
Him and Ashkar Harak could be in the same situation. They're both looking to plug on late, but if there's no pace, they won't be able to. I don't have anything to aim at.
No, and again, listen, you get down to the win record as well. Kayat Alforzan, we see him feature in the finish, running on late in races, but he's not from 24, and you get a bit tired of making excuses for horses like him.
Absolutely.
Certainly good enough to win races, but how many times do you want to labour the point?
Yes. Who would you go for early on here? I've done it before, and I don't want to do it again. Al-Ajbar, suddenly he's looking like an interesting debutant, because if he runs to a level of 70, he wins this hands down, doesn't he?
Well, yes, but not many debutants do.
A 4-year-old
that.
debutants do
you look at him and
that,
think, yes, and that's the thing. I mean, and he doesn't look too bad, and it wouldn't be a massive surprise to see him take a hand in the finish, because you've got so many negatives about the horses with form. And I say now, you just get the horses who don't win races. So you're thinking that any unknown quantity could easily
exactly.
leapfrog
It's
them.
almost like lack of negatives is suddenly a positive, isn't it? Aid Al-Faraz, no Falanazi going for a hat trick. We should talk about this one. 7th last time out, but again, 0 from 21.
0 from 21 is a bit of an issue. Only 7th last time out, but he was at least in front of Itikel, Billa and Danan Al-Shuk, who were 11th and 14th on that occasion. So he wasn't disgraced. Beaten 8 1/4 lengths behind Almani Al-Khail. That was over a mile. This trip is okay for him. But yeah, the 0 from 21, again, does tend to put you off.
Muta Gazelle hasn't been seen since August 2022 and runs for New Connections here. He was quite good in low-grade handicaps when we last saw him, but long time off the track.
He was second twice in handicaps. One was a 0 to 60, one was a 0 to 65 at Taif last season. He was also in a 4th in a maiden over... I think over course and distance, and I say March 22.
Yeah. That would be a course and distance maiden.
Yes, but I've written Taif, so that makes no sense.
No good at all. No. So if we're looking at selections here, I'm going to go with Nafe's ride. Aid Al-Faraz. I haven't got a clue here, but Aid Al-Faraz pumped a lot of these last time out. We've seen collateral form go in, so I'm going for horse number 9, Aid Al-Faraz.
Okay, and I'm going to go with Ashkar Harak.
And for the final time, we will hand over to Mark Francis, who still has plenty of horses to load before we give over to him. Mark, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. I'm going to join you here for the last race. Ez Al-Faraz, who was 7th on return at meeting 55, but posed some good form figures at this track last season, so should be fitter than most. The mark of 65 here. Naif Al-Anazi looking for the 3-timer. 10 furlongs ahead of them. Final race, and they're off. Al-Ajbar slowly away from stall number 8, the only debutant in the field. Red cap in the centre of Al Nasir Fakrona is one of the first to show with the yellow sleeve. Very similar colours on the grey horse is Mota Gazelle, and these are probably the first two. Blue jacket then of Ez Al-Faraz makes a line of 3, and further out on the racecourse, Al-Ajbar, from that slow start, is now pushing on the wide outside. It's Al-Ajbar, just had to check the race card there, who's probably 2 lengths clear deep on the course. They're joining up with the round course now, and Al-Ajbar is staying middle of picture, but beginning to tack across to the rail. Al-Ajbar in the lead for Salman Al-Rashid, in front by about 3 lengths. So Al Nasir Fakrona in second place, and Ez Al-Faraz, Naif Al-Anazi in the blue colours, looking for the hat-trick in third. Wider out on the racecourse, Al-Makam Al-Lali in the black jacket with the orange noseband. Back towards the inside rail, it's Ashkar Harak, who's probably 5th, and between that pair, we have Ma Al-Wayha in 6th position. The 2 towards the back of that screen is Yazid Al-Khair, and also the stripes of Danam Al-Shuk, right at the back of the screen is Motta Gazelle and also one or two others who are hopelessly outpaced. But as they go down the side of the course, and they've got the 600-metre marker in their sights, and it's Al Nasir Fakrona now, who begins to lay down the challenge to the long-time leader Alaj Bar, who begins to beat a retreat. Down the outside, Ez Al Farez, and between that pair is Ashkar Harak, so it's 1-2 for the ownership at the moment. Staying on down the centre of the track is Al Makam Alali, but no better than fourth at the minute as Ashkar Harak lays it down to stablemate Al Nasir Fakrona. It's a 1-2 for the owner, but in which order? Flying up the inside is Ez Alvarez, and they're clear of the remainder, deep inside the last furlong, and this is surely all over here as Ashkar Harak is motoring towards the line. Rory Delagi is a man in form. Look forward to the selections tomorrow, Rory, as Ashkar Harak goes on to win, and in style. Ashkar Harak, the winner for Alex Moreno. A very quiet night for Alex, but he signs off the card with a winner. Stall number 5. We wait to see if it's a 1-2 for the owner, as Al Nasir Fakrona was fighting out second place with Ez Al Farez. Very few from the back of the field rarely got involved. Kayed Al Fassan was never in touch. Neither really was May Arweha. But this is all over inside the last furlong. Ashkar Harak, in a time of 2:11.03, has won. Look as though Al Nasir Fakrona has held on for second. Jockey just checking down the horse to make sure he's okay. 4 lengths is the winning distance. Yazid Al Khair has actually got third on the outside of Ez Al Farez, so that's probably your eye catcher. But the winner, Ashkar Harak, by 4 lengths over Al Nasir Fakrona. Yazid Al Khair back in third. Thank you very much indeed. 12 races all done and dusted here Thursday afternoon at Riyadh.
Well, Alexis Moreno comes out on top there and gets a well-earned win. He, like I said before, he had a challenging day so far. He had a tight second, taking names. He then had a really nice horse run, no sort of race for him, finishing 5th. And now he's really done a mighty race there to finish first there on Ashkar Harak.
Yeah, past time give him a horrible ride earlier on when she really should have been winning. So it's nice to see Alex end the day with a winner. It worked out very nicely for him with the stablemate Al Nasir Fakrona, leaving a gap for him to come through.
Yeah, swept through like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, and he had this call well placed. He's a stayer, Al Nasir. Ashkar Harak, as I was saying, he stays 2,400 meters well, but he was placed over this trip at Taif, and if you can handle this trip at Taif, you're going to handle it pretty well at Riyadh. So he's just stepped up, and he's been pretty consistent, and a lot of these are sort of not from 20 plus. This was just his 7th career start, and he's been placed on his last 3 coming into this. So
he had an interesting run of being placed on his last 3 and getting better. But Rory, let's talk about the most interesting run on the card today. What is your highlight?
Yeah, if we go back to race number 5, we saw a very impressive winner in Jcsa, who'd finished 2nd on his debut behind a horse called Fulhan. That looked a good race at the time. Fulhan looks a really promising sort, but Jcsa looked very nice here.
Yeah, he's the only winner for the White Stable today. Was mightily impressive in what he did. Boosts the form of Fulhan by a huge amount, and looks to be a horse that will get better with each run. He's a big, strong boy, and making his first appearances here in Riyadh, did not run in Taif.
No, again, a son of Premium Tap, and we know that although they win races at 2, they do tend to progress well with the racing. They tend to have size and scope about them as well. He showed up well on debut, but he was asked questions there, and he was asked to go hard in front and really set the race up for a classy horse in Fulhan. But I was impressed with the fact that he didn't stop that day. He kept going when he was headed, even though he was beaten 6 lengths and more by the winner, and he's ended up winning this race by double digits. So a really impressive performance. It'd be interesting to see if he ran into full hand again, what the margin between the pair would be.
I think he'll come on for the experience. You can see the big, strapping, strong boy, and he's going to be a horse that just gets better with the more racing he takes. It's quick turnaround as well, which was good to see him do the business as well. I thought he was taken on by Macho Boy. You can just see the horse in behind. That horse ran a belty race in that valuable auction contest back in Taif. That's strong form. I know the Colts race wasn't the strongest, but certainly for me a positive to see him beat a horse like Macho Boy in such strong, impressive style.
Yeah, Hakimi had run 6th on debut in that auction race, ran really well. Those 3 were first, second and third from basically after the first furlong, so solid form.
Yeah, he's certainly a one I'll have a look at in the future. And again, just another notch on the bedpost of all these really talented white stable runners. And I think what's great to see is that we're seeing these horses come out on top so early on this season in Riyadh, and we've still got plenty more to see. So we'll be with you tomorrow, same time, same place. That'll be Friday. And we'll be here the same time on Saturday, same time, same place. And we look forward to seeing you there. Me and Roy will be there. You better be there too. Don't go anywhere.